Yo, what's up, V6? Good morning. What's up, Quanit? What's up, Trey? It's not. I woke up at my normal. I did not get up. I slept through my early alarm, but I got up at 8, which is like my normal time I get up, and they're only in round 3. We're catching the beginning halfway through round 3. It's already 1-0 here for Francisco. They did take down game 1, and they are ahead here in game 2 by honestly a decent bit. It's not going very well for Pablo at all. Oh, I didn't even realize this was Pablo. I saw the name was Pablo. I didn't see I didn't read the last name though. Yeah, it's not looking good here for Pablo. Terrapagos versus Drago here. Gonna be a really big prize lead here for the Drago side. That's gonna be a huge prize lead. Could even go with a Hiram play this turn. They haven't used their V-Star yet. Oh no, maybe they have used their V-Star. It is flipped. I don't know how they highlight it on the graphic or not, but it is flipped on the board, it looks like. Actually, I can't tell. Like the little Pokeball thing. Does that mean the V-Star is active or inactive? I don't know if V-Star's been burned here yet or not. I wasn't paying attention to the couple turns because I was setting up the stream. He's going for the Kirin play. I assume if we're going for the Kirin play, we still have the V-Star attack available. And the Hoots get cleaned up. Oh my gosh. This seeseems like almost an impossible comeback. I don't even see an Iono in the hand. Iono would have to be a big piece of the comeback here as well. But the fact that what's called is still active here. I think the V-Star power, I think it is active. It's gonna make it so difficult to make a comeback to be able to win this game. Probably needs to find a Terrapagos off of this nest ball. And then, I mean, you need an Iono here, I feel like. He already used V-Star? Okay, he did use V-Star. Okay. So there is comeback potential here then. If the V-Star's been used, then there's definitely comeback potential. Maybe you don't even need Iono this turn. If the V-Star's been used, you maybe don't even need Iono this turn. My assumption was it wasn't used. It was like, we definitely need Iono then, but we have a Pidgey. I don't see an Iono. I do see a Terrapagos. There's a lot of cards in that hand. A lot of them are Pokemon, and a lot of them are Pokemon. There's the Colossus Tenacity. Kirim is in the discard pile, but I mean, it could make its way out of the discard pile. With a Super Rod. And then now it's online to attack with 1 energy. So it could either be something that Francisco prioritizes is getting out of the discard pile here. Oh, Ursaluna's in the hand, so you could actually punch the active this turn if you can get into the active. You do need to get an energy on it as well, though. So a switch card would have to get involved. I don't see a switch in the hand. Ursaluna is getting benched, but I don't think any attack is happening. Oh, we could fan art and punch for 40. Sure. Double E-switch in hand, plus Noctowl. I think this one is... I mean, if this game isn't over, the resources have to be super low here. But yeah, I think this will do it. And then double E-switch. The Noctowl will lock things up. Yeah, super slow draw there. Didn't get to really see the... I wasn't really paying attention to the early turns, so I don't know what really happened there for Pablo. How it kind of all fell apart. But I think like no turn 2 Owls was probably a big part of it. That's what it seemed like. No turn 2 Owls. I don't know if Francisco had like the Iono to get rid of the Fan Rotom hold there or something, but... And I'm actually not sure, but I can look it up on Pokédata. Let me pull up Pokédata real fast. What was Pablo playing? Pablo was playing Terrapagos. They got 237 players, or 275, excuse me. 275 players. So it'll be 8 rounds day 1, 2 rounds day 2. Roaring Moon a good call with the amount of control we have. There's not that much control. So probably not. No, Roaring Moon seems pretty mid right now still. Well, now you got me thinking. Is Roaring Moon... Or what is the... No, I don't think so. No. Also, control just isn't that popular. Now, I'm always thinking, like, maybe you're talking about the ladder. But, like, I wouldn't try and over... I never think about the ladder in a way where I'm trying to overanalyze like the ladder meta at all. If you are talking about like the ladder, stall can sometimes be decently popular on ladder, but that would never like drive my deck choice personally. I'm always concerned with just what is going to be popular at major tournaments. That's the way I think about the meta. So the answer is Roaring Moon seems kind of mid, and stall is not popular, or control in general. But Sack Azul, what deck are you playing? United Wings. So if you have kids, are you just always sick? If you have kids, are you just always sick? Or do they stop bringing germs home at some point? You just need to like have like a... At the opening of your house, you know, like the like in biohazard areas or whatever, or like where they're dealing with stuff like that. So like, what is it, a clean room or something? Not a clean room. Is it called a clean room? It might be called a clean room. You know, where you go in, you get sprayed down, then you dress up again, and then you go out. One of those. Scrub room? Yeah, scrub room, something like that. You just need to install one of those in your front door. Biohazard station, yeah. You need to install one of those in your front door. And then you should be... decontamination? Yeah, decontamination. You should be good to go. Every time they come in, it'll be... You should have like a two-way one, though. So when you go out, you don't need to use it. You go out, you don't go through decontamination. It's like you walk out, you have 2 doors. When you come in though, the indoor, you go through the decontamination zone. Yo, put you 23 months there, Edwin. And then also you need to... It's already inside them though, little germ munchkins. You have to put them in the like the biohazard suits when they go out, like go to school and stuff. You gotta get them some little biohazard suits. They can wear those outside. You should be good to go. Between those two things, you should be good to go. Biohazard suit through decontamination, and then they can live normally after that. I think of all the correct protocols here. Is that Poké Duels? Who's traveling? That is duels, yeah. I mean, he goes to like literally everything. I think basically that he can go to. Like any, if there's like a if there's a major on a weekend, I think he usually goes to it. It's better to use Secret Box or Prime Catcher and Ancient Box than Brilliant Blender, right? I have no clue. Secret Box is probably better, but I couldn't tell you. Blender would be interesting in there. Brilliant Blender would be interesting, I guess. Oh no, what were my thoughts on Brilliant Blender the other day though? Hold up. It's like by the time we find it, I had some thoughts on Brilliant Blender the other day. Maybe it's a different A-Spec that I had some thoughts on. I was like, by the time we find it, who knows if we'll be able to get value out of it, but the other ones will always be valuable. Drums kind of suck. Speaker box is good for like the first half of the game. In the late game, it's bad if they're Ionoing us. And then I think my take on Brilliant Blender was, and I'm thinking about it again, it's just like it seems mid. It was a different A-Spec though I was talking about. I appreciate 8 months there, Aiden. A new player here, I've built Charizard and I've seen it kind of falling off a little bit. What do you think about the deck in the meta? It's like fine. Nothing super special. Yeah, it's not great right now, I don't think. Charizard. Yeah, Charizard's not great right now. I don't know how good it is after Surging Sparks though. I've been testing Zard with Trolley. It's kind of nice with the B-Barrel engine. Yeah, I definitely want to try that out. I want to try out I want to try out Trolley Zard for sure. I have it in Pocket because of 4 Irida and 3 Gang. Yeah, if you have like a way to find the card, if the card is like fine to play. If you don't have a way to find it, or your deck doesn't draw aggressively through your deck, then if you're not like drawing through your deck on like the level of, you don't have to draw as aggressively as something like what is the deck that I was just playing it in the other day? But I'm blanking. What deck was I playing it in the other day? Literally. Oh, Sarah Ledge, yeah. Like Sarah Ledge can still get value out of it even towards the later half of the game. But like not as many decks will be able to probably get as much value as Sarah Ledge. But Sarah Ledge also sees so many cards that even if you don't play like a Arven or an Irida engine, you have a pretty high chance of just seeing the card because you just see so many cards so fast. I think Grant might work well in Sarah Ledge. Put it into discard, and you can discard energies off free each turn, potentially multiple times if you combo with Ultra Ball and Professors. You just don't have that much energy ever built up in your hand, to be honest. It doesn't. You don't actually end up with that much energy in your hand between Greninja and attaching and Ultra Balls and Vessels. You don't have like a massive surplus of energy in your hand. If anything, you'd rather probably just play, like if you're not playing 4 Vessel to begin with, you'd probably rather just play a 4th Vessel instead of something like the Grant. Even though the Grant you could use multiple times, like it doesn't do anything for you in the early game, or even potentially like by turn 2. And any hand that has an Ultra Ball probably does nothing as well. I don't think I've ever had a hand with Sarah Ledge where I was like, I wish I had more Ultra Balls in this hand, or more ways to discard energy. It's always just been, I can't find my energy to get into the discard pile to begin with. And the games are pretty fast with Sarah Ledge as well, so the chance that the Grant gets used multiple times is like, you get used multiple times for actual value where it actually matters is pretty low as well. Yeah. I feel like that chain of events probably wouldn't come up, but maybe I'm wrong. But my experience with Sarah Ledge so far has not been like getting energy in the discard pile. It's been closing out games with like having enough resources to close out games has been my experience with Sarah Ledge so far. But I could maybe see like a non-blender build playing it. I think that wall deck could maybe be meta. I barely ever lose with it. Yeah. Walls seems decent right now. You get the new melodic in there. What's up, Nick? This is still round 3, right? Still a lot of people playing. I wasn't actually sure for a second. Wait, is this round 3 or is this round 4? No, this is round 3. This is round 3. Yeah, there's so many people playing. I actually was starting to second guess, and I was like, wait, what round are we in? Surging Sparks is not legal, no. You think Drago's better with a 1/1 Noctowl line? No, I still think it's probably better without Noctowl. I think I have come around on the Noctowl a little bit. I think if there's enough matchups where you need to find big combos of cards that are super impactful immediately when you find them, like Canceling Cologne up against stuff like Control, then I could see an argument to play the Noctowl. That's about it, though. I think the deck is better without Noctowl, just kind of neutrally. Like the best version, the most powerful version of the deck does not play Noctowl. I think the Noctowl is okay if there's enough matchups in the format, like Stall, where like finding Jamming Tower and Canceling Clone super aggressively make like a super high impact on the game. Because those are also like a little bit more low maintenance matchups where you don't have to like bench double Drago and stuff like that to like survive. So you can like take your time and prioritize your resources differently in a matchup like Stall. And then the Noctowl allows you to find the big combos, which leads to actually being able to more aggressively beat them, stuff like that. You try the Golden Goat with Energy Surge Pro yet? No, I've not tried it yet, no. Why do you hate Noctowl and Drago? It's a good question. Good question. I don't know why I hate owls so much. I've never figured it out. Gotta be a reason, though. Azul, I'm trying your Miraidon list and it runs pretty smoothly. Fun to play, too. Yeah, it's pretty good right now. It felt pretty powerful as well. Felt pretty good. Owls eat rats? True. Kind of lines up, to be honest. As a good reason. To dislike owls. Good reason, to be honest. What are the main options for draw engines nowadays? I don't know. B-Barrel, Pidgeot, Noctowl engine. Wouldn't necessarily call Noctowl a draw engine, but it's an engine. I'm excited for Badoo. Item lock turn 2. Hopefully it's still relevant. Decks will probably adapt to it. Wait, what Badoo are you talking about, Edwin? There's a new card that got revealed? Your attack item lock. Noctowl feels like a luxury card. How many how many times do you get your own setup? Do for your treat attack does item 10 damage item lock. Wait, actually? Wait, is this real? That's like actually like insanely good. And I'm pulling it up. Holy smokes, why is PK? Alright. Do from Itchy Pollen. 10 damage during your opponent's next turn. They can't play any item cards from their hand. 0 energy. Wait, that's so good. That's so good. I don't know what deck it's best in, but like that's just good. It's really good with Banette for sure. Because now when you go second as Banette, you can turn 1 at retreat to Badoo and then item lock turn 1. Yeah, the Badoo seems kind of broken. 0 energy? Yeah, 0 energy. It's just, yeah, 0 energy. It's like all the other baby Pokemon. It's literally just all the baby Pokemon. It's solid in anything. It has free retreat. I mean, yeah, you could literally play it in anything that's not going to attack turn 1. Well, you'd have to not want to like use Cleffa or like Rotom, I guess. It won't be that good in everything because a lot of decks have to like, use some other form of setup, play the game. Some decks don't have the mobility as well to be able to get into the active. It's even good in Ceruledge. Yeah, in Ceruledge it's great. That's great in Ceruledge. Turn 1, retreat to Badoo, use Badoo, chillin'. Control now has easy item lock. Was that ever something Control was looking for, though? I don't think Control was looking for easy item lock. Were they? Maybe you could play some kind of, like, someone mentioned it in chat. Who mentioned it? Badoo with Frostlass, Monkey Dory, and Survival Brace. Might be busted. I don't know about the Brace. But yeah, I just literally Badoo, Frostlass, Monkey Dory item lock could be interesting, to be honest. Appreciate the 24 months there, Ollie. Badoo, yeah, Badoo, Frostlass, Monkey Dory, and then you could put a gemstone on your Badoo. Put gemstone on the Badoo to increase the retreat cost of something. Trap it in the active, and then, or yeah, put the gemstone on it, and then also put Calamitous Wasteland in play. You're doing 10 damage, trapping something in the active, spreading with Monkey Dories. That's pretty powerful. That is a pretty powerful card. Appreciate the 12 months there, Vaindorian. Any predictions on top 8? No. I mean, Regidrago, but it's not very interesting. There's really a lot of decent decks right now. Well, Regidrago and I don't know, Regidrago and something, I don't know. Lugia. Oh, Lugia. Gotta give Lugia. Yeah. It's my top 8 predictions are just Regidrago and Lugia. I'm gonna try a slacking build today. I don't know what I'm gonna play with today. I don't have any plans. Whatever I'm feeling when I go to play some decks. What are your thoughts on Peak of Dusk? Still a viable deck? Just learning it now. Just want to make sure it's worth my time. I have no clue. I don't know if it's going to be good or not with Surging Sparks. I think it's pretty mid right now. I don't think it's a great deck right now because of Regimult's playing Bravery Charm and then Regidrago being so successful. But if the meta shifts away from some of that stuff, then it would be fine. But like right now, I think it's a pretty bad play, pretty bad deck to be rocking currently. Surging Sparks format, I have no clue though what's gonna happen. It probably theoretically gets worse because like Miraidon gets better. But I don't know. I don't know what the meta's gonna look like. Looking better, Hydro or Pika so far? I mean Hydreigon? They both seem pretty mid. Why is Palkia Dusk so unliked? I don't know, is it? Doesn't Greninja fix the Murata matchup though? Not really, no. They're just really, really fast. They can get like a massive prize lead. Also, they can KO the Greninja now with Raichu. Now they have Magneton Raichu to KO Greninja, so they have a way to deal with it. And also, they can just ignore it and then just draw 6 prize cards. The real problem is though the real problem is definitely that they can 1-hit KO with Raichu now because they play Raichu again. If you play Badoo with Brace, you can loop it with like Silena, Rosehands, and heal it with Radiant Serena. That's probably not realistic to be able to loop it. I don't think it's gonna happen. Playing Brace itself might not be terrible, but I don't know if you're looping Brace. Raichu Magneton is not real. I don't know if you're being serious or I don't know if you're being serious or just a cope. Anything is possible with Pidgeot. Anything is possible with Pidgeot. What do you mean looping looping our dual card? Don't you stream on TikTok anymore? Sometimes, just kind of depends. Depends how I'm feeling on the day if I'm gonna stream on TikTok or not. Pidgeot would make it easier to loop to loop our Roseanne's backup for our Badoo, yeah. This is true. It'll be broken. Badoo lock. I mean, you could do Badoo plus Radiant Alakazam, move the damage over, trap him in the active. And damage return is not very much, though. Yeah, 10 damage return is not very much. Who said it in chat? Ditto with Cape seems solid too. Ditto with Cape to copy Badoo. Oh, true, yeah. Ditto with Cape. Trap a support Pokemon the active, even if it attacks, it's not doing enough damage. True. All right, I'm gonna go real fast, chat. I'm gonna go get some breakfast real fast. I'm gonna go make some yogurt. I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. Go in a bit. All right. You guys arguing about Badoo? All right, the next round's got to be starting pretty soon here. Why does it feel like my mic is... This is a pocket tournament? Yeah. Pocket tournament. It could be some kind of Badoo could just be like a cheese deck with like loots or something. Gonna Lugia win here. Pretty good chance. Pretty good chance for a Lugia dub. Definitely possible. What deck categorically beats that Cornerstone Mimikyu deck? What do you mean categorically? What are you asking? What are you asking about? What do you mean categorically? Unless you're just trolling me. I feel like you're trolling me, Ollie. I have no idea. You have to answer like. I'm not just gonna give you a deck until you answer. What do you mean by categorically? Am I getting trolled here? Categorically equals auto win in this context. Is that what that would mean? Isn't that? Aren't you just saying that twice? Aren't you just saying it twice? Aren't you saying what deck would beat? It can't be the proper way to use that term. What deck would categorically auto win X deck? What will 100% win? I mean, nothing 100% wins in Pokemon, but is a British way of saying things. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Mimikyu Ogre I mean, just Lugia with 2/2 rat is pretty good against it. Yeah. That's where I'd start. Mimikyu or Lugia. Did I say Mimikyu? It's early. Lugia with a 2/2 rat is pretty good against Mimikyu Ogerpon. So this is the LATAM event schedule coming up. Including ICs. Or should also categorically beat the Mimikyu deck. I think so, yeah. Artie should also beat Mimikyu Ogerpon. Which is why we'll win the special event. Already confirmed, categorically favored against Mimikyu Ogerpon. Should be an easy dub at the Buenos Aires special event. Agree with some Drago decks cutting Hawlucha. I haven't played enough of it recently to have too strong of an opinion. Although every time we watch Drago play on stream without Hawlucha, there's definitely moments where they wish they had Hawlucha. That doesn't mean it's worth the spot, but it means that situations still seem to pretty consistently come up where you wish you had a Lucha. So, you rather bulldoze your opponent with damage, or strategically break them down throughout the match? I just like playing good Pokemon decks. A new format with Golden Go with Energy Search Pro. Would you rather Golden Go Dusk or Golden Go Palkia? I don't know. I haven't tried out either of them. Golden Go Dusk still seems kind of mid, but Golden Go Togekiss is the way. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of the decks, and I haven't played with any of them either, so. I think Hawlucha is anti-Pikachu tech. Well, that will be used. No. If anything, people will play Cancer Cologne. Lucha is weird because it requires so much more setup on your end. Although, if your deck doesn't play any outs to Cancer Cologne, but plays outs to Hawlucha, then... maybe. Wait, dude, that's actually like, that's kind of cringe. Why don't they have like a, they have to like make their own graphic here with the, which it looks fine, whatever. But why doesn't like Pokemon make them a graphic to use or something at the very least for like the LATAM region? Like one that's uniform with the ones they have in for North America and Europe. Like, if Pokemon's not going to stream their events, at the very least, they could, like, make them a graphic for their major winners. Like, obviously, this one looks worse than what the official one looks like. Anyone suggest Baby Moth for your Charlotte deck? No. I don't remember what it does. The one that when it goes from the bench to the active, it takes the fire energy with it or something? For the Lugia versus Miraidon matchup, would it be better to go second? I would go second against Miraidon as Lugia, yeah. I'm not trying to go first against them and get bodied. Get through Mimikyu. I mean, there's a lot of easy ways to tech for Mimikyu. I'm just not trying to tech for Mimikyu. I don't care about Mimikyu. What round? We're going into round 4. Off his BDIF acknowledges Azul. I'm alright. First or second, Lugia versus Bolt. Second. Some people said they choose first though. I just don't know, man. But you know what? I'm tired of second guessing myself. I'm just gonna assume I'm that much better than everyone. If people are choosing second as Lugia against Bolt, you know what? Go for it. You figured it out. You got it. I heard people were choosing second at Worlds. Apparently at Worlds, people were choosing second against Bolt as Lugia. You got it. Lock it in. Run it up. That's a dub. It just makes 0 sense. Second versus Ball is asking to lose. Why? You know those people that say first will start one Lugia and only get donked? I mean, I could be wrong. Listen, I could be wrong. It is possible. Being wrong is possible. I just don't understand why you'd ever want to go as a setup deck. Why would you ever want to go first against Raging Ball? I'm trying to set up, bro. I'm trying to set up. I'm not trying to get ran over. They get a second turn to attach, set up, etc. True, you're right. I should go first against Raging Bolt. It's like that meme. It's like that meme. This ad was paid for by by Raging Bolt. You should choose first against Raging Bolt. It's definitely better. This ad was paid for by Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt and Raging Bolt players everywhere. Powered by Raging Bolt. The Bravery Charm build maybe changes things a little bit. The Bravery Charm build maybe changes things a little bit because it's a little bit slower. Not that much slower though. And it does make the, if you just like set up a little bit more cleanly, it does make it harder for Lugia to win the game. If you can set up a little bit more cleanly, it makes it harder for Lugia to win the game because you have Bravery Charms on stuff and you have to like bench less liabilities if you go first. You possibly have to bench less liabilities. I don't know though. They can still just one hit KO you turn 2 or turn 1 going second though. Wait, what? Why wouldn't I go first as like Drago against Bolt? Because they can just like one hit KO your lone poke. Usually, I just like you. I want to be able to play a supporter to like play the game. Also attacks as well. Being able to use Klawf or being able to use being able to use Klawf or being able to use in this case Read the Wind with Lugia. We're talking Lug. It's possible that I'm missing something though. Probably not though. Too much trolling. As well, you're gonna join Blue Sky. I have no idea what Blue Sky is. All right, let me. All right, couple things. I'm gonna. What am I doing? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna run an ad, but we can do a prediction here. We do have Klawf. It is Klawf versus something with a Pheasantipity, so it could be anything. Card on the left. It is the card on the left is the promo Petron, yeah. Promo Petch. Shiniest Petron ever. Yeah. And Shine Maxin for sure. Can't tell what's in that. What were those? I mean, it's Klawf, right? It is Klawf. It had to be Klawf. It looked like dragon Pokemon though, so it got me second guessing for a second. I was like, I swear I just saw a bunch of little dragon Pokemon, a bunch of baby dragon Pokemon, but it probably is Klawfs. I probably saw Klawfs. There's the Brute. There's the tool card. Switch card into... Interesting. Walk. Are they going to poison and then switch card back out? Maybe they have 2 switch cards in hand here or something. Oh, they're going to jet the... Okay, sure, yeah. And that way they can retreat the Petrarch, go into the next turn to KO with Klawf or something. Surging Sparks becomes legal. Actually, when does Surging Sparks become legal? Next weekend, right? Yeah, Surging Sparks becomes legal next weekend. Wait, no, 2 weekends from now. It's not. I was like, wait, next weekend is LAIC. I was like, wait, but it's 2 weekends. But is it not playable for LAIC? It is not. 2 weekends from now. Sets become legal 2 weeks after release for sanctioned events for competitive play. Week after LAIC. All right, there's the pass. We get what, 6, 8? Oh, we have the Radiant Sneasel on the bench. Okay. We are up against Raging Bolts here, so turn 1 attack is possible. This is a pretty good matchup. With the Bravery Charms, though, it definitely got a lot closer. Because you could go from a Klawf being able to one-hit KO a Raging Bolt to not quite. Now, they do still play... excuse me. They do still play a Vacuum. Or most Klawf builds that I've seen play Vacuum. So, they can get through 1 Bravery Charm. That's just 1. They can also use Ursaluna with Mochi plus Poison to one-hit KO a Bravery Charmed Raging Bolt as well. You have like 2 ways to get one-hit KOs on Raging Bolt still. So, it's still a good matchup. But it did get closer because of the high Bravery Charm count that everyone is running now. And we saw the Bravery Charms in there as Isaac passed through. At least, I think I saw at least 2 in the deck. Maybe 3, though. Probably is running 3 or 4 of them. That's what most people are doing right now. This is pretty good. Looks like 3. Weird to have LAIC the week before it becomes legal. Yeah, feels bad, but it is what it is. Into the Pokestop. Honestly, the hand does not look great on that side there. They did hit triple items, but I honestly don't even think that's like good enough. I think they have Pokegear in hand, but they don't have a Raging Bolt. So even if they find a Sada here, it's not gonna be good enough for an attack. They actually are kind of looking for their Iono that's in the deck with this Pokegear coming up. They're on the hunt for the Iono because they don't have any more draw power here, and Sada's not going to be good enough here to get a attack off with the Raging Bolt because they don't have a Raging Bolt. Right, here comes the Pokegear. Like I said, they're looking for the Iono, I feel like. Oh, they did find it. Okay. And they can retreat this Pheasantipity into an Ogerpon on this next turn as well, which will make it a little bit harder for the prize cards to be gotten here from Alejandro. Hide behind the Ogerpon for a turn. So we should probably see an attachment to the active here before the Iono gets played. But this 6 cards off the Iono should set them up pretty close, if not like immediately into a Sada for the next turn. Oh, probably a grass. Oh, maybe fighting. I was gonna say probably. I kind of like the idea of putting the grass down, but it'll be fine. Also, I like. Oh yeah, I like the Pokemon. Oh, I was gonna say I like the Pokemon catcher here. Actually, you could bring up the Brute and make it hard, especially with 1 switch card already burned. Honestly, it's possible you could have drawn into a scenario where you just trap Brute to win the game. With the switch card burned, no prize cards drawn. No Sada in the hand here. It does have Ultra Ball, so it could get Greninja and start using concealed cards and start digging for that that Sada. I feel like that's what we should probably see here. You could Ultra Ball away the grass in the Pokestop and then use Retrieval to get back 2 energy and then use concealed cards. Now, as if Greninja's in the deck, I guess it could be prized, but you could also just get like another Ogerpon and then cycle energy that way. Chooses not to, though. No energy found. Let's see what can happen on the other side here. It's not that difficult to actually set up for a big one hit on the active here. It wouldn't be like super hard. Because they do play the secret box. So like the secret box combo should get to a one hit on the active here if they can find it. Yeah, when the Klawfs were in the deck, they looked like dragon Pokemon. Again, Billy. Could have Billied. I guess, yeah, we could have seen Billy there as well. Actually, that's actually... Billy would have been okay there. Yeah, I feel like Billy would have been fine. I think they should have done something. Billy might have been prized. I guess like Radiant Greninja and Billy could have been prized. That's like the only thing though. I wasn't paying super close attention when they were going through their deck there. We'll see. Oh, there's a boss on the Raging Ball. Wait, do they have the one-hit KO? Oh, this is really bad. This is really good for Klawf. Well, no, but now they get KO'd by the Ogerpon back, though, so maybe it's not that good, actually. This is the one-hit, though. And they do die by poison, so Pheasantipity does not turn on. But they can still Ogerpon clap back. I don't know, maybe it's not that big of a deal, then. I am curious, though, if Radiant Greninja or Squawkabilly were in the deck, though. Because Ultra Ball for either of those last turn did seem pretty good, to be honest. Here comes the pawn. I actually don't know if they have a grass in the discard pile. They still have Pokestop to be used. There's no grass in the discard pile, though. So, which was definitely probably a mistake for them. The more I'm thinking about it, it was a mistake for them to definitely have retreated with... the fighting energy instead of a grass energy. Because if you retreat with the grass energy, then you have grass energy in the discard pile to combo with Ogerpon after your Iono. So I think you definitely want to probably try and keep that around. Squawkabilly was in the deck, so Squawk would have been a fine use there. Radiant Greninja was also in the deck, so one of those I think definitely should have been used from Isaac on that last turn. The hand wasn't that high value, to be honest, so I kind of lean towards the Squawkabilly. Now, Squawkabilly does leave like another vulnerable 2-prize Pokemon in play. But you're already like hanging an Ogerpon on your active for a turn without a Bravery Charm, and then you have Pheasantipity on your bench. Like, you already have like a decent amount of liabilities. I think using the Squawkabilly last turn was probably correct there from Isaac. Because the hand was pretty low value. Like, the hand was not that good. It was like very much whatever. I mean, you had like the Palpad in there, but you could have played the Palpad. Before you used Squawkabilly and recovered your Iono at the very least. So yeah, I think definitely a mistake from Isaac to not have used Squawkabilly on that last turn. But it was still a big play from Alejandro nonetheless with that boss KO on the Raging Ball. Now, a Bravery Charm could have been fine if we had used Squawkabilly on that last turn. But even then, just knocking out the Ogerpon for 2 prize cards would have also still been pretty good. Alright, here comes the concealed cards. Looks like a Nest Ball was found, but still no Sada and no Grass Energy. So we still can't attack with the active to just knock out this Klawf. I'll judge free dub because his opponent's using an illegal card. Wait, is there actually an illegal card out there? What's out there? Has he used Fez yet? You can't use Fez. It's not active because Poison took the knockout. It wasn't knocked out during your opponent's last turn. There's a nice stretcher for a Raging Bolt. I was replying to Eduardo, not the game. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the game. All right, there's just a switch into a 1-prizer and pass. So another boss here would be pretty good. You have to not forget the poison damage on the active. It should be up to 1 more, I believe. Not a huge deal, but I'm sure they'll correct it hopefully at some point. There's Luminion in the hand. I see Luminion. So Luminion for boss. Yep, there's the judge coming in. Shout out to the judge. Now, if you do go Luminion for boss, your bench sucks. Like, your bench is just really bad. So just KO the active here and setting up another Klawf would also probably be fine. Otherwise, like, you lock yourself out of, like, the potential of Pheasantipity or something like that. So I don't just hate, like, benching another Klawf and chilling. Boss KO is good, but your bench gets really awkward from there if an Iono comes in. Not even next turn, but maybe the turn after if you're not able to close out the game on your following turn. So I wouldn't hate to just see Klawf plus knockout active here. They do commit to the Luminion. I assume this means they will be going after the Raging Bolt once again. After how the last turn went, I can't imagine how you would not go after Raging Bolt here. But the bench is weird. The bench is awkward now. The bench is awkward. I also have to remember to activate their poison again. All right, there's the boss on the Raging Bolts. There's the activated the Brute. And then there's the knockout. Once again, Pheasantipity does not turn on. Ogerpon gets pushed here. Has plenty of energy recovery in hand, so concealed cards, plus probably the Teal Dance of the Ogerpon are all active. And you could attack with Slitherwing this turn, I guess. And that's probably going to be the choice, is to attack with Slitherwing, but we'll see. Goes into the Pokestop first. Oof. Oof. All right, packs it up. Goes to game 2. All right. Yo, appreciate the 11 months there, Latris. Hold up. I'll run the ads in between games, so it doesn't happen in the middle of the match. They should maybe move the numbers to the outside of the overlay there. Yeah, it does look like there's a random 10 in between their in between their names. Okay, here we go. Appreciate the 59 months there, Sack. We have Klawf or Raging Bolt choosing second. Excuse me. Klawf throws out the town store, doing some prize checking here, and gonna go to tool card. Was probably just debating putting the town store in play to like not give it to the opponent. But does end up playing it, so the Isaac will also have access to this going into their turn. It looks like Alejandro's hand is pretty much dead, maybe. And this is like the power of going second as Raging Bolt, right? Your opponent doesn't get to play a supporter because they're going first. Your opponent doesn't get to play a supporter because they're going first, and then sometimes they just have one basic Pokemon, or even if they have multiple basic Pokemon, maybe it's still a weak start, and maybe the Pokemon that is in the active is the one you want to be KOing. Although I don't actually see a supporter in the hand either, so I don't even know how much going second would have helped there for Alejandro, to be honest. I'm not sure. If you ever go to a special event, make sure to bring yours and chips set up. This camera quality sure is something. I mean, if we ever did like a mobile setup, we definitely bring our own equipment. All right. Using the vessel, searching out a couple energy here. Doing the prize checking. Eyeing up the Radiant Greninja. I'm curious what's in their hand. I wasn't actually paying attention for Squawkabilly there. Squawkabilly in the... I think I saw Luminion in there. I might be playing the Luminion. Goes for Funny in the Grass. There are some nest balls. I feel like if the Squawkabilly's in the deck, though, you would just go for a Squawkabilly here. So I have to imagine Squawkabilly's prize. Because the rest of the hand, once again, does not seem that high value. Like, that rest of the hand is just not that good. Has 2 nest balls, it looks like. Okay. It's a Radiant Greninja, gets the Raging Bolt. Has a Pokestop. Oh, can you use the... Have they used the Town Store yet? Actually, I haven't been paying attention. You should probably just use Town Store here as well, and then throw out Pokestop and use Pokestop. And then go from there. Oh, no. Yeah, no Town Store use. They definitely should have used it. Boss was found off of the Ogerpon. What? Why don't they use it? All right, into the Pokestop, which we probably should have gone into Pokestop before we used anything else. And there's a tool card. We did find ourselves the Pokegear, though. Yeah, the way they should have sequenced that was definitely just like use Town Store, use Pokestop, then go into the Ogerpon. Palpad's the Sada back to the deck, and then we have concealed cards into Pokegear here. Appreciate 2 months there, Omni. To try and find ourselves a Sada. And we do need a Lightning Energy as well. We do need a little bit, but we're getting close. We're going to be able to see, if we find the Sada, we'll at least see 5 more cards to help us find that Lightning Energy. Concealed is in. Like I said, Sada Lightning is what we need. So we got Catch a Raging Bolt. So it's into the Pokegear here. Looking for that Sada. Pretty good odds. Even if one is prized. And we did whiff. Oh, no. But definitely some improper sequencing on this turn here so far. Didn't use the Town Store. Should have used Pokestop first. So definitely some poor sequencing here from Isaac. Look at the hand. Nothing great. Also, if Squawkabilly was in the deck, I feel like we definitely should have gone with Squawkabilly over the Radiant Greninja here and just like shipped the hand and then gone from there. Oh, there was a Lightning in the discard pile. What? We're not going to grab the Lightning? Oh, I guess we're going for a Burst Roar, so it doesn't matter. Sure. Burst Roar. Oh, I'm okay with that. I thought we were going to go Attach Pass, but, you know, Burst Roar does make more sense here. All right, top deck from Alejandro. It is an Arven. Okay, so I think we are looking at a situation where Alejandro's hand was dead, except for maybe a boss. I think there's a boss by the vacuum. And now we're looking at a very much live hand here. And I think a potential for a one-hit KO on this active Raging Bolt here from Alejandro. I'm not sure if we can quite get there. We're close. Alejandro's close. Because we need what? We need Radiant Sneasler. We need a lot. We need Move the Active, Klawf, Double Turbo, Radiant Sneasler, Brute Bonnet, Tool for Brute Bonnet, and Mochi. That is a lot of cards. But Arven into Secret Box does get a lot of cards. It would also be fine for Alejandro just to like poison the active with Brute. And then leave the Petrun in the active and just like let that poison damage build up. And then look for a Klawf knockout next turn. Or just set up this turn and kind of do nothing, I guess. Doing nothing this turn also doesn't seem terrible. Just like passing. Like put some Pokemon on the bench, obviously, but then pass. Because we don't have a lot of ways to generate Pokemon. I actually wonder if Alejandro should have used the Pokestop. There's a lot of cards you don't want to mill with Pokestop, though, as the Klawf player. But you could have used Pokestop there to hope to hit like a Nest Ball or the Secret Box, so then you could get a Nest Ball off the Arven instead, possibly. The hardest thing to do here, I think, from Alejandro is going to be to get Pokemon. We do see goes into the Pokestop. Now, actually, milling the Radiant Sneasler, I don't think is terrible, because now you can Night Stretcher for the Radiant Sneasler, possibly. Not this turn, but maybe on a future turn. This is pretty bad, though. He's thinking about getting rid of the Lost Vacuum here. Yeah, the hand just doesn't have enough stuff. It doesn't have enough Pokemon or ways to find Pokemon. That's the problem here for Alejandro. There's a lack of Pokemon search here, or Pokemon in general. I guess if you just had Pokemon in general, you'd be fine. Here's the secret box. Yeah, it might just have to kind of be like a chill turn from Alejandro. Like I said, you could just go, and we see a research get lined up here. You could just like get Brute, attach tool to Brute, and then poison. There's an S-Ball. Maybe plays the Artisan though. If you got Artisan here, that'd be pretty good. I think you definitely you do play Artisan in here, right? Yeah, because of this combo of Secret Box into Artisan. And then we need to get ourselves a tool card here. I guess we don't have to take one. We probably will take one here though. Thinking about the rescue board. I believe we already have a Mochi in the hand. So we don't quite have the 1-hit KO on the active, but honestly, we were actually close, right? Because I think we have Mochi in hand. We were pretty close to actually being able to get the 1-hit KO here. We're one Pokemon short, I think. I think we're one Pokemon short here. Brute and the Klawf are getting lined up. You would maybe just like, if you're gonna invest you maybe just like attack with Klawf here and then use Petra next turn to KO the active Raging Ball, but then you will see like getting switched to the bench with the switch card. So maybe you do want to preserve the Klawf and actually just punch them with preserve the Klawf and just like use Petra to build up poison damage on them. But there's the rescue board, so I think we are punching with the Klawf here. Is he even gonna go ahead and throw the Mochi down as well? Yep, there's the tool to the Brute, and then here comes the retreat into the Klawf, poison with Brute, and then not quite for the 1-hit KO, but still hits pretty hard. We're looking at what, like 100 and or 220, maybe even? How much is it we're doing here? 170, 210, yeah, 220. Wait, am I miscounting? No, it is 220, right? Okay, I say it's 220. Alejandro seems to think it's 220. Isaac is fine with 220. So we're gonna go ahead and say it says 220 here. Comes the Artisan use from Isaac here. I think I saw the Slitherwing in the deck, so you could grab it. You don't have to. Having the option of a 1-pricer seems pretty good here, though. So I feel like you putting it on the bench isn't bad. Opts not to, though. Doesn't grab the Slitherwing there. Interesting. I don't know why we wouldn't grab it. It seems worth to kind of have around. It's not like detrimental to give up our opponent a single prize knockout compared to a 2-prize knockout. Not sure about that. You do only need a Lightning Energy here from Isaac to actually attack this turn, but you prefer to probably switch card into a fresh Raging Bolt. And we do have the switch card in hand. So the question from Isaac is, can we find a Sada now more so than anything? So we can actually force Alejandro to have the most possible to actually get a 1-hit KO next turn. We want to force Alejandro into as many two-hit KOs as possible. I don't see a Sada. I also don't see an out to a Lightning Energy in the hand. We do have Pokestop though. Is Iron up this Ultra Ball? I guess this could become Luminion, but actually now I think the Luminion. I think Luminian's in the hand actually. No, it's Prime Catcher. We could get Luminion off this. Give up the Slitherwing here. Not sure how I feel about that. I feel like the Slitherwing was pretty good to have around in play. There's Luminion grabbed. That makes sense. But yeah, why would we not keep Slitherwing around? Because we could even do like a cheesy play with Slitherwing in the late game where we go like gust up your Brute Bonnet and then you stomp off or something stupid. Like, that could be a pretty good play if we just can't win the prize trade anymore as Isaac and we have to get cheesy. Now we do probably have a Night Stretcher or two left, so we can recover it, but yeah. We'll see. There's a lightning in the discard pile. So you could put that on the... Like I said, I think you want to attack with the bench Raging Bolt, because the active Raging Bolt just gets KO'd by Pecharunt going to the active, or just passing. Alejandro could just pass, and that works just fine. What's on Alejandro's bench? It is a promo Pecharunt and baby Pecharunt and Brute Bonnet. Illuminating Bolt is good. It's okay. I haven't tested with it. I haven't played with it, so I don't really have a too strong of a preference. Like, go with the energy to the bench or to the active, so we are giving up. Oh, we could switch card to the bench. No, but switch card doesn't matter because we just died at Brute Bonnet plus Pecharunt, so it's like the same thing. So saving the switch card is probably better here, to be honest. What's the difference between a special event and a regional? Difference between a special event and a regional is just cash prizing. That's literally it. But now this does leave this does allow Alejandro to literally leave whatever he wants in the active at this point. Oh, pushed up the Pecharunt and got the KO. Okay. Wait, what? Dude, I'm so confused. Did Isaac scoop? When do you remember the format to be the most balanced? I don't know. It's not something I think about. Did Isaac literally just scoop? All right. Oh, Isaac, stop leaking. Dude, Isaac is literally doxing himself. Put the phone away till you're off stream. What was on his bench? I don't know. But yeah, just concedes, packs it up. That was definitely an outcome there for sure. I didn't expect the immediate concede, but yeah, I definitely did not expect the concede there. Ultimate was Ogre, Rad Ninja, and Lum. It's still workable though, right? Theoretically. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't know about that concede. I don't know about that concede there. So are you gonna play the Ursa Day Pocket Tournament? No. They should have meta breakdown? No. But let's see. Otavio added me on Twitter. So the meta is 11% Raging Bolt, 5% Roaring Moon, 8% Terrapagos, 4% Iron Thorns. Oh wait, no, it's just right on the right hand side. Raging Ball 11%, Lugia 11%, Terrapagos 8%, Regidrago 8%, Palkia 7%, Charizard 7%, Dragapult 6%, and Gardevoir 6% is the meta. How can we see the standings? Pokedata.ovh. Appreciate the prime sub there, the Rumby. I can do this real fast. Give me a second. Latias EX's ability also impact itself because it's also a basic. Read its ability again, and then if you still have a question, come back to the chat. Ask. I'll pin this. Wait, why? When is it gonna let me? Oh, I have to do like the slash pin thing. There we go. I'll put it in YouTube as well. Hold up. On TikTok too. If I was streaming on TikTok and I could, I would. There's 275 players. And I'll pull up the where we're currently at here. Give me 1 second. No. All right, there we go. So it is 8 rounds day 1. So you have to go 6-2 to make day 2. Still quite a few rounds being played here in round 4 though. Got a couple 4-0s to start off with. We do got a couple players from oh, is the Australian squad here? Or oh, it's just Kaiwin. Who do we have here? For American players, Millas are here. Book of Duels. Canada, Kieran's there. Has a rough start though, 1-2. Start for Kieran. I assume Kieran is still probably playing. I assume Kieran is still probably playing Lugia, but I don't know for sure, but that'd be like my assumption. Is that Kieran is still on that. Lugia. Australian players. Tim Franklin. Kaiwin is there. I wonder if Kaiwin like stopped off over in Buenos Aires on his way home to... Oh no, wait, maybe he's going from... maybe he's going Buenos Aires then to LAIC. Figure with Kieran's take about Fluttermane and Lugia. Fluttermane's not good in Lugia. No, I don't think so. If anything, Klefki is okay. Fluttermane's bad. If anything, Klefki, there's like an argument for Klefki because it does more than just help against Iron Thorns. I wonder if maybe that's also like Kieran's plan. Just go from Buenos Aires to LAIC afterwards. It's kind of bad to go to Buenos Aires and then go back to Canada and then go back to LA, back down. LAIC. And then yeah, Pedro's there. Also a slow start. Not terrible though, 201. Ties are pretty pointless though. Are you not on the tabletop stream for the event? I don't know what you're asking, to be honest. Is Pablo playing? Yeah, Pablo's here. 2-1 start. We saw Pablo lose on stream in round 3. Fluttermane makes more sense when there's more Lost Zone box in the meta. For now, pointless. I still think it would be better to still just play Klefki though. I don't know. I think Klefki is still just always better, but I guess I could see an argument. Fluttermane is probably better than against Lost Zone box than Klefki. But Klefki is like so much better against so many other things. like Klefki's like good against all the Ogre Pawn decks and stuff like that. Klefki also stops bundle. Yeah. Klefki fucks yourself as Lugia. But it doesn't though. You just don't put it in the active if it's gonna body you. It's just not, this is just not true. If it's like, oh, I probably need to use Luminion next turn, then don't put Klefki in your active. If you don't have to use Luminion next turn, then put Klefki in your active. I'm not even saying it's correct to play Klefki. I'm just saying like, if it's bodying you, it's because you misplayed. It's not because the card is bad. Like, yeah. If it bodied you, it's because you misplayed by putting in your active. Not because the card bodied you. It's like, well, if I put Klefki in my active here, I have a 50% chance that this bodies me. Now, that could be true if your opponent, like, Ionos you, of course, obviously. But you'd, like, play around, like, the chances of that happening as well. You're gonna need to Luminion against Thorns. You're gonna judge, buddy. True. But my Klefki's not gonna be in my active against Thorns until I'm using Lugia's V-Star power, so... You already misplayed. If Klefki's in your active against Thorns before you V-Star power, you've already misplayed. So like I can't help you with that. Like I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want from me. But does nothing. You lose. Good day. Yeah, I'm not saying it helps the Thorns matchup either. Your Thorns matchup is like your Thorns matchup is like terrible. Whether if you have Fluttermane or Klefki, your Thorns matchup is literally awful. I'm just saying like the expected outcome. I'm just saying like the expected outcome. The next round isn't up yet. No, we're not there yet. We are, yeah, we're going into round 5 here. Iron Thorns and Lugia percentage. See the pinned comment for the meta breakdown. Klefki could be good if Dawn is back on the rise. I mean, yeah, Klefki's good against all those decks. Like, Klefki's good against Raging Bolt. It's good against Regidrago. It's good against Miraidon. The question is like, how well can your deck utilize the card itself, though? Yeah. Thorns matchup is 10%. No, it's like 1%. When you use Klawf like Flutter, it's like 30-40. So the worth for one game during an event, I don't think so. Well, the question is like, that is a increase to your meta, your win percentage. And then against other decks, your win percentage also goes up because you play Klawf as well. But I guess it's like possible that you are losing some win percentage points against decks where Klawf is useless, or in situations where you open Klawf where now you can't use Luminion to play the game, stuff like that. So it's not just all positive. Yeah, it's not all positive. You know why people play Spiritomb anymore? Just to prevent Rotom and Luminion? Yep. That's why. Just shut down V Pokemon abilities. So like, even though it doesn't make a matchup favorable, like we want to be concerned with like overall expected win percentage. So like, if we put Klawf in our deck, our matchup percentage against Iron Thorns goes up. But our matchup against other decks will go down. And the question is like, what is the end result? And if it's not a net positive result, then it's probably not correct to play the card. It's like, I think Iron Thorns Raffle Stomps Lugia with attack. It's still pretty bad, but like if it went from 1% to 2%, it would still be an increase. Or let's call it 5%. If it goes from like 1% win rate to 5% win rate, it's still an increase. The question is just how much does that increase matter in comparison to the win percentage we lose? Because we definitely lose win percentage when we add Klawf to Lugia. Because up against decks where the Klawf is not that good, or when we just open Klawf and can't use Luminion now, if we lose those games, then that like hurts our win percentage. So is it like, does it actually increase our overall win percentage? And the answer is probably not. The format would have to be like super turbo to, or a little bit more turbo to probably want to play Klawf. A little bit more turbo. Klawf turn 1 is good against every deck. Gotta be a deck or two where it's not that good, right? Well, it's just kind of bad to have him play if your opponent doesn't need to use the abilities, I guess, more so than anything. If your opponent doesn't need the abilities. It can be annoying for yourself, and then also it is just a dead card later in the game. Also, my biggest problem with Klawf in Lugia is that it's not that easy to utilize. Like if it was really easy to push into the active and then get out of the active, then I would like it more. But it's like, I mean, you have jets, you have double turbos, but it's not that seamless. Also, you don't get to read the wind. So like, there's a lot of games where you just can't use Klawf, even if you could have Klawf in your hand, you could have jet energy in your hand, but you might have to read the wind. And if you have to read the wind, you can't use Klawf that game, right? So it's like another thing with Klawf. Just because it's good against the deck you're up against, and you could put it in your active, doesn't mean you're able to put it in your active. Overall, it doesn't seem like it's worth the inclusion in Lugia. But if the format went more turbo, then it could be worth it. Like again, some decks putting Klawf in your active turn 1 can matter. Like up against Charizard, it can matter, but Charizard also might just not care, depending on the situation. Up against decks like Miraidon, it's more likely to make a bigger impact, obviously. But some decks, like, it could matter, but it might not. But if we go down, if the format becomes more Drago, Miraidon, Raging Bolt, then like the value of Klawf goes up against non-Iron Thorns matchups. But the Iron Thorns matchup probably wouldn't be a matchup I would ever be a reason that I would include Klawf in Lugia. I don't think. Iron Thorns would have to be like 10% of the meta or something like that, and then you'd have to have such a good matchup against everything else that you just need to like squeak out. You need to cheese out like one win against like the 2 Iron Thorns you play throughout a tournament run, and then maybe playing a Klawf would be worth it because your matchup, if your win percentage against everything else is so good, but Iron Thorns is like, we could even go further and say it's like 15% of the meta. It's like, okay, I'm gonna play Lugia because I beat literally everything else besides Iron Thorns. But Iron Thorns is 15% of the meta, so I'm gonna include the Klawf. I'm gonna play against 2 to 3 Iron Thorns, and if I can just beat one of them, that leads me to top cut. And then if I'm content with getting into top cut. And at that point, if I hit Iron Thorns, well, screw me, I guess. Or hope to get lucky again. But it's definitely hard to rationalize because it doesn't feel that powerful outside of the Thorns matchup. If Klefki did feel really powerful outside of the Thorns matchup, I think it would definitely be worth including. But it doesn't feel that strong outside of the Thorns matchup. It feels like fine. Klefki is enough against Thorns? No. Your win percentage against Thorns goes from like 1% to like 15% or something. I think I saw Kieran on Twitter was like, it makes it 50-50, but it definitely doesn't make the match at 50-50. I was like skeptical that it could maybe get close to 50-50, but then after actually playing some games of the matchup, it's like still really bad. Maybe get 20-30% maybe. If you play Klefki in Lugia against Thorns, but it's pretty tough still. Also on Secret Box and Saraledge seems pretty bad. I think Mixer is just better. They're both basically trying to accomplish the same thing, except Mixer does it more efficiently. Secret Box gets you like, yeah, Secret Box really doesn't give you that much value. I don't think it's like okay. Mixer's been kind of broken to be honest in Saraledge for hitting those big numbers turn 2 against like Charizards. Even getting like to 280 turn 2 against Drago is like hard to do without Mixer. Of course, you're not always going to draw into Mixer, but if you don't draw into Mixer, maybe you draw into enough vessels, something like that. It also eats bench space, which is hella awkward. Yeah, that is true. Also, the bench space that it eats up after that is awkward. What's the best deck right now that is able to play the most games? I don't know, Miraidon or something like that, probably. Miraidon plays a lot of games. No decks are like that inconsistent right now. Maybe Raging Bolt. Mixer and Ancient Box. Seems like bad Secret Box. It's like not a consistency card. It's just like a damage boost card. But Ancient Box problem isn't getting to higher numbers faster. Ancient Box's problem is getting to higher numbers late game. But being consistent and setting up is Ancient Box's real problem, I feel like. Would you run Manaphy and Terrapagos? I don't know. Right now, I'm not sure. I'd probably go with Bouffalance, which I wouldn't play Bouffalance and Manaphy. That seems like overkill. Special events also give championship points? Yes. Everything at special events is exactly the same besides cash prizing. There's just no cash prizing. But everything about special events is literally the exact same besides cash prizing. Nothing else changes. Think there's anything to be added to Drago with Surging Sparks? I don't think so. I can't think of any cards anyways. Mixer? Any Mixer enjoyers out there? No, Mixer's probably bad in there. What's the best deck for best of 1? The best deck for best of 1 is the same best deck for best out of 3. Oh, that's what I would do. That's what I wanted to like completely obliterate from the Pokemon community. It's just the best of 1 versus best of 3 like thought process. It just doesn't matter. Haven't done any Azumarill decks much yet. I'm not gonna lie, the deck feels really fun and it gives the a poor excuse for running Tulip. No, I've not done Azumarill yet, but I'll get around to it eventually. Lactam Special Line also has no booster prize. Oh, apparently prizes in general across the board. Yeah, that's like the one thing I want to obliterate from the Pokemon community is like the idea of a thought process of best of 1 versus best 2 out of 3. It's not relevant to think about. It's the exact same. Best of 1 is just best 2 out of 3. It's the exact same thing. Nothing changes. Pick a good deck. Play a good deck. Best 1 format making the control decks worse. I mean slightly, but not by a whole lot. They're not that much worse. They're just slightly worse. Is Tord playing in this? No, Tord is not playing in this tournament. Alright, so every single deck in the Pokemon TCG format is technically slightly better or slightly worse in best of 1 versus best of 3, but it just doesn't matter to the point where it's worth like having a thought process around it. Like thinking about, what is the better best of 1 versus best 2 out of 3 decks to play here for my League Cup versus the regional next weekend? It just doesn't matter. The deck that you're best at way outweighs the percentage difference between a deck being good in best of 1 versus best 2 out of 3. It just does not matter. The best deck to play is still the deck you're most comfortable with, not the deck that you're most comfortable with that is also... Like, if you're at 100% efficiency with one deck and 99% efficiency with the next deck, the difference in that efficiency point is probably worth more than the percentage change from playing in best of 1 versus best of 2 out of 3, basically. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, on a scale of like 1 to 100 in terms of your play efficiency with a deck, let's say you're going to a best of 1 League Cup, and the deck you're at 100% efficiency with is slightly better in best out of 3, and the deck you're at 99% efficiency with is slightly better in best of 1. The deck you're at 100% efficiency at is still better to play in best of 1 than at the League Cup than the best out of 3 deck. Best of 1 does not matter in making deck choices better or worse rather than best out of 3, since the outcome just depends on luck and consistency and efficiency. Maybe more skill dependent, since if you fail, that's it. No. It just doesn't matter because, like, yeah, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't, well, efficiency. Luck and consistency have nothing to do with it. Luck and consistency have nothing to do with it. Efficiency, yes. And more skill dependent, since if you fail, that's it. I mean, you can view it that way if you want, but the goal should always be to not misplay at all, no matter what, if you're playing best of 1 or best out of 3. So it shouldn't make a difference in our thought process there. But yeah, luck and consistency have nothing to do with, yeah, efficiency, yes. Like, the better you play with the deck is the thing that matters. Best of 1, you better not play Luminian in Pult because opening Luminian feels bad, so no Luminian Pult is best. Sure, yeah. You're right. Yep. We can all agree that best of 3 is better than best of 1, right? Yes. Well, no, that's not true. There's some people in chat who probably prefer best of 1 for some reason, but it's fine. In VG, best of 1 versus best of 3 matters because of the information traded back and forth. You don't event bring 2 out of 6 of your guys. Whereas in TCG, most archetypes play the same 60, and you play everything best of game 1. It definitely matters more in VGC, but it does matter in TCG as well. Knowing like what version of an archetype your opponent is playing, or what archetype they're playing in general, does make a difference and kind of have you adapt your play from game 1 to game 2. I think it matters more in VG for sure. But like, if you're playing against, if your opponent opens a Pheasantipity, you might play out your turn 1 differently if you know it's a Pheasantipity that's in a Raging Bolt deck versus in a Terapagos deck, right? You might discard something different with your Ultra Ball or your Vessel, and in game 2 you'd be able to play that more efficiently, but now in game 1 you wouldn't because you don't know what your opponent's playing, you just know that they opened a Pheasantipity. I think Okie Dokie is a good deck. No. The best of 5 is better than best of 2 out of 3. True. The based best of 5 enjoyer. Enough about best of 1 or best out of 3. We all know that Black Ops 2 is the better game. That is the Black Ops game that I did play the most personally. That is the Black Ops game that I did play the most. It was Black Ops 2. That's a lot of words I just can't read. In first time chatter, I think it's got to be a ban. Hazel, what regionals are you playing this year? There's a command in the stream title that will tell you which major tournaments I currently plan to attend. SS6 pretty good too. All the games could finish and we could have a guaranteed tie. I kind of like it. I kind of like it. What if we had a series of 3 continuous best of 1s where the first person to win 2 of the best of 1s wins the series? I think I like that actually. What do if anyone in chat is a big fan of best of 1 instead of best out of 3, what do you think about that system instead? What if we had a series of 3 continuous best of 1s where the first person to win 2 best of 1s wins the series? It seems better than best 2 out of 3 as well. It's definitely better than best of 1. It also seems better than best 2 out of 3. What do the best of 1 enjoyers think? Would you ever accept a best of 1 gentleman's agreement over no agreement? Had this offered to me before. What do you mean? Just like a gentleman's agreement in a best of 1 tournament? I mean, it depends on the scenario. Hazel, how many more times do you think people will ask you what majors you're going to? A lot. A lot. It also comes up a lot where people ask me why I'm not at a tournament when we're watching a tournament. What's the pros and cons of 3 continuous best of 1s versus a best out of 3? It's just better. It's just better, right? And then the first person to win 2 of them wins the match. It would be 3 continuous best of 1s versus the same person. So it'd be like a best of 1, and then best of 1, then best of 1. But the first person to win 2 best of 1s wins the set. I feel like the name of the majors command isn't clear enough for the people asking. Maybe I need to put like a little bit more in there. But people don't read the title anyway, so I don't know. But like, I guess it'd be like a step. Some people would read the title. I'm just getting to the PTCG as a long time MTG fan. I've only played on online client, which is all best of 1. I want to build and start playing at paper events. I was wondering if there was anything rules-wise that's different in best out of 3, or if there's something like a sideboard for best of 3 matches. There's no sideboard, and there's no rule difference, except the loser gets to pick first or second going into game 2. That's it. Where's my name come from? My parents. No, a best of 1 agreement in a best out of 3 tournament where you agree to only play 1 game. Oh, I don't know. I've had a couple people tell me that they've done that before, where instead of playing a best 2 out of 3, for certain matches it makes sense. For certain matchups it makes sense. Like I had a friend agree, like Stall versus Guardy. They agreed to like play a best of 1, I think. Oh no, I think it was Guardy Mirror. They agreed to play a best of 1, and I was like, okay, I can see that. I can see that. Just leave it up to the coin flip on who gets to go first or go second, and then just play 1 game. I don't hate that, to be honest. I don't hate the idea of that. I think it'd be super matchup dependent though. It would be very, very matchup dependent. If the match is likely to only play 1 game, then I would be probably inclined to potentially agree to a best of 1 in a best 2 out of 3. If it's likely to be a 1 game match anyways. Okay, either I'm stupid because I'm listening while I work, but isn't this whole this 3 best of 1s just the same as best out of 3? I'm sorry if I'm not picking up the sarcasm, but I'm watching the video. So can you send your opponent to the Shadow Realm, or does that need a gentleman's agreement? I'm actually not sure about that. We'd have to ask the Yu-Gi-Oh players how that actually how we actually do that procedurally, to be honest. 3 best of 1s is genius. Optimal format moving forward for sure. Three best of 1s is the next level. Genius. I guess the difference would be that you coin flip at the start of each best of 1. No, the loser of the last best of 1 would pick who goes first in the next best of 1. Definitely. It makes more sense to do it that way. Why don't we just play FT10? Wait, what is FT10? Is that some Yu-Gi-Oh? Sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh reference to something. I don't know what the reference would be to. I need to become informed. Oh, first to 10? First to 10 wins per match? Kind of down, to be honest. It's a lot of poke, but I'm down for a lot of poke. Every single round? Or first to 10 in the whole tournament? So the first person to get 10 wins in the whole tournament is the winner of the tournament. Someone actually brought that up the other day. Just the idea of, what if we didn't have... What if we just played until there was one undefeated? Like, the end result of that would be so unsatisfying. Like, I wouldn't want to play in a tournament where when I lose the first round, that's it. Like, you're out. You have no chance of winning the tournament anymore. And you just play to one undefeated player. Was that their suggestion? I think that was their suggestion. I think Conquest is a good format. Not for Pokemon. Well, no, it's not good for Pokemon. Like, competitive Pokemon tournaments shouldn't be Conquest. I think Conquest is a good format in general. But for the Pokemon TCG, I don't think it's optimal. For show matches, it's a little bit different. Because, like, it'd be really, really boring to, like, watch one match. Same matches play out. Like, a best of 7, what's it called, can only be exciting so many times, you know? For, like, show matches specifically, it's a little bit different. Like, Conquest format in competitive Pokemon, I think would be bad. I think it's better. What we have now is better. Because I think, like, the ceiling potential in the Pokemon TCG is so high. You would get, like, such a lower level of, like, gameplay, to be honest, actually. You get, like, a lower level of gameplay if, people were showing up with like 3 different decks, you know what I'm saying? I kind of wish we had double elimination bracket in Pokemon, to be honest, and a losers bracket. That's what you mean, right? With double elim. Double elim bracket is the losers bracket. Double elim bracket in Pokemon TCG. I don't know. It could be okay. I don't know, it's like taking 2 losses, you're out. It's like 2 losses, you're out versus 3 losses. Swiss is just better, though. Swiss is just better because 3 losses, you're out is better than 2 losses, you're out, basically. Yeah. 2 losses, you're out is better than 3 losses, you're out. Or 3 losses, you're out is better than 2 losses. The thing is with double elim, well, you could do like double elim bracket once you make it to bracket, I guess. I guess day 2 could be a double elim bracket, to be honest. You could do day 1 into day 2 double elim bracket. That wouldn't be terrible, to be honest, I guess. No, but then there's like no advantage for getting a higher seed. No, because then you just like completely get like the person who's 9-0 has no advantage, which is cringe. I think no matter what, when you break it down, Swiss is always just a better system for something like the Pokemon TCG. Because the ceiling in Pokemon isn't high enough to not allow like another like variable, like it's like the ceiling in Pokemon just isn't high enough, basically. To not have some kind of like fail-safe or something like that. Like, if you compare it to, like, any other form of competition, like, the ceiling in any other competition, especially team competitions, is, like, high enough where, like, I don't know, it's, like, different. Although, I don't know, maybe, I guess I'm not, like, one thing that I'm not very experienced in would be, like, fighting games. Like, I don't know how fighting game players feel about that. I don't know what their system usually looks like, though. I think their system is pretty similar to, like, esports. Like, all other esports, though. So, like... But you take a look at like something like CSGO or like League of Legends, and it's like, well, League of Legends actually does do the Swiss system. What do you mean by ceiling? Like, what do I mean by ceiling? Like, you can top deck, like you can effectively like play a Pokemon catcher in sports or esports, but it's like so much less likely to impact the game, and you have so much more control over that top deck not mattering, basically. In Pokemon, you flip your catcher. If you get heads, you win. But that doesn't happen in like other games in the same way, basically. There's such a higher degree of like prepping for that coin flip, right? It could, the coin flip still could happen, but there's so much more you can do to prepare for when the coin flip happens, basically. Before the coin flip happens, in sports and in most esports, there's so much more you can do to prepare for when the coin flip happens. But in the Pokemon TCG, there's like very little you can do before the coin flip happens, if that makes sense. So that's like the big difference when you compare it to like other forms of competition, is the ceiling is higher, and basically when that coin flip happens, when your opponent top decks catcher and goes to get heads, you could have done so much more to prevent it from ever happening, or it being like a true 50-50. Like, you could have made it so it's like a 30-70 or something like that. Why did I play in this tournament? Because I didn't want to. Like, League of Legends, CSGO, actual sports, basketball, football. There's so many more things that you could do and could have optimized to like never get to the point where the coin flip matters from the catcher, or like to decrease the odds of it actually mattering. So luck is more of a factor in PTCG than other forms of competition. Yeah, exactly. Luck is just such a higher factor in Pokemon that you want like hard fail safes, like, oh, you can lose another round and you'll be fine. You know what I'm saying? We need more like hard fail safes in the Pokemon TCG. Otherwise, it'll become unenjoyable. Like as I said, like something like if you took something like I don't know. I guess you could just like take. You could take. You want more repetitions, so more skill is likely to come out on top, like poker. Yeah, exactly. More repetitions is like necessary. You could take probably just like football, probably, to be honest, and be like, football's maybe a bad example because they can only play so many games because of like they would just die. The players literally couldn't play more games if they wanted to. Although weren't they recently talking about just get more players? Weren't they recently talking about adding more games to the NFL? Like another game? They added one recently, but weren't they talking about another one? G Khaled out here running the NFL? Or am I tripping? Shooting Sparks is not legal, no. Becomes legal in 2 weeks. Yeah, there's too many variables in the Pokemon TCG to treat it like how you would like other sports. Is basically the reason. There's too many variables, or this RNG is too much of a factor. However you want to say it. I believe so. I don't think players were happy about it. Yeah, I don't think they were happy about it either. You side deck for Pokemon would be beneficial? I don't think about those things. Dude, is Jeremy playing Golden Go? What was that? Oh, it's probably Palkia Dusknoir, right? It could have been Golden Go. For what we saw in that hand, it could have been Golden Go. Does TBCI seed players for tournaments? No. You mean like fighting games? How like players have like a ranking and then they get... Tord is not playing in this, no. I think a sideboard in Pokemon would be horrible. We have a huge time constraints and the tech cards are incredibly powerful. I mean, it'd be like a sideboard of like 1 to 2, if anything, but... It looks like Palkia Dusknoir. Okay. Do you think we shouldn't have round 1 paired randomly? It could be paired from ELO or something like that? No, I don't think so, because I think the tournament's supposed to be more like I think it's supposed to be more casual. Like, good question. I think no, just because I think the Pokemon, like, imagine you just show up to your first tournament and you know you're gonna hit someone like Bradner or Tord round 1 because you have like this is your first major tournament ever and you're just guaranteed to hit. Like, I don't know if I like the idea of that. Like, you're just like, you know, you're being like resigned to like literally hitting Tord round 1 because it's your first tournament ever or something like that. It feels kind of bad. Weird question. Is there a time where a player wouldn't take mulligan cards? Yes. If you could like play out your turn perfectly and no matter what card you would top deck, you wouldn't play it, or would be very unlikely to want to play it, then you could possibly not play it there. Skill-based matchmaking in a regional tournaments? No. What if high elo hits high elo? Then it would maybe be no, but then you'd have to get like rewarded more for. Then it would be like an ELO based tournament where like your wins would have to be accrue ELO for the tournament or something like that. Oh geez, Tatcha Duskull pass. Another vessel. Hold up, wait, there's more. But it looks like it is just going to be a pass. See, and this is why you go second against Raging Bolt. I know there's an Iono in that hand. I can smell it. All right, there's the pass. And I see Vessel Sada. So game two, here we go. Show him this. Just show the Sada. Okay. Oh my gosh. All right, game two. I am curious to see. Let's see if Jeremy chooses first or second. This matchup has gotten a lot tougher. I could see going first in this matchup now being correct, to be honest, just because of Bravery Charms. Like, you just need... I don't know, you need them to whiff. Like, you need to go first against Raging Bolt. You need them to whiff. Have, like, not as clean of a board state because they chose second instead of first. Also, getting turn one attacked is, like, pretty common. I don't know. This was best of one. Game would be over. Yeah. I remember I had one regional. I don't remember what regional it was, but I lost, like, every game one. In day one. I don't remember how day two went. Oh, it was San Diego regionals with I played Malamar. I literally lost every single game one in day one. And then I went 8-0-1 into day two. Maybe I'm just being biased. Maybe I'm being it's all confirmation bias. All right, Jeremy did choose second here. The bolts are out. The pawn is in. I see a Bravery Charm. No, chill with the Billy. We don't have to Billy here, do we? Well, they definitely should draw with the pawn before they Billy. Oh, wait, I didn't start the prediction. Hold up. All right, we are a match into the a game into the match, but I am going to put the prediction up anyways. We're all working with the same information here. What's my favorite format of all time? I don't have one. The next format. Always the next format. Imagine getting sacked and then whiffing the fist bump. I usually don't track things or remember things like that, but it was something that I realized after the tournament. I was like, wait, I literally, or as the tournament was getting to the end, I was like, I've literally gone second every single, or I've literally lost game one every single match, I feel like, so far. What do you think about the new Badoo that has item lock? It's good. Good card. Badoo broken. All right, decent start here for... I don't know how to say that. Is it Mauricio? Or Mauricio? I don't know how to pronounce her name. But I think they overextended here. They didn't need to, like, put the second Ogre Pawn in place. This is what you have to not do in this matchup. Like, the whole point of the Bravery Charms is to make a bunch of big HP Pokemon and limit the outs to the big one hits, the big 2-prize 1-hit KOs. The Bravery Charm on the active Bolt is good, but there's 2 Ogre Pawns, a Squawkabilly, and a Raging Bolt on the bench that all die to Palkias and Ogre. Like, we probably shouldn't have benched that second Ogre Pawn. I didn't really get a great look at Mauricio's hand, but I feel like the second Ogre Pawn probably should not have been benched here. We probably should have avoided that and just tried to go double bolts. Like, the Squawkabilly in general is something we wanted to avoid as well. Now, I don't know if we could have actually avoided the Squawkabilly here. Actually, I'm not sure what the hand was, but it's something we wanted to try and avoid for sure, was the Squawkabilly. If we could have just had a bench of 2 Raging Bolts plus an Ogre Pawn, that's cooking right there. Like, if we just have 2 Raging Bolts and an Ogre Pawn on the bench, that's it. That's perfect. That's all we want. That's all we ever want. But now there's a lot of liabilities on the bench. So a lot of different options, different ways for Jeremy to get prize cards. Am I confident I'm going to Worlds this year? No. But I also don't care. Like, If I don't go to Worlds, it'll be okay. I'll be all right. Where's Worlds? I don't know. It's in California, but I don't remember which one it is. I think it's San Francisco, and then next year is Anaheim, or it's Anaheim and then San Francisco. You think TT will be reprinted? I don't worry about what ifs. I only worry about what is. Worlds watch party will be crazy. I mean, I'll definitely be at Worlds. Honestly, it'd be cool to be able to do like a live Worlds watch party potentially. Why did we attach a water energy to Duskull there? Is that correct? Is it not better on the Palkia? Why does that ever make sense to attach to Duskull there? Because if our Palkia dies, we can't use our V-Star power anyways. But if our energy's on our Palkia, then we could just attack with Palkia. Why is that energy on the Duskull? That makes no sense. Alright, we're going to the Pokestop here. Those are the Pokemon we're looking for. Palkia and Greninja. We do have a Night Stretcher, though. Wait, check and choose first. Hoping to find second Palkia. That doesn't change anything, though. Why would you attach to a Duskull? Even if you find second Palkia, why would you attach to a Duskull? Like, that doesn't make any sense. It should just be on a Palkia. Oh, the Duskulls kind of came out to play, though. What the heck? Squad's here. Is it just so you can retreat it next turn if they don't take a knockout? But they're always taking a knockout. No, this makes no sense. This attachment here is on that Duskull. I don't think it makes any sense. Maybe it's a Thornton play he's thinking? Nah. Also, it's incorrect because here, ideally, you want to attach to Ursaluna. So if you Ionoed into Ursaluna energy, you'd rather attach to Ursaluna here. Yeah, this is just the energy on the Duskull makes no sense. Especially because like your best attachment turn 1 in this matchup is to Ursaluna. So if we Ionoed into Ursaluna energy, we'd rather attach to Ursaluna for our turn. If we're just getting this, if we're just putting this energy on the Duskull, and our logic is, well, when the Duskull dies with the water energy, I can Palkia it, I can V-Star it to the Palkia. What if you just attach to the Palkia? It doesn't make any sense. All right, here we go. We got a catcher. We're going after a Palkia. Got Tails. Might have to go through the Duskull here. We'll see. They have Sada. We have Sada here. We have Lighting Energy in the discard pile, I believe, and Fighting. This is what I was talking about. There's a lot of liabilities in play here. Like, Jeremy can just play for like a double Dusknoir plus 2 prize knockout, 2 prize knockout line here over 2 turns here from Jeremy. I think he was worried you wouldn't have anything to talk about. Okay, appreciate that then from Jeremy, helping me out. Pokestop hit here, just go a little bit further. Finds the Prime Catcher. That's big. That means we will get this first 2 prize knockout. Yeah, if you get only a 1 prize knockout here as Mauricio, then Jeremy can win the prize trade. But this Prime Catcher is huge. Goes after one of the Palkias. Don't know if I like sending up this Raging Ball instead of retreating to the one with the Bravery Charm. I'm actually not sure I like that for Mauricio. I think I like, unless we have another Bravery Charm to put on the active here, I think I like sending up Ogerpon or retreating Ogerpon back into the Raging Ball with the Bravery Charm. Because right now, Palkia one-hit KOs this Raging Bolt, which is not something we want to kind of give over to our opponent here. All right, there we go. There's the 4 for the knockout. Yeah, Jeremy with a Palkia, V-Star, plus 2 energy, KOs this Raging Bolt, and then can go into Ursaluna, Punch, plus Iono to go from there. Can pop 1 Dusknoir at some point, but only 1 Dusknoir now. And Iono in hand. You could pop the Dusclops right now and then Iono lower, to be honest. You could pop Dusclops on the Bravery Charmed Raging Bolt. Covers that Radiant Greninja. I don't mind that. So you could pop Dusclops here. That'd be the only thing to think about. Goes for the Mew for 1 first. And then into the Iono. Okay, saving the Dusclops for later. Now, if you did pop the Dusclops on the Bravery Charmed Raging Ball on the bench, it could get switch carded. So that would be like kind of annoying. You could just kind of hope that doesn't happen, I guess. But you are kind of playing around that here. comes the concealed cards. Then yeah, we do have that Palkia punch into the active here, which does get the KO. And like I was saying about Mauricio's last turn, like imagine if Mauricio just didn't have that second Ogerpon on the bench, which I think we could have avoided. I'm pretty sure we could have avoided that. Find a Prime Catcher here for Jeremy. If we could have avoided that, which I'm pretty sure we could have, here as Mauricio, then this Palkia wouldn't KO the active this turn, which would be a pretty big deal. It would either have to force out the Dusclops, which means that can't be used later to get around a potential Bravery Charm, or other plays can't be set up around it. So, you know, it would make things a little bit more awkward. If you were there, what would you have been playing? Probably Lugia. I feel like people still just aren't respecting Lugia enough. I don't know. I guess maybe the question would be like, am I scared of Iron Thorns? But yeah, Lugia honestly maybe would have been fine. The Squawkabilly I'm not sure about on Mauricio's side. I wasn't really able to get a good look at Mauricio's hand before the Squawkabilly got used. So it's possible the Squawkabilly had to happen, to be honest. Just not sure about... The second Ogerpon definitely did not need to come into play, though, I'm pretty sure. Are Jeremy setting up for a potential Radiant Greninja combo play? Which you could do something with... Jeremy could do, like, Prime Catcher or Counter Catcher up an Ogerpon, and then Iono, and then, like... Oh, no, but you can't Greninja back-to-back turns here. I don't know about that actually. We also maybe just want to hold this Water Energy because it does become fodder for concealed cards and attachments for Ursaluna moving into this next turn. All right, there's the knockout. And over to Mauricio, immediately into the pawn. There's another Raging Bolt, another pawn. Still has Pokestop to work with as well, I believe. Has Sada in hand now, so 2 Raging Bolts are going to get set up here. So for Mauricio here, all you need to do, knock out the active, and then knock out another 2-prizer next turn, which will probably be that Mew EX at the very least on the bench. We are down Prime Catcher, so we're looking for Boss or Catcher. But Jeremy's only good attacker at this point as well is Ursaluna. So Jeremy doesn't really have a good attacker besides Ursaluna at this point. So Ursaluna's probably going to have to be the choice here from Jeremy, which means can Mauricio just KO the active on the next turn more so than anything, I think is going to be the question. We see Ultra Ball coming in here. Could go get... I was thinking about giving up the Catcher. That would let Jeremy hide behind a 1-prizer for a turn if we don't have Gusts. I'm curious to see what Mauricio gets here. We could bench Pheasantipity. The problem with benching Pheasantipity right now, though, is it gives Jeremy the option to KO Pheasantipity. So now on this next turn, Jeremy can go, okay, cool. You don't have Pheasantipity in your deck anymore. Your only access to Pheasantipity at this point is Night Stretchers instead of all the all the Ball Surge cards you possibly could have. So now Mauricio goes bench Fez, use Fez, but now Jeremy can go either punch the active Raging Bolt with Ursaluna, but not knock it out, so then Fez doesn't trigger, or you just go KO the Fez itself, and Iono from there. Here comes the discard. Do have to give up 4 energy here, and still has 3 energy in play. Still has a ton of energy in play. The targeting doesn't really matter at this point anymore anyways. Or the amount of targets that are on Mauricio's bench doesn't matter because of how far you are ahead. But this definitely could have come back to bite Mauricio if Mauricio hadn't found that Prime Catcher on turn 2 for the first 2-prize knockout. If Mauricio had whiffed the Prime Catcher turn 2 for the 2-prize knockout, then all these liabilities being on the bench definitely could have been a big deal. He should have tried to stop there to try and get the Pal Pad back to fill with Sada in case of Iono. Yeah, that's probably a good call. Should have tried to find the Pal Pad there. See, yeah, Mauricio did not use the Pokestop there, right? I feel like if Pheasant... Oh my gosh, I don't even know how you play this, to be honest. I don't even know what the play is here. I think the play here from Jeremy... You don't want to... The thing is, you don't want to KO the active. I think the play here from Jeremy is pop Dusclops, put 50 damage on the bench Raging Bolt. I'm assuming Jeremy plays Vacuum and still has access to it. I could be wrong on that. And Jeremy, I think, just wants to go Ursaluna punch the active. And then Iono to 1. And then next turn go Vacuum plus Prime Catcher. And then bring up something else and reset your Ursaluna. I think it has to be the play here from Jeremy. And then ideally you'd want to bump the Pokestop here because Pokestop gives a lot of options to Mauricio, but you probably don't have a way to do that. Honestly, this third Duskull being on the bench here from Jeremy is kind of coming back to bite him a little bit. Like we weren't ever in a situation to have used this many Dusknors. It might have been a mistake there from Jeremy to have actually put this many Dusknor things in play. All right, there's the Dusclops. Wait, is there like some other play that I'm missing here? I don't think so, right? Mauricio has 2 prize cards. Yeah, no. Field Blower would be huge here. Field Blower would be insane here. Yeah. Bump the Pokestop and the Bravery Charm. Jeremy might also still need to draw an Iono here. We might not have Iono here yet. All right, Jeremy's cooking. Nope. I don't like this play from... You can't do this. Now, I don't know if Jeremy has... The only thing I don't know is where's Jeremy's Vacuum. If Vacuum is prized or discarded, then you kind of have to do this. That would be the question at this point. But now, the play for Jeremy potentially becomes Ursaluna, KO Pheasantipity. KO in the active with Ursaluna, you always lose. You need to KO the Pheasantipity now here as Jeremy. KO Pheasantipity with Ursaluna plus Iono. KO in the active is never good enough here. Leaving around the Pheasantipity draw while you KO the active is just not good enough. The big question would just be where's the Vacuum here from Jeremy? Because if Jeremy has Vacuum left, then you should never KO or put the damage on the active here. You should always Vacuum it later. We'll see. There's a Night Stretcher or a Dusknor. Looks like just like putting cards in play to put cards in play, which is fine. Has Prime Catcher in hand, but needs to find an Iono. Has another Night Stretcher. We maybe haven't used concealed cards yet. Looks like we haven't. Concealed cards. We probably should have Pokestopped first if there's any other items to hit. We're looking for Iono here at this point. We still have Pheasantipity, I believe. And the Prime Catcher's in hand. I'm not sure about where the Counter Catcher is. We'd rather Counter Catcher this turn. I think we should have probably used Pokestop before we used Radiant Greninja there. I have to imagine we are missing the Iono at this point still. This is like bad sequencing here. It didn't get punished, but we definitely should have used Pokestop before we used Greninja. Because now we drew an Ultra Ball. Now we can play the Ultra Ball, get another card out of the deck that's not Iono, and then maximize our odds of drawing into Iono off of Pheasantipity and Greninja. But then instead we're like doing it like a I don't know, a half measure. We're doing it halfway where we Greninja'd, and then we're like, and then we Pokestopped, and now we're gonna play the Ultra Ball, and then we're gonna Pheasantipity. But we should just commit to the Pokestop first. For sure. Still need to find that Iono. You just simply use the other Dusknor net right now. Honestly, at this point, maybe you just pack it up, use your Dusknor. All right, here comes the Ultra Ball. I do see so the Vacuum is in there. So that's definitely a pretty big mistake there from Jeremy to put the damage on the active. Unless Jeremy was always going to KO the Pheasantipity anyways. Which I could see because then it does play around Switch card if you're always going to KO the Pheasantipity here. I don't hate going after the Pheasantipity every time. But we didn't have to pop the Dusknor yet until we had sequenced our turn a little bit more further, I don't think. Oh no, it allowed us to play the Nest Ball to get the Ursaluna, I guess. Sure. I have to imagine this means... Oh, we got the... Oh, wait, this does mean we can vacuum the Pokestop, though, I guess. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe this does make more sense here from Jeremy, actually. Because this means we can vacuum the Pokestop. We still need to find the Iono. We still need Iono here. This does mean we can... Okay. Oh, what was that? It doesn't mean we can vacuum the Pokestop, pop Dusknor on the active, vacuum the Pokestop. Then we do have to chase the Pheasantipity. Chasing Pheasantipity is not something we want to do. We want to punch the active. But... Boss? Oh, is it a boss? He probably was worried about Pokestopping his last Iono. It doesn't matter. It's still... Well, it's still incorrect. Like, correct thing is still just Pokestop first, even if you only have one Iono left. He can't pop. I'm talking about the first one that he did pop. All right, counter catcher. But do we have the Iono? And the Iono. Okay, we have the full combo here. No, this does make more sense from Jeremy. Pop the Dusknoir, breaks the Bravery Charm. We get to save our Prime Catcher. Our Prime Catcher is on the bottom of the deck here. So all we need from Mauricio is a Fighting Energy or a Lightning Energy. There's no Pokestop in play to work with now, and we're KOing the Pheasantipity with the Ursaluna. Jeremy just needs to draw back into Prime Catcher, and we have game here for Jeremy. All right, over to Mauricio. Sends up the Raging Bolt. Sada fighting Lightning. Cracking Shoes. Kept the card. It better be a pretty good card. Oh, it's a Pokegear. Okay, seems decent. That's funny because Mauricio kept the card and then like stopped playing cards. No Sada. So it has to be a Burst Roar from Mauricio this turn. I wonder if it was ever correct for Mauricio to have sent up the Ogerpon to have the option of Lightning or Frightening. I don't know what's left though. The only card left in hand for Mauricio is Vacuum. It's going to be a Burst Roar. That's it. Why was he thinking so hard after keeping it? That's what I'm saying, yeah. Okay, over to Jeremy. Can Jeremy find the Prime Catcher or switch? Or switch. We haven't seen Jeremy switch yet, I don't think. Jeremy has a ton of cards in hand. She goes into the Heavy Ball, just checks the prize cards. Not going to be very relevant anymore. Doesn't take anything off them as well. Andy. Dusknoir. Doesn't really matter. Vacuum. Does play 2 Vacuum. Okay. Oh. What is that? Okay, there we go. They're also putting they're combining their loss zones as well. You for 1. Freaking Shoes. The Prime Catcher is still stuck on the bottom of the deck though for Jeremy. That's the problem. The Prime Catcher's on the bottom of the deck. Concealed cards. There's no way to shuffle the deck. Ultra Ball. Now we're shuffling the deck. Looks like a 3-card deck remaining. Has Iono. Okay, we have Iono for 2. Did discard a Pokestop on that previous turn. If the switch is left as well, that would be a win con. But there's the Prime Catcher. The Prime reset. And knockout with the Ursaluna. Yeah, so I guess that play did make sense there from Jeremy. I couldn't quite see Jeremy's full hand, but yeah, I guess like I was like stressing about like punching the active there and not leaving up a bench space. Well, hang on, is it still better to have? I guess like the one like it's still better to not KO the Pheasantipity, to be honest. Well, no, you don't want to KO the Pheasantipity because you don't want to KO the Pheasantipity because then if Mauricio draws into Night Stretcher, you can Night Stretcher the Pheasantipity back and then draw 3, right? But if Jeremy just punches the active Raging Bolt for 240, then if Mauricio draws a switch card, you can't win next turn. So I feel like Jeremy probably made the correct play there for sure, actually, to be honest. He had 2 Vacs left, so I think punching active was better, but Stretcher was game either way. Oh, wait, that's true. There's 3 energy in play, so Stretcher is still game no matter what, right? No, yeah, no, you're right. You always KO the Pheasantipity because Stretcher wins the game anyways because it just recovers an energy. Because, the Bolt player had 3 energy in play, so Stretcher just wins the game anyways. So the correct play was KO Pheasantipity from Jeremy, plus Overload to play around switch card. So Dusknoir hitting the active Bolt into KO Pheasantipity was definitely the correct play there from Jeremy. Definitely correct. I just kind of thought we needed more on the Raging Bolt side there, but we had 3 energy in play. We had like more than enough stuff. Bench space could matter if there was Lum left though. I don't think that's true. I don't know if you're playing around the Lum though. Like what is it? Lum is probably in what, 10% of Raging Bolt decks or less maybe? You probably don't play around the possibility of Lum. We did see Lum in the last Raging Bolt, but not this one so far from Mauricio. I don't think we've seen the Luminian. Yeah, Vac left as well. Or did he only play one? Jeremy had a Vac left. Alright, so it looks like Mauricio did choose second here, just like Jeremy did in the last one. We need Palkia here, though, from Jeremy to have a good turn, too. Squawkabilly got discarded, so if we have a Night Stretcher, we could... But the hand is so good. What did we just get off the Pokestop there? We got Countercatcher Candy? Those are good cards. Squawkabilly in a way this hand with a Night Stretcher does not sound great. But if we don't have a Palkia, we probably have to do it. We kind of need Palkia. Or, like, okay... I could get the Palkia. Of course, the Palkia can get KO'd turn 1. It is unlikely that, like, the Palkia gets gusted off the bench and knocked out. We'll see what else Jeremy has. I mean, the thing you still want here from Jeremy is ideal. Well, no, actually, when you go first, it matters less, I guess. If you bench Palkia, well, we do have Palkia down. So the play you want here from Jeremy is, like, Ursaluna, attached to Ursaluna. Oh, no, that would still be 1 energy short, right? Attaching to Urs wouldn't make a difference here. Attached to Urs. 1, 2, 3. No, I guess in this situation, attaching to Urs doesn't matter. So you just want double Palkia here from Jeremy. You just want double Palkia. And I don't know if we have the Night Stretcher. What's correct, Azul? Going first as Bolt here or second? I would probably choose second. If I'm Palkia, I want to go second. I don't want to go first. You're so much more likely to set up as Palkia when you go second. And I'm scared about setting up. I thought Bolt should always go second. Did they change? It shouldn't always go second. It should sometimes go second. With 2 Vacuum, Palkia Swing is the best. Yeah, Palkia Swing is... Well, the thing is, though, it matters how much Mauricio... I mean, you kind of have to swing with Palkia no matter what. Because Mauricio doesn't need to bench a whole ton of Pokemon. The person who went second the last 2 games won. I don't think it's obviously correct. Obviously wrong. I mean, it could be obviously wrong to some people with more experience, but my current take on this matchup is I just want to go second and set up. I feel like I just don't set up as Palkia in this matchup enough to the point where I can win if I go first. The only difference now is like now that Raging Bolt has... I haven't played Raging Bolt with the Bravery Charm, so I don't know what kind of board stage Raging Bolt can build up by like just going first, attach your Raging Bolt, pass, next turn, attach your Raging Bolt, attack, stuff like that. We did get the Ursaluna attach here early from Jeremy. Oh no, you still want to get the Ursaluna? Yeah. You still want the Ursaluna. You still want the Ursaluna attach early because you can pop your own Dusknoir to get down to 3. That's right. I was like, this doesn't make... You don't need that. But yeah, we have prize manipulation. Once again, I do not... You should not... Mauricio... It's all right. So we did need to bench a second pawn to play the game. But don't just bench it immediately. Triple pawn? This is not good. Our bench is getting wide. Palkia is becoming like a reasonable attacker. No! All right, you definitely should have... I assumed that if we're benching the pawn here as Mauricio, we are benching it because we are going to use it immediately. But then we went to track and choose. But it looks like we are going to use it still. So not a terrible... Oh, we still have Pokestop available here as well from Mauricio. I wonder if we should hit the Pokestop before... We definitely should hit Pokestop before putting too many pawns in play as Mauricio here. I don't like the next pawn bench here, to be honest. I think I would have hit the Pokestop before I bench the 3rd pawn. I'd probably bench the 2nd pawn before I hit the Pokestop. Wait, no, honestly, the more I'm thinking about it, I think I would just hit Pokestop first. I feel like before I did anything on this turn here from Mauricio, I maybe would have just hit the Pokestop. All right, here comes the energy retrieval. We get back a grass. Is this going to be attached grass pass, though? There's the Poke... Oh, we haven't used Pokestop yet. We're going to the Pokestop. Vessel Ultra Ball. I think there maybe is a Sada on hand. You want to Ogerpon before Shoes? You want to Ogerpon before Shoes if you have an Ogerpon in play and are definitely going to accelerate energy to it. but you want to choose before Ogerpon if you don't have to bench the Ogerpon. We're trying to avoid putting Ogerpon in play here. So Mauricio went bench Ogerpon, use shoes, but we never want to bench that Ogerpon if we can avoid it. So it should always be use shoes, see if we can avoid playing the Ogerpon. Putting Ogerpons in play and how many you want in play is matchup dependent. In this matchup, ideally you want 0 Ogerpon in your bench. You usually have to put 1 in play to play the game. And at some point in the game, it's usually correct to have multiple in play, or 1 to multiple in play, so that way you have enough energy in play, so if you get Iono'd, you're fine. But if you could just, like, live off of Raging Bolts, like 2 Raging Bolts with 2 Bravery Charms, you would prefer to do that. It's just, like, not likely that that's actually a possibility. But we do have the Sada here from Mauricio. I don't know if we needed that 3rd pawn or not. It looks like everything came together off the Pokestop, but I would probably definitely risk the Pokestop before I started using too many pawns. Like, as Mauricio here, I think the sequence I would have done would probably be use pawn, use Pokestop, then debate if we have to, then see if we have to use 2nd pawn, then use 2nd pawn if we have to, then use 3rd pawn if we have to, but try and use as few pawns as possible. Because the more pawns, the worse it gets for Mauricio. Because now here for Jeremy can go pop Dusknoir, put 130 on Ogerpon, push Ursaluna, attach to Ursaluna, vacuum, KO Raging Bolt. Well, that doesn't matter how many pawns we have on the bench actually to do that. That is still a good play, though. But there's more liabilities. Like, if Mauricio had, like, a 1-pawn bench, then the pawn could have, like, a Bravery Charm and get switch carded later. But now we have 3 pawns we have to worry about, like, being liabilities. I guess that wouldn't matter for the Dusknoir math too much, to be honest. All right, Vessel comes out here from Jeremy. Did not push up the Ursaluna, which is what I thought we were going to push up here from Jeremy. Because I thought we'd see pop Dusknoir 130 on bench Ogerpon, punch active with Ursaluna, and possibly knockout if we get a vacuum, which would have been a pretty strong turn. So I'm not sure about that from Jeremy. I would like to have seen the Ursaluna get pushed there, I think, for sure. Definitely would like to have seen the Ursaluna get pushed up. It does require us to have Candy Dusknoir, so if, like, Jeremy's not confident in getting Candy Dusknoir this turn, but Ursaluna's still going to attack. Oh, wait, am I tripping? 1, 2. Oh, no, they didn't take a 2-prize knockout. You're right. We would need to pop double Dusknoir. Never mind. My bad. In my head, they took 2. In my head, Mauricio drew 2 prize cards, but in reality, it was only 1. So I guess it has to be a Palkia attack here. Well, we were able to limit our bench to only 3 Pokemon. So this doesn't set up for a 240. But yeah, there's a counter catcher. We do have a counter. See, and if there's 1 less, this is if there was a possibility to have 1 less Ogerpon in play here, the counter catcher can't actually KO this Ogerpon here. But we have 3 Ogerpons on the bench, which means one of our Ogerpons can die. And now Mauricio still might have ended up with 3 Ogerpons on the bench. That is possible, but Mauricio should have played for trying to maximize your other draw potential first before you bench the Ogerpons, is what Mauricio should have played for. But I think attaching to it in case they do KO Palkia seems fine. Yeah, definitely. If there was, like, the catcher heads from Mauricio. In fact, potentially attaching to, I don't know how many energy in the discard pile, but Jeremy potentially attaching to Ursaluna over attaching to Palkia might have been better. I don't know how many energy are in the discard pile, though. Prawn. Pawn squad. So Palkia is going to get this first 2-prize knockout for sure here for Jeremy. And Jeremy's game plan is to win this game in 2 turns. Is to go knock out the active Ogerpon and then go Candy Dusknoir, Candy Dusknoir. Candy Dusknoir, KO Ogerpon, Ursaluna, KO Raging Bolt game is the game plan here for Jeremy now. And there's nothing really Mauricio can do about it. Like, the best card Mauricio could have on this next turn is, like, Iono plus knockout would be, like, probably the best play, depending on how big Jeremy's hand gets. I don't even think Jeremy's used Pokestop yet either, so still has some more cards to potentially see here. We'll see. To the Pokestop, found the vacuum. Ooh, triple hit. Pretty good. It's pretty good. Pretty good 3. We don't need to play the vacuum yet, I don't think. I think we just hold on to it, because if we vacuum the Bravery Charm now, another one could come down. Also might want to save it for, like, back-to-back Pokestops uses as well. So it should just be use Palkia Punch. There's the V-Star. We did have 2 energy in there. Oh, did we get the second energy after the Iono, though? I feel like Jeremy maybe should have attached to the Ursaluna, but this is like fine. This is fine. There we go. There's a knockout, 2 prize cards. Gets the first 2 prize knockout. All right, over to Mauricio. There's a really big hand there for Jeremy. So like if you have an Iona or you have a Judge, this is like the time to use it. Slytherin could KO Ursh or Fez to at least force a Gust in addition to everything else. I don't know if he plays it though. Oh, that would actually, yeah, the Slytherin would actually be good like this turn. Otherwise, you're just gonna get Prime Catchered on the last turn. Any ideas for a day 1 meta? What do you mean? For the day 1 meta for this? An idea of a day one of the day 1 meta? There's a check the pinned comment. Check the pinned comment. The pinned comment has the day 1 meta. All right, Sada coming out from Mauricio. They're talking about like Surging Sparks. I mean, KO Ursaluna here from Mauricio might just be the best play. And then, I mean, but the Palkia is still doing 280 though. Yeah, that's a problem. The Palkia is still doing 280. So then if you, because now we have 4 Pokemon on our bench once again. But if we just had 1 less Ogerpon on our bench here from Mauricio, the Ogerpon last turn wouldn't have died. And then a Raging Bolt this turn maybe wouldn't have died to a Palkia hit. And we could have KO'd the Ursaluna off the bench, which is the big threat to KO Raging Bolts. There's so many Pokemon on Mauricio's bench right now, though. It's just too many liabilities. And that means you're not allowed, that means you're unable to take the full advantage of these, of the Bravery Charms. Like, that's the point of the Bravery Charm build of Raging Bolt, is you play a small bench, you play low liabilities, you minimize liabilities, and you make all of your Pokemon in play have a lot more HP, or any actual liabilities have the extra HP, and then your opponent can't actually like take advantage of the fact that Raging Bolt usually has so many liabilities in play. It minimizes your liabilities. But when you go really wide, you don't have enough Bravery Charms or can't find them fast enough to actually be able to take advantage of that. I think Mauricio was making sure that he hadn't attached return yet. Does need to put a Fighting Energy on the active. Oh no, there was one. It was hidden. I thought for sure there was not a Fighting Energy. Doesn't go for the Ursaluna KO, which I think actually doesn't matter though. It's the same thing. Palkia is still doing 240, so KO in the active I guess is fine here. So yeah, kept the hand as well. There was no Iono. I don't know if Mauricio plays the Iono as well. That could be something Mauricio doesn't even play. So Jeremy can just win here. Jeremy could just have game here. It's not even unreasonable for Jeremy to have game here with that huge hand. Candy Dusknoir has a ton of draw power to work with. The Greninja, the Pheasantipity, the Pokestop, potentially an Iono or Irida or Research. We haven't seen Jeremy's other supporter actually. No hit off the Nest Ball, so no Mew. Mew EX would have been the thing I would have assumed we would have grabbed there. Maybe it's in hand. I guess that's possible. How many Trekking Shoes is best for Palkia in this meta? I like 0 Trekking Shoes in Palkia. Mid card. Could even see like a double Pokestop use here from Jeremy as well. Could go like Pokestop, Vacuum, Pokestop. And once again, Pokestop maybe should be the first thing we utilize here. I'm actually not sure with this sequence. This sequence here, maybe we should use Pheasantipity and Radiant Greninja first, actually. Goes for the Pokestop first. Mills a Dusknoir, which isn't bad. Mills a Vessel, which can be used to thin out the deck of excess water energy. And lead to concealed cards if we don't already have access to that. Immediately goes into that Vessel here to get that water energy out of the deck. We don't want to draw into water energy off the concealed cards or the potential. Did we already use Pheasantipity? No, we didn't use Pheasantipity yet. Or the potential Pheasantipity draw. 2 waters thinned out. So like I said, Candy Dusknoir plus Vacuum wins the game. Candy Dusknoir plus Prime Catcher wins the game. Candy Dusknoir plus second Counter Catcher wins the game. A lot of win conditions here for Jeremy. Also, Jeremy could just draw 2 prize cards this turn as well. Jeremy could just knock out the active, and that would also be fine. Or you probably don't want a prime catcher here. You probably would want to go vacuum, I think, if you have the option. Yeah, Jeremy could also just knock out the active Pokemon this turn and still be ahead on the prize exchange. Jeremy's in a pretty good spot. Gets rid of the Pokestop there, so no potential for a double Pokestop. Oh, no, I guess there still could be. Grabs the Dusknoir. I feel like this is lining up for win here from Jeremy. Candy Dusknoir. And then there's the pop on the Dusknoir. Candy Dusknoir pops it again. There's the knockout, gets 2 prize cards. Yeah, Jeremy wouldn't be making this play unless Jeremy has game, so we should be seeing a vacuum or a prime catcher here. There's the vacuum. Boom, gets rid of that. Retreat, and then Ursaluna KO. Yeah, and that's how this matchup can go if you get the advantage in the prize exchange like Jeremy did. But a lot of it came down to definitely some bad sequencing and like poor game plan decisions. Like definitely not a really firm understanding of the matchup from Mauricio's side. And then also, like, if you just go behind in the prize trade, though, even if Mauricio had like a better understanding of the matchup, especially because Jeremy actually plays the double vacuum, so you can actually deal with like 2 bravery charms in a row. You can just win the game as Jeremy by just being ahead in the prize exchange. It is possible. We saw it that game. But Mauricio wouldn't have been able to, or Jeremy wouldn't have gotten that first Ogerpon KO on Mauricio's first Ogerpon for the prize advantage if Mauricio just didn't bench the 3rd Ogerpon, which Mauricio still maybe would have had to have done to have gotten off that turn 1 attack, but definitely sequenced it in a way where the 3 Ogerpon were on the field before we had maximized our card draw. So definitely a mistake there from, yeah. Definitely a mistake there from, Mauricio, which did get punished, which you do love to see the punish happening, I guess. Jeremy just placed the Fonz list. Looked very close to it. Did we see any supporter besides Iono, though? I don't think we saw a supporter besides Iono in Jeremy's deck. It's possible Jeremy's only playing Iono. I guess it is possible. I would imagine there's some researches or Iridas or something in there, but does play the double vacuum, which is something that Stefan did play. So there is that. Had that in there. Definitely would be curious to know what the 60 is, though. I feel like the double vacuum makes sense. I still am not a big fan of Palkia Dusknoir in this current format. One of the main reasons is Raging Bolt's Bravery Charm count, which is very high. It's 3 to 4. Should be 4, but some people play 3. I think you just have to play double vacuum to keep up. But even then, I think it's an unfavorable matchup. Like, even if you play double vacuum, I'm pretty sure the matchup is still unfavorable. But you have like a solid route against them now. Solid chance. Just got home. Anything spectacular that happened? Nothing spectacular. There's 8 rounds day 1, even with a low amount of players, and there's 2 rounds day 2. Yeah, I don't even know what the cutoff is for cutoffs, or the cutoff for. Let's see here. I actually don't remember. I don't remember how many players you need for. I'm gonna try and find it real fast. You don't need that many players for 8 rounds though. It's like pretty low. For 8 rounds day 1, you need 257. So actually, they were close to not having enough players. They only had 275. You need 257 for 8 rounds day 1. So it is 8-2, 8 day 1, 2 day 2. Galapagos Palkia better this format? Galapagos Palkia? Probably not. I still gotta be a pretty mid deck. Is Crow in chat? to defend Terapagos Palkia. We got 150 so far. Yurko's 401. Marco Cifuentes 40. Potential for the 50. We just saw Jeremy go up to 50. Laz is 4-1. Any other names that I recognize? Pedro's 301. Actually, hold on. We can like simulate this tournament real fast. Was that 13%? We can like say it's gonna be a 13% tie rate. Let's see what the cutoff is gonna be for top cut. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Swiss calculator. Two-day tournament, official play Pokemon, enable intentional draws. 6, 7, 11. Ooh, okay. So ties will matter. And we're likely... Wait. How many rounds do we have? 10? The players X1, 2. Wait, am I doing that math right? 21, 22. No, X2, 1. Wait, X1, 2. X2, 1 will make cut. So one tie is actually relevant for this, wait, 10. Dude, I'm tripping. How many points you get for a freaking win? 3? You get 3 points? Yeah. Wait, yes. Yes. 7-1 will probably make cut. So having a tie in this tournament is like not bad. Bro hasn't played in so long he forgot how much match points are worth. How much wins are worth, yeah. So if you go X2-1, there's a good chance you make cut at this tournament. Based on a 13% tie rate, they're currently at a 12% tie rate. I'm just gonna guess that it's gonna go up to 13. We could input this with 12 and just see what happens. Same thing, right? Yeah, it's literally the exact same thing. Could you explain how this calculator works and what these numbers mean in the process of calculating top cut? So everyone who has the same record as someone in top 8 makes top cut. X and 2 in this tournament is 24 match points. There's 6.7 players who will end up with... Oh, wait, actually, no, it is possible that X2-1 does not make cut. Actually, I take it back. It is possible when X2-1 does not make cut because there could be a X1-2. Well, this could also be 6 players as well, I guess, though. So X and 2 would be 24 match points, and the simulation or the calculator says that there will be 6.7 players that are X and 2, but we need to fill up our top 8. So that means if there's anyone with 23 points, they will be in top 8 as well. They'll be in top 8 as well. And if it's 7 X2 players and 1 23-point player, then everyone who has 23 match points would make cut, which probably won't be very many players. It'll be like a couple. If you don't get your invite as well, are you going to watch Party Worlds or go as a spectator? I mean, I'd probably go as a spectator for at least... I don't even know. I mean, I'd probably go as a spectator for some of the days. Ideally, I would want to like watch Party It live at the venue. That would be the best. That would be the coolest thing to do, is like watch party it live at the venue. That would be sick. So if I could like talk to Pokemon and have them give me like a little bit of a space to like do a setup, and so I can like bring a setup there and then stream it, and then do like player interviews and stuff like that. Bring the IRL streaming backpack. I don't know if I'd want to do all that, but like how they do for League. Yeah, exactly how they do for League. Something like that. Yeah. And then I would just like restream the the games on the main stage or whatever. But then I'd also be like interview players in between rounds and stuff like that. It'd be pretty cool. Leaked Azul plans, if he misses Worlds, to rehire Puka and host the Top Gun Invitational. God. Why not just cast? It's not that simple. I don't even know if I want to. I don't know if I would rather do like the watch party stuff versus actually do official casting or not, to be honest. I'm down for like maybe a potential mix of it, but it's not as simple as just cast. Would you though? If I was given the opportunity, probably, yeah. You can't miss Worlds when free U regionals are a thing. True. If I just go to enough European regionals, then I'm just gonna win one of them eventually, right? Just need to go to a couple of them, pick up a quick dub. That's like the ideal goal, is to just like win Stockholm regionals every single year and then get my Worlds invite and then participate in Worlds that way every time. If Azul was a caster, the intermissions would be shorter and probably about playstyle. Just win Worlds every year, no need for a regional. True, if you just top 4 Worlds, yeah, we could just win World or top 4 Worlds every year, and that's fine. Well, ideally win, but I'll settle for a top 4. Does the top 4 instant invite also work for juniors and seniors? Yeah, it works for everyone. Well, I don't know about Unite, but or Pokemon Go, I guess. Did any of the casters last year get their Worlds invite to play? I think Hagster did. Yeah, Hagster did, I believe. I know in the past, Kyle Sablehouse has gotten the Worlds invite, but then also like casted Worlds, didn't play. I'm not sure about anyone else besides those. But though I'm pretty sure those they did. I'm gonna go get an energy drink real fast, chat, while we wait for this next round to go up. Pablo had the invite for last year. Oh yeah, Pablo had the invite for last year as well. Yeah, and I think Hegster did. Pablo, Hegster. Those were probably the only two last year. But I know like Sable House has had it previously. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go get an energy drink real fast. I'll be right back. Why Magnadon and Maraiton? Magnadon is definitely better than Maraiton. Klawf's trolling with that one for sure. Hold up. Yo, chat. I'm sure this exists. I just tried to look up a way to do it, but apparently this doesn't work. Is there a way to like make is there a way to make like a window into a basically like pin a window, like a certain window or program in front of another program, so you can like use a program or an app or a window. So I could have two Chrome windows open, but you can pin one Chrome window, like make it smaller than the other one and pin it on top of the other one, and then use the other one behind it without like it switching the windows. You guys know what I'm saying? Basically, I want to be able to have like PTCG Live open and then pin a window in front of PTCG Live, or overlay a window, like create like an overlay with Windows with different windows. Is that like a thing? Prediction paid out yet? Can you repeat that? I know what you're saying, but I don't know how to do it. Borderless? No, not borderless. It's an easy shortcut. Just press Alt F4. Haha, like an overlay. Yeah, I just want to like be able to create an overlay with different applications or windows. Control F11. What does Control F11 do? And I don't even know what that does. I'm being trolled by it. Because Slap's sometimes trolling, sometimes not. You can use a program to set a window to always on top. Yeah. Does anyone know what one of those kind of programs are? That just enables always on top. Wait, Control F11? What does it work with, though? Where's that? Power Toys has a feature called Always on Top. Once installed, press Window Control plus T to toggle the selected window to stay on top. Microsoft Power Toys? Okay. Well, Control F11 just didn't do anything for me, so. You can split screens? No, I don't want to do the split screen thing, though. Microsoft Power Toys? All right, let me see if I can get that set up real fast. Because I can like change how I like have my chat set up as well, which is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to change how my chat is set up. All right, so we got Pedro Torres versus Murillo. Back up. Oh, why is it so loud though? Does it work? It does work. That's exactly what I wanted. That was loud. There we go. All right, so it looks like Pedro's playing Lugia. Okay, yeah, that's actually kind of a surprise. I would not have expected Pedro to be playing Lugia, but broken deck. I do question why Pedro has a tie, but Pedro went to the dark side. Pedro went to the dub side. That's how you get the wins. Just play the best deck. Best overall deck is Lugia. Play Lugia. And the hand there from Pedro looks pretty good, actually. I don't know if this was a heads or a tails on this Aroma, though. The die on the tail is a tails. But we could get Squawkabilly here. I think there's an Ultra Ball. Like, we could... Well, also, if we just hold the hand, though, the hand is pretty good. But it looks like Pedro is going for the Squawkabilly. I think we can get double chops in the discard pile. What was it? Windows Control T? That work? Did work, okay. Which Windows do you use? I use Windows 10. Yeah, Windows 10. Mostly because it won't let me upgrade to Windows. I don't know why. It won't let me upgrade to Windows 11. But I'm also fine with it because I've heard like mid things about Windows 11, to be honest. All right. Bench is the Ursaluna, so aggressive Ursaluna bench here, and then there's the Squawkabilly. Only getting rid of one Chops and Jack. The Ursaluna bench here. Oh no, it is two Chops. We did play an Ultra Ball there. We got the Minchino. I'm not sure how I feel about that from Pedro there. The Ursaluna doesn't seem necessary. I don't know how I feel about the Ursaluna. We haven't attached return yet here from Pedro. Has plenty of energy in hand. Also has the Lugia V-Star. Catching active seems pretty decent to me. Goes with that. Does have Boss and Lugia V-Star in hand. I doubt Murillo here plays Collapsed, so it's not like that's not like something we have to worry about here. There's a Drago to the bench. Attach. Thinking about benching Pheasantipity. And we'll see if there's an Iono or a research for the supporter. There is the research here. So yeah, Pedro's probably pretty happy about that. The hand there for Pedro is pretty good. Takes a quick look at what was discarded. Pretty good spot here for Pedro. Here comes an S-Ball from Murillo. I don't even know what we're getting here. I guess Ogerpon. We do need to find some Ogerpon types of Ogerpons. What's the point of discarding your hand as a stack for research instead of just fanning it out? I feel like there's no good justification. I mean, if it's like in a stack, like the idea is there really isn't really any good justification, to be honest. Like the only thought process you could apply is like, well, if my opponent doesn't pick up my hand and look at it, if I drop it in a stack or if I immediately drop it into my discard pile, then they'll miss out on information. But if you're playing up like against a decent player, like they're always going to pick up your research after you play it. So like, I don't know. There really isn't like I agree. There's no good justification, but that is like the thought process, I'm sure, most of the time. It literally just is, well, if my opponent doesn't pick up the 5-card hand that I just discarded with research, then they won't know what resources I've discarded. If I fan it out, then I give them the information willingly, but they can always, you're not like withholding the information from them by doing it like that. Yeah, you're not withholding information from your opponent by like you're putting your hand in a 1-card stack and dropping it in your discard pile. You're not withholding the information from them, but you are making your opponent have to go work for it. So it's like one of those like min-maxing things. Like, I don't know. Here from Pedro, I actually don't know if I want to see Pedro. Pedro could boss KO the bench Drago, but I feel like maybe we should just save the boss here as Pedro, to be honest. Just so we can just continue to gust 2 prizers off the bench. Yeah, I feel like Pedro should just save the boss and keep the boss around for next turn. To me, it's like always more sus because they can think that if they don't actively reveal the information, it's easier to palm a card that your opponent has not kept track of. Oh, I've never gone like that far down the I've never gone that far down the logic route there. Yeah, and then we should see the Iono here from Pedro. Just reset the hand. I like this a little bit more. There was only 1 boss in the hand. We want to find outs to multiple boss. So I like the discard here from Pedro. Yeah, I've never thought about it that route, to be honest, Davidson. But I guess that's like a thought as well, to be honest. Saving boss seems good. Yeah, saving it for sure. I guess like the Iono is fine as well. We just want to find more outs to more bosses here from Pedro. Like we had 1 boss in that hand. Honestly though, having just 1 boss, that's all we want on this next turn from Pedro is probably just another boss. But I guess this gives us the out of boss or Chinchino, depending on how this turn goes for Murillo. Like if Murillo gets like Sinnoh knockout active and we don't have an out to a rat in hand, we could be in trouble. So I guess like probably playing the Iono here from Pedro just makes sense. I would go for boss KO Fez. Boss KO in the Fez there is pretty mid. If you're going to boss KO anything there, you probably want to KO the Drago that has the fire energy. Or even maybe there's an argument for the Ogerpon with the grass, to be honest. KO in the Fez is kind of mid. It depends how many like recovery cards Murillo has played, because it wouldn't be like super hard for Murillo to instantly just recover the Pheasantipity and get access to it again. Another thing with KOing the Dragos versus something like the Pheasantipity is you want to KO the things that can get more HP. That's probably why you would always want to go for the Drago with the fire. If you KO the Pheasantipity and then both Drago Vs become V-Stars, then there's only one more thing that Lugia and Ursaluna can KO, which is the Ogerpon. So then if Murillo deals with your Chinchino, you have to 2-hit something or use Weirdeer. So that becomes harder to maximize your value from. But if you just leave Pheasantipity in play, it's always just sitting there as a 2-prize Pokemon that can die to Ursaluna or Lugia as the game progresses. Which we're not, at this point from Pedro, Pedro really isn't concerned with preventing the opponent from doing anything. Pedro just wins the game here if Pedro draws 2 prize cards every single turn. So that's all Pedro really needs to be concerned with. There is the... Oh, it's a Goodra. Okay, hold up. The Goodra's kind of spicy. But see here, because Pedro has two prize Pokemon to chase, Pedro can just go boss, win. Or Pedro could go boss this turn, and then next turn the rat could be big enough to take a knockout. I don't know if the rat can't get big enough this turn, right? 5 energy rat's not enough. Into the Goodra attack. So Pedro will have to wait a turn. Wait. No, Pedro will have to wait a turn for the rat to be big enough. So if you just have... You have Luminion in hand here as Pedro. So you can just go boss KO Fez or Ogerpon. I'm not sure which one is better here to KO. Load up more energy on your rat. Like Pedro can just put 5 energy on the rat this turn. That looks like the Raikou in the hand there. So Pedro's playing the Raikou. I wonder if Pedro's playing the basic Lightning. We saw Yurko playing Water Pawn and no basic Lightning. At what tournament was it recently that Yurko played that at? Yurko played no basic Lightning and Raikou and Water Pawn at an event recently. I'm curious to see what Pedro's lineup is. I haven't seen the Water Pawn yet. My guess would probably be no Water Pawn from Pedro. Louisville. Was it Louisville? Might have been Louisville, yeah. We are stacking the rat, which seems good. It does seem good to stack the rat here. And then has Luminion for boss if there's not a boss in the hand. There's a lot of cards in this hand. Here comes the Luminian. On this next turn, Murillo will be able to play around, triggering gift energy once again. We could see Murillo go for... Ooh. We could see Murillo go for like a back-to-back Kyurem play here coming up. We'll see what Pedro KOs here. What Murillo could do would be like... There's no Chinchino in play. Murillo could go like Iono and then use Kyurem and go Kyurem 110 on Squawkabilly, Luminian, Archeops, and then do it again the next turn. And like don't even open up a bench space. Well, I guess if you KO the Minchino, that would give up the option of... If you KO the Minchino here, that would give up the option of the gift energy. You draw with gift. You could find like Sinnoh, I guess, and then also KO the Minchino. That'd be fine. Yeah, I feel like here from Murillo, we want to see... I like the Kyurem line. I think. We still have our V-Star power. So if we can just go Kyurem this turn, Iono down to 2, Iono Pedro to 2, Kyurem, that seems pretty good. Now, is that possible? I don't know. We do see Murillo pushed up the Ogre Pawn here, which does give us a little bit of flexibility here in our options. Now we could retreat to the Radzard, or we could retreat to the Drago and go for that play still. So we have some flexibility here. There's the Iono. I don't know where the Kyurem is, though. Not sure where the Kyurem's at. The thing is, if Murillo attacks with Radzard this turn, Murillo's not winning in 2 turns. Murillo's winning in more than 2 turns, which is not good. Like, you're winning in 3 turns, which gives Pedro like time to like have a gift energy trigger, and then the gift energy will lead to the win. Comes a vessel from Murillo. It looks like gets rid of a... it looks like Dragapult. I can't tell for sure. No grass energy found off this vessel, so no draw power coming in from Ogre Pawn unless there's an energy in the hand. Kyurem should be in the discard pile. Is it in the discard pile at this point? I do see a grass in the hand there. Okay, so we still have a little bit of draw power to work with here. And we still have Legacy Star to work with as well here from Murillo. Fire to the right. It looks like Radzard's being lined up to attack with. This doesn't KO the Lugia, though. It just punches it for 250. V-Star's being used? What are we possibly ever looking for here? Maybe the discarding of the Kyurem. There's the Kyurem. Okay, we did get it to the discard pile. We also found Temple of Sinnoh. Okay, maybe Murillo can go for Kyurem here. We can recover an E-Switch. Is eyeing up Pheasantipity? Maybe we need more than what we currently have. Goes for the boss. We do have an E-Switch in hand as well. Murillo seems pretty close to the Kyurem play. Honestly, Murillo had the play. If Murillo just didn't push up Ogre Pawn, Murillo had the Kyurem play. Here's the retreat into the Drago. Did get Temple of Sinnoh, so can KO the active here. But if we're just going for a Tina knockout, Pedro has 2 turns. That's the problem with this play. This is the problem with this play from Murillo, is this gives Pedro 2 turns. If you don't Kyurem, then you give Pedro 2 turns, which is the problem here. Also owns both energy off the bench. Now, all Pedro needs is a boss or a Chinchino. Pedro has a lot of outs to win the game here. Pedro's not playing super aggressively, so I feel like Pedro probably doesn't have boss or Chinchino in hand. The top deck is a Lugia. There's a Lugia V and a V-Star. Uh-oh. Is Pedro in trouble? Murillo can get to the Radzard next turn as well, but you'd have to hard retreat the active. So from Pedro here, you're probably punching with Ursaluna. You probably just have to punch the active with Ursaluna. I don't really see another play. You could bench... Oh, is that a Carmine in the hand? It is a Carmine. Okay, hold on. Oh, what? Yeah, well, Pedro's out here stressing, sitting on a Carmine. And you definitely want to leave your bench space open. And there's Ultra Ball. Yeah, you definitely leave the bench space open because otherwise Murillo could like play around not knocking something out and not leave you a bench space to be able to use Luminian. So definitely a good call from Pedro there to not bench the Lugia V. I guess that's what Pedro was thinking about. I was like, should I bench the Lugia V to give myself the option of Lugia V-Star And the answer is no, because then otherwise Murillo could just like not take a knockout. If you whiff the Chinchino, Murillo could go like Iono, Puncher, Ursaluna, spread damage to the bench or something, not take a KO. And then Pedro could draw into Ultra Ball or Luminion off the Iono and not be able to use it because the bench is full. So yeah, I just assumed Pedro's hand was dead. I think he was thinking about using Primal Turbo. Oh, that's fair. I guess you could have Primal Turboed first from Pedro there. I guess that's a good question. Should you have Primal Turboed first? That's also another question there. If we Primal Turbo first... Primal Turbo first. What is the reason to not Primal Turbo first? I guess it depends how many energy we have left in our deck. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think Pedro probably should have Primal Turboed first and put 1 energy on the Ursaluna on the bench, I think. Well, maybe not, though, depending on if you draw into an energy. Depends what Pedro had on the bottom of the deck, right? Oh, it also depends, yeah, what got Iono to the bottom of the deck. That is true. True. Yeah, depending on what got Iono to the bottom of the deck, that actually does make a difference. Depends if you need to draw into an energy to attach from hand, or if there was an Iono. You didn't need to attach from hand there, for sure. Yeah, I definitely didn't need to attach from hand. So Pedro plays the one of Carmine as well as the Squawk ability, trying to play all the outs for just playing more outs to do stuff on turn 1. Which I'm personally a fan of as well, I think. The 1 Carmine plus the Squawk ability. I'm still not convinced that like Nest Balls are better than Great Balls, but it seems fine. Raikou start here for Pedro. I definitely like the Squawk ability. It would feel weird to play Squawk ability without Nest Balls. It feels like you have to commit to the Nest Balls if you're gonna play the Squawk ability. You could just do Carmine plus Great Balls, I guess, and then cut Squawk ability. That wouldn't be terrible. Klawf start here for Murillo. The Raikou start here for Pedro. Raikou start's got to be pretty terrible, to be honest, in this matchup. It kind of just eats up a bench space. Yeah, the Raikou start's got to be pretty awful. The hand there from Pedro looks fine, though. I see Mezagoza. I guess you don't want Mezagoza in your hand this early on. You want to kind of save it as an answer to Temple of Sinnoh. Mezagoza has Capture Aroma. You could, like... Yeah, there's Jet in the hand as well. So we could see Pedro... We have Fleet-Footed to work with as well. So Pedro could like start with Fleet-Footed, try and get a Pokemon. Because we probably want like double Lugia, and then a Read the Wind here from Pedro would be pretty good. And we're pretty well set up for that from Pedro, to be honest. So it's probably what we'll see here. Look for double Lugia plus bench Minchino, Read the Wind. All right. Does Murillo have no energy for turn for Murillo? That's huge. We could see Murillo whiff a turn 2 attack here. Lugia V-Star has been top decked from Pedro. I wonder if Pedro could ever hold this hand now that we top decked that. I think it may be possible. We'll see. I mean, you probably want to play the Carmine. It just like comes down to what is found off this Fleet-Footed and how the Aroma and Mezagoza go, maybe. Boss was found now. The hand is getting better and better. The hand is getting better and better. Lining up the Aroma and the Mezagoza now. Aroma comes out first. Heads. We get an Archeops. Like I said, I believe has a Nest Ball in hand. Could jet up the Lugia. I'm trying to be a dick. Why does their setup look so bad? The Euro and US one looks way better when they are on stream. That's because there's this... TPCI runs the streams for Europe and North American events. The streams for the Latin American events come down to if someone wants to volunteer to do it in the community, or if the tournament organizers tries to find someone to run it. But mostly it just comes down to the community basically volunteering to do it. It's TPCI having a whole production crew run a stream versus I believe this situation is one guy with 2 webcams and a laptop, probably. I think the current situation for this stream is one guy with 2 webcams and a laptop. Definitely a production diff for sure. It's definitely a pretty big difference. Looks like a head from the Mezagoza. Pedro just confirming that the opponent's okay. It looks like the flip landed on like the used marker. What kind of camera? Who knows? Who knows what kind of camera? That's what I'm saying. It's just like someone volunteering to like do a setup. It's better to have this than nothing, right? It's better to have this than nothing. Yeah, I wasn't laughing at the I wasn't laughing at the person who like decided to. It's great that someone is out there actually just volunteering to run the stream. It's sick, right? Now, would it be cool to see TPCI run major streams for all the Latin American it would be pretty cool. It'd be pretty cool. I'm hoping that I don't know if, I forget who brought this up. I'm hoping that TPCI runs does streams for the regionals in Mexico. Or at least the one of them is in Mexico City, right? Or where are the regionals in Mexico? There's 2 of them this year, right? I forget exactly where they are, but hopefully at least one of those TPCI brings the full production crew to stream. That would be cool. We'll see though. Hopefully both, and hopefully that leads to at least. There's the jet up on the Lugia here, and then I believe we have that Carmine coming in. Only getting rid of getting rid of double chops to the discard pile. We are looking for another Lugia V here to feel super safe for Pedro. We're just looking for a Lugia V. We'll feel safe if we have another Lugia V. There's an Ultra Ball. There's a Minccino. But what do we have to give up off this Ultra Ball to actually get another Lugia V is the question. Does Pedro risk it? With 0 energy in play from last turn, does Pedro risk it and just go for a Read the Wind? DPCI should do all the production IMO. They got the dough, and it'll be increased viewership and future player in those regions. I mean, it's not got the dough is not like a good reason. That's not a good reason. But I mean, I'm not against them doing it. Got the dough isn't a good reason. Pedro wants to play the Ultra Ball here. It would have to give up a boss though. Boss is pretty good. You can do it again. In Joinville's case, they didn't let the volunteer do it, so we had nothing. Yeah, it seems like, well, the Joinville was ran by Copag, though. The last 2 special events, Latin American special events we've seen, have had streams, but they haven't been run by Copag. So it seems like Copag is not allowing people to volunteer to run a stream for the tournament, which is pretty cringe. And it looks like Pedro with a 1-card hand is going to pass. I believe that 1-card hand is a research, so it's a pretty good 1 card to have here for Pedro. Did not get to a clean Read the Wind, like I'm sure he would have liked. We do see a heads on the Mezagoza for Murillo as well, so they tie it up here. Heads on the Mezagozas. I mean, I'm sure TPCI eventually will start to run streams for these major tournaments in the Latin American region. The only major tournaments in Latin America that have been like blocked from even having a volunteer run a stream have been the Copag ones, which is pretty cringe from Copag. If someone's like volunteering to do a stream, I feel like that should be allowed. Still no energy here for Murillo into the research now, hoping to find some. Getting off an attack this turn seems at this point unlikely from Murillo, so I think it's going to be a Klawf attack at the end of this one. We'll see though. But we'll see what Copag does for the rest of their tournaments. So we'll see what Copag does for the rest of the tournaments, and then it's possible TPCI. I could see TPCI stepping up and streaming the regionals in Mexico this year for sure. So we'll see what they end up doing around those. But shout out to the community who is always at least volunteering to do these kind of streams to give us something to watch. It's better than nothing, that's for sure. So yeah, shout out to, I don't know exactly who's running this one, but yeah, shout out to the community for stepping up and running the streams, because it was the same thing for whatever the last special event we had, the Lima special event. It was the same thing. It was like someone in the community running the stream or putting a stream set up for us to be able to watch, which is nice. Obviously, I think we would all like to have the TPCI official streams, and I could see TPCI not doing official streams for like these kind of special events. They're pretty small. The venues are small, but at least like the regionals, I feel like for Latin American regionals, it'd be nice to see the official streams happening over the next 2 to 3 years coming up. All right, so yeah, Murillo whiffs the turn 2 attack, just has to go with the Klawf draw. This is exactly what Pedro wanted to see, but... And the top deck Lugia V-Star is pretty good. The thing here for Pedro, though, Pedro does not have a boss. No boss here for Pedro. KOing Klawf is pretty cringe, and there's no access to Iron Hands here for Pedro because the bench is full. Pedro's options are limited here. He's thinking about how many Archeops to use before using research here. I would probably just say go ahead and use both. Load up the squad. You do want to put the V-Guard and a non... You want to put V-Guard Gift Mist on the active here. You don't want to put Double Turbo on the active here, because then you can't KO 2 prizers with it. So I see Pedro lining up this Double Turbo energy, but you definitely should not put a Double Turbo on the active here. Yeah, you should not put Double Turbo here from Pedro. This is definitely a mistake. We want to be able to KO Ogreponds and Pheasantipides with Lugia later. And we know Lugia is going to be something Murillo is going to be like having to avoid for a little while, or just never KO because it has the V-Guard energy. And then we do want to get some energy on our rat here. So what I think I would have liked to have seen from Pedro was put V-Guard Mist on the active with 1 Chops. Honestly, I maybe would like to have seen Pedro just load up 4 energy and play research and hope to hit a non-double turbo energy off research, because the chances are just so high that you hit it. You can play the Vitality Band like Yurko. There's no way he plays the Vitality Band. Yeah, I don't like that choice there from Pedro at all, to be honest. The more like, yeah, why would we not? Now we can't KO Ogreponds with Lugia. That's so bad. It's so bad to not be able to do that. Limiting ourselves like that, I feel like. We do get the knockout here. We can bump the Jamming Tower. Not that bumping Jamming Tower really matters. We can do it. No one's taking advantage of Jamming Tower in this match. Either Lug goes down to Sinnoh Tina, or he can retreat it off, right? Maybe retreat it and jet it back up. Yeah, but like, why? Okay, but like, why? We never want. Why would we ever put ourselves in that scenario, right? I feel like he's just playing to load up the other Lugia if he has to. But then that's so much more. Now we need to find like a Lugia V-Star. Why would we ever put ourselves in a scenario where we need that much more? There's no reason. Just get a Lugia, and this Lugia has the V-Guard, right? This Lugia has the V-Guard. So we have the turn 2 Goodra attack again from Murillo. Hasn't used the V-Star yet. Goodra knockout chops. So this is a pretty good spot to be here once again as Murillo. We shut down the rat attack. We start to reduce the options of Pedro. Gino can't want to KO the active here. And Lugia, because it has a double turbo energy, can't boss KO Ogerpon, which would be pretty good while we build up our rat on the back line. Would be pretty good to boss KO the Ogerpon this turn while we attach more energy to our rat. Punching the Drago is pretty mid with Lugia. But we could set up for a 3-prize turn with Iron Hands. So Pedro here could go punch active, and then next turn Iron Hands knockout. Wait, no, we can't even do that because we got Goodra attacked. Sheesh. Yeah, it's just not. It's not a good thing. Yeah. The Goodra damage reduction is huge here because we can't even do like the 1-2 punch into Iron Hand. Well, we could punch it with Chinchino. Pedro could go Chinchino punch active really hard, and then Iron Hands it next turn. Could we punch hard enough though? What does Iron Hands do? Iron Hands would have to do like, have to be involved with a double turbo. So Iron Hands would only be doing 100. Iron Hands would be doing 20 damage. And if Murillo attacks with Goodra again, which you probably would, if you're gonna KO the rat, which you're probably gonna KO the rat here as Murillo. Yeah, so pretty big mistake there, I think, from Pedro by putting the double turbo on the active Lugia. I don't know how Pedro should have sequenced it, possibly. I think I would, if I was Pedro in that situation, I think I would have just like loaded up, done double chops research, knowing I'm going to hit an energy that's a non-double turbo, just play as if that's going to happen, and then go from there. Man, the Goodra is really good in this matchup. Like, this lineup here that Murillo was able to get both games now gives him like a solid line to kind of take, to like play towards. Pedro aggressively getting the Ursaluna. The Ursaluna can KO the Ogerpon here if there's a boss in hand, which I can't tell if there is. I don't think there is. It is possible, though. There is a Luminion, but obviously we can't Luminion right here, so. Here comes the load-up from Pedro. There's only 19 minutes left. I'm starting to wonder if we're going to have enough time for Game 3, depending on how much longer this one drags on. I do worry. I do worry. Let me do that. All right, back. I think he was counting on retreating the Lugia to kill the Drago with the rat, hence the DTE. I mean, it still makes no sense because you know the possibility is there for Murillo to KO your rat or KO your Archeops, right? Yeah, this still makes no sense to do that play there as Pedro. It doesn't matter because it's really easy for Murillo to KO a rat or KO a Chops on the next turn. Like, it's not hard for Murillo to do either of those plays. It's just punching the active for, yeah, 120. That makes sense. Giving a bunch of energies to bear feels bad. Is this the Rahul list or just normal, but with Raikou? I don't think it plays the basic lightning, but it probably plays the weird here. Okay, it's 2 Minccino, 2 Cinccino, so I guess no Vessel Lightning. Yeah, I think it's 2-2. It looks like 2-2 Rat has Raikou. 2-2 Rat with Raikou. Pedro's probably playing the Raikou for the Terapagos matchup. So if you don't get off the hands early in that matchup, then the ability to get off Raikou later is nice to KO the Pidgeot or the... We have to KO the Pidgeot or the other guy. Terapagos with the Raikou later on. It probably just plays the Raikou for the Terapagos matchup. I guess it's also decent against Palkia, but like the real reason to play it is Terapagos. Because Iron Hands can be awkward to set up if Terapagos gets a kill on Archeops or something like that before you get to do anything. Depending on what they kill first. Then you might never get access to your hands. Raikou's just the GOAT. True. Goated Pokemon. Honestly, just Raikou being able to KO Pidgeot is so good. And so, if there was just like a... it just doesn't work. It's not a thing. If there was if there was a special lightning energy that you could play in the deck, Raikou is actually really, really good in the deck. It's just mid because you have to play basic lightning to be able to use hands and Raikou. But if there was a way to consistently enable hands and Raikou, like the Rahul build is okay for doing it, but it's not great. You still have yet to use the V-Star here. Murillo just has Kyurem lined up to win the game. I guess the only thing, though, about the Kyurem play, though, here from Murillo is Legacy Energy could get involved and make things awkward, but you still have Temple of Sinnoh as well. I think Murillo can literally just go for Kyurem here. Like, you just go Kyurem, knock out Cinccino, 110 Raikou, 110 Archeops. Wait, did I do my math wrong? No, that doesn't work. Oh, how do we win? There has to be a way to win this, right? Does Goodra knock out Raikou? I mean, this is still a pretty good spot for Murillo, but wait, wasn't there a way for us to win in 2 attacks? Bring up Raikou. Knockout. 2 prize cards. 110. 60. Wait, maybe there's not. Is there not a way to win in 2 attacks? Kyurem. We had 5 prize cards left. What do we KO? KO Chops? Maybe this is the best play. I guess my question is it better to KO the Raikou or KO the Archeops here, though? Don't think you can get the 5th prize card if he evolves Lug. Yeah, we would never want to like commit to the Kyurem play, putting damage on the Lugia V for sure. That's definitely something we wouldn't want to do. Yeah, I guess actually, honestly, there's no. I thought there for sure was a way for us to win in 2 turns, but there's not. So I don't hate this play from Murillo, but I wonder if it should have been on the Archeops instead, because we can definitely win in 2 turns after this. So I wonder if Murillo should have KO'd the Archeops instead of the Raikou. But I guess the Rat's always clapping back, and we're always getting Rat smacked. So So this doesn't seem it seems bad for Pedro, but Murillo can kind of just play this straight up and attack through the active. Well, actually, I don't know if that's true, because the Pedro's board can get out of range of Radzard. And we have Legacy still as well. Wait, Pedro might be kind of cooking here, to be honest. Pedro, I think, is still in this. Is that correct? To boss KO the bench Drago, though? You really want to leave Murillo with Legacy Star guaranteed next turn? The option of it? Takes the KO. Why not just KO the active? That's what I'm wondering. Why not just KO the active there? Another Drago comes down. Murillo could set up 3 Regidragos here, to be honest. Here comes the Pheasantipity. Murillo's looking for Temple of Sinnoh now. If you just find Temple of Sinnoh and KO active, it should be game. If you have a backup, if you have Legacy Star and backup Drago to work with. And we're pretty close to having a backup Drago here. Comes an Ultra Ball. Still no Temple of Sinnoh found. Find another Ogre Pawn or another Dragon Attacker to get the option of. Murillo still can't... Wait, can Murillo win in 2 attacks? No, Murillo can win in 2 attacks, but can we win in 2 attacks where Pedro can't stop us? I guess not. No, we can, right? We could go like Dragapult or something, right? Boss seems fine. Get value from the nuke. Ursa can KO the next one. I guess. It's like 1 less piece taken off. It's 2 less pieces taken off the board, though, right? If Pedro KOs the active, that goes down a V-star and an energy. But now if you KO the bench V with 2 energy, it's easier for Murillo to get to a second or a third, I guess, Drago here now. I was kind of thinking about Pedro's win condition was to KO back-to-back Dragapults or Regidragos. Oh, but I guess, like, what's the possibility that we KO the next Regidrago? What is the possibility that we KO the next Regidrago if we don't have a Cinccino to work with? If we are assuming our Cinccino always dies here, which I guess is fair. Yeah, maybe bossing the bench one is fine. But it does give a pretty good option for Murillo to have back-to-back Regidragos here. Has the Prime on the Ursa, which is pretty good. We didn't get the Sinnoh this turn, so Prime KO is good. We still have Legacy Star. Like, Murillo's still in a really good spot. Yeah, primes it up. Pawn retreat. Get our 2 prize cards. Was there anything better to KO? Just getting 2 prize cards here seems fine, right? Yeah, and it removes one of the threats as well. And we're looking for Gust KO. You can Lost Zone the 2 grass off the active, I think. No, leave the grass on the pawn. Oh, I do not like this play from Murillo. You definitely get rid of 2 grass off the active here. I think Pedro was making sure how did Murillo get the pawn off the... But there was the extra grass there, yeah. I think Pedro just missed it when he retreated. I think Murillo should Lost Zone 2 off the active here. Like if the active lives, we win because we have a V-star in play. So we have to assume our active dies here as Murillo. So keeping the grass energy on the active makes 0 sense. Or you can Lost Zone the fire as well. Just get rid of 2 energy off the active. Just get rid of 2 energy off the active. I don't care what they are. I don't care which energy we get rid of here. All right. Murillo heard me. Good to see. The earpiece is working. All right, over to Pedro. I mean, you have to attack with something that doesn't give up a prize card here. So you have to attack with Cinccino. Even if you attack with Lugia V-Star, with the V-Guard, Temple of Sinnoh. Well, maybe... No, I think you do attack with Cinccino here. Because you want to force... No, I guess... Cinccino is like the same thing here, right? Because if Murillo finds Sinnoh, it beats both Pokemon. Sinnoh beats Lugia V-Star, it also beats Cinccino. And Pedro's taking way too long. This is going to end in a tie. Pedro's been playing like too slow the last couple turns. Not like slow, like I don't think he needs to get a penalty or anything like that. He's just been taking way too long. Like this is going to end in a tie now. Potentially. Lugia lives Sinnoh Radzard. True, Lugia does live Sinnoh Radzard. So yeah, Lugia is the better attacker here. Yeah, Lugia is the better attacker here. Because yeah, if Sinnoh is found, the active Rat dies. If Sinnoh is found, the active Lugia V-Star can die. But Lugia survives Radzard. Good point, good point. So definitely a mistake here from Pedro. Definitely should attack with the Lugia here. And take the knockout with Lugia. Save the Rat on the bench. Go down to 1. Radzard's in play. Yeah, that would have been fine, yeah. Or Sinnoh Ogerpon. True, Sinnoh Ogerpon also works. Yeah, good points, good points. Yeah, so yeah, attack it with Rat here. The more we talk about it, the worse it gets. Pedro, put the Lugia back in the active. We could still retreat it. Pedro could realize this and then retreat back to Lugia and be like, oh wait, Lugia is quite a bit better here, isn't it? And then retreat back to Lugia and then attack with Lugia still. Yeah, if you attack with Lugia, Murillo needs Gust or Regidrago V-Star. See a research in the hand there for Pedro. Has a Jet as well and a Boss. Thinking about like just not playing the Jet, I guess. Goes in with the Chops. I don't even know how many energy are left. There's not many, if any. Goes for a little bit of a load up on this other Lugia. Oh, we could Jet this Lugia up now. No, but this one doesn't have the V-Guard. We want the one with the V-Guard in the active. Pedro could also just hold the hand because it does have Boss in it, I guess. Boss and Jet. There's the knockout. But like we already said, Sinnoh is the difference maker here. So definitely a mistake here from Pedro. Because now Murillo needs less. But immediately pushes up to Drago. I think we just saw the top deck of the Temple. There's the attach. All right, going into game 3, we'll have 8 minutes left. Temple, yeah. Murillo didn't need to use the V-Star power the whole game. Dude, the Gudra is... Gudra does mad work in this matchup. What the heck? Should Gudra just be in Drago? Why is Gudra not in Drago? Well, I know some Drago player. I know Drago players say that they think the matchup is fine with just Sinnoh. So I've always felt that this matchup is like solidly unfavored. Like Lugia is favored, but the Gudra makes a big difference. Like watching the Gudra did work in this game here for Murillo. Like big work, big time. Overtime, double time. I wonder if it should it just have always been in there? Have people been cutting it for no reason? I mean, if you think the matchup is truly like 50-50 without Gudra, then I guess you just play it the way it is, but if Lugia is running 4 boss like 4 boss like is correct, Gudra's bad. I mean, I'm sure Pedro is playing 4 boss, but it mattered in that game even though Pedro plays 4 boss. It's not that simple. You play 4 boss, but a lot of your draw power comes from your gift energy. If the gifts aren't triggering because Murillo's KOing Chops with Gudra attack, like then you're gonna get put behind. You're gonna put in a situation where Cinccino can't be your like savior or whatever. That's what we'll see in those situations. That's literally what we saw in this situation. Is like Murillo didn't trigger gift energy, Pedro saw less cards, and had to punch through Gudra. The Gudra damage reduction. Also, you can just like stop benching 2-prizers. There's nothing stopping you from just like not putting too many 2-prizers in play depending on the situation. Or Pedro could mess up and put a double turbo on the Lugia. Gudra feels really nice. I was contemplating it with Hawlucha or Gudra. I don't know, it just seems like that seems like an unwinnable for Murillo if Gudra doesn't exist. But because Gudra exists, it's like winnable for Murillo. I don't know. It's interesting. But if it, I don't know if it consistently has that big of an impact on the matchup. This is just one match, so. All right, we have 6 minutes left. Pedro is going first. The Klawf start again. Oh, into the Luminion start. I definitely give Murillo the advantage in starts there. But the hand for Pedro looks decent. I see an Ultra Ball, a Chops, and an S Ball. I mean, it doesn't get too much better than that, I feel like. I'm not sure what else is in the hand there, though. I can't fully tell. A lot of energy. There's like 3 or 4 energy. Maybe a rat. I think there might be a rat in the hand. Oh, is it Ultra Ball Jack? Oh, it is. Interesting. So is Pedro just gonna chill? Is Pedro just gonna pass and hope for no Iono? That might be the play here from Pedro. Pass, hope for no Iono. Because the hand has double Chops turn 2. We got 5 minutes left. Not a lot of time. I feel like there's actually just like, at this point, there's just not enough time for Murillo to ever win. The question would just be, can Pedro win at this point, to be honest? I feel like more so than anything. The chance that Murillo wins this is just not very high. It's super low. Pedro doesn't seem interested in winning. I mean, Pedro's in a pretty good spot. Pedro's like, I feel like Pedro's pace of play, whenever I watch Pedro play, I feel like his pace of play does not adjust very much depending on how much time is left ever. Like, he just needs to play faster. Pedro consistently goes into day 2 with tons of ties. Yeah, Pedro, like, one of the things I think holding Pedro's performances back as a player is literally just not playing. Like, sometimes you just need to play fast. I feel like actually a lot of players have that problem where they're not adding like time efficiency for win percentage into the factor of just playing optimally. They're too concerned with playing optimally and not being like, fuck it, I'm gonna misplay, but I just need to play as fast as possible because that maximizes my odds of winning versus my odds of playing optimally. Too many good players try to play optimally versus playing to win. There's like a difference between playing to win and playing optimally. Well, yeah, maximizing the percentage of every action being correct versus maximizing your win percentage. It is optimal to maximize your win percentage, but too many good players don't realize that and think just playing optimally maximizes their win percentage, which is just not true for like the current like tournament structure. I think a lot of good players have that problem, myself included. But I don't have it as bad as other players. I still be winning out here, so. So pretty good turn 1 from Murillo still. That's bad. You don't want to put the Pheasantipity in, like imagine if Pedro just like knocks out your active next turn, and you can evolve V-Star. You can go evolve V-Star, and then even if Pedro Gus KOs your Ogre Pawn, oh well, benching the other Ogre Pawn, I still don't really like that. All right, there's a Klawf. There's so many liabilities on the bench. I don't like this. I don't like the amount of liabilities on this bench right now. There's a lot of liabilities. It's just a lot. There's just a lot of liabilities on the bench. I feel like we could have avoided some of these. I feel like some of these could have been avoided here. All right, there's the Jack. Get rid of double chops. Finds the Lugia. Okay, the pace of play here from Pedro has increased. You know, he's playing a little bit faster here. Still, he's got to cook a little bit harder than this though. The chops are in. And the 2/2/2 is available here for Pedro. Has hands, and then can go Gus with Lugia / Ursaluna moving forward. Catch active, bench hands. And then double chops coming in, load up. I guess you can put a double turbo on the hands there. Seems fine. Is Dude Submission already reset? No, I'll reset it going into next week because we'll have it on Thursday. Treat, hands, and then knockout. Oh, that's a lot more energy into the hand. How do you look at the deck? He used the V-Star and then look before using chops. That is out of sequence, yeah. I don't think Pedro should have been able to do that. You're right. I don't know if he got caught up in the moment. It wouldn't have affected the outcome of being able to attack with Iron Hands because you could have accelerated one energy to the active Luminian and then accelerated double turbo Legacy to the hands and then attach the hands attack. But yeah, technically, well, no, because he went Jack and then played Ultra Ball. No, technically, yeah, technically he shouldn't have been able to do that. Yeah, I don't know if he was caught up in the moment or what. But yeah, technically that is against the rules. Even if he had been held to having to be using chops there, even if Pedro had been held to be using a chops there, though, he still would have been able to get the Iron Hands attack off. But neither player or judge called it, so I guess we just continue from here. Does Murillo have turn 2? Or wait, not turn 2. Oh, no, this is turn 2. Turn 2, Gudra attack again, KO chops. Oh, it is a Dragapult this time. Less exciting. Actually, Murillo had Sinnoh KO active, but what if Murillo just went Sinnoh knockout active and then knockout Lugia, then knockout Lumineon? Murillo could have had the combo there, the 2-2-2 lined up. And Murillo could have had the line there. I feel like this play never gives Murillo a chance to win, right? Murillo literally can't win at this point, I don't think. Murillo has one more turn. We're going into... That was turn 0 for Murillo, so this is turn 1 for Pedro. Pedro can win with Gust, but does need Gust. Weird Ear is not an option. There's not enough energy in play. He could, but since he was turn 0, has to deny chops. Oh, true. Well, looks like the players agreed to tie. Research wouldn't have changed anything. Yeah, no boss. Pedro needed boss there to have a chance to win. Oh, Tina was prize, so Murillo didn't even have access to Tina. Oh yeah, there was maybe even never a chance to KO the hands anyway. I kind of just like assuming that Murillo could have KO'd the Iron Hands there. But yeah, it wasn't an option. Wait, was there like a... Yeah, it wasn't really an option there. Tina and Gudra? I think it was Tina and... Not Gudra, Tina and something. Tina and Polt. Oh, was there Gudra also prized? Am I trolling? Oh, it's the rainbow card, right? Did I think it was a supporter? Oh, yeah. I thought it was a supporter. I don't know why I thought it was a supporter. Rainbow supporters? Dude, I'm struggling out here. Live. Yeah, Pedro. Definitely would have liked to have seen Pedro play faster. I mean, like, technically, I guess throughout the whole set, I would like to have seen Pedro play faster. Stop the pile counting. Play faster. Yeah, I mean, Pedro has no one to fault in that situation but himself. On the other side, I mean, there wasn't too much more Murillo could have done, to be honest. Gudra found some cool lines with the Gudra. The Gudra came in clutch for sure in that one. Definitely a big deal. Yeah, Pedro's needed to play faster. You're just trying to justify slow play. You're just showing me, Soda. So you're gonna need to go to more than 4 tournaments if you want to go to Worlds. That's not true. I can literally just win one of the 4 tournaments. When is the last season of Pokemon that I played in where I didn't win a major? It was pre... Yeah, what was the last season of Pokemon where I didn't win a major? The year that Henry won Worlds. I don't think I won a major that year. Yeah, but you went to a lot more. I usually won a major within like the first 4 or 5 tournaments I went to, I think. You went to more tournaments this year? I think I win my first major most seasons in the first 4 or 5 tournaments, I think. Last 2 seasons I have, right? 3 seasons? How many seasons have we had? When was the last season you didn't go to more than 4 majors? I don't know. Listen, I'm not worried about it. If I get my invite from the events I go to, that's cool. If I don't, that's also cool. Catch me restreaming Worlds. I'm worried. I know you're worried, Soda. You're always worried. I think Pedro took around at least 10 minutes to pick who to promote whenever his active got knocked out. Even like total across the board. But Azul, if you want to be the best, you have to go to a major every weekend. That honestly would be pretty cool. It would be kind of cool to literally go to every single major in a season. Like literally every special event, that would be tiring though. That'd be a trip for sure. When you get burned out, I have to imagine. Well, it sounds absolutely miserable. Well, it sounds cool to begin with, and then I mean, if you get burnt out eventually, you got to take a break. But Ask Brent for some tips. Yeah. That is like a lot though. That you definitely get burnt out at some point. At some point it becomes unreasonable to continue. Did Murillo cheat at the 41 mark? In movement seems sus. I assume you mean 41 mark on the timer. Like here? Right, no, I gotta go. I should just let it play out from here. Use the J key, bro. Wait, what happens when you click J? Ask Wolfie about it. About traveling to a lot of tournaments. I travel to more tournaments than Wolfie does. About burnout. Oh, I mean, I've experienced burnout before. We should in his pocket to get his cell phone. Oh. Oh, wait, that hand movement there? Okay, I mean, that does look weird. Hang on, I didn't see the full thing. Did he just drop a card, though? All right, you don't see... All right, hold on. Maybe I'm tripping. He must have... You don't really see the card drop, but I assume he dropped a card. His reaction is if he's trying to, like, stop a card from falling. You don't really see the card drop, though, because of the angle. That's sus. I look sus, but he definitely just dropped a card. But you just can't really see it that well, that the card is dropping. Do I have this set to the highest quality? I think I do. I do. Wait, when did it happen? Am I trolling? When does he drop the card? Was it further back? Did I wait too long there? Dude, I'm tripping. J key rewinds 10 seconds. Numbers are the keyboard also used to skip through the video faster. I'm not sure what about a live stream though. I just use the arrow keys. The arrow keys also goes back 10 seconds or 5 seconds. I guess this goes 5. Dude, I can't even find the moment anymore when it happened. Yeah, he just dropped a card. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Oh, it was right there. Yeah, you don't really see the card drop, but it's like the shadow and everything. You see it a little bit. You see it just a little bit. Yeah, I don't think there's anything sus going on here. And let's pull up the tournament. Let's see how it's progressing. We look at Pedro's illegal deck search. We didn't. It definitely was an illegal deck search. Pedro definitely did an illegal deck search. There's not too much else to say though. Like Pedro did an illegal deck search, and should have been forced to like use an Archeops basically, in that situation. No, he would have whiffed the attack there. He needed to use both chops there, Grant, to actually pull off the hands attack. Because he didn't have a pivot. He didn't have a way to move. So he could set up hands, but then he wouldn't be able to move the hands. But In that situation, you would just force him to use one of the Archeops. Pedro didn't think he was in... He didn't think he was in the Archeops there, I don't think. He was just, like, picked up his deck and looked at it. He thought he was, like, still in Jack, probably, or something. But, my assumption would just be that Pedro forgot that he wasn't able to look at his deck and was, like, thought he was still in Jack or something, and then, yeah, I don't even know, to be honest. But should have been, like, forced to use an Archeops there, for sure. Is it only 160? I think we actually are only at 160 here. Salvador is 501. Tim Franklin 501. Yeah, like it wouldn't change the outcome of the turn. Like the turn would have still been the same, right? So it would have been attack. Octavio is 5-1. Fuentes 5-1. We saw Isaac on stream earlier with Raging Bolt, if I remember correctly. Got themselves up to 5-1 as well. We only have 2 more rounds left. Juan here. Didn't Juan... Has Juan... No. I don't know if Juan won anything this... They haven't won an event yet. They've been in like 2 top 4s or something. There's Giovanni with the... I assume Terrapagos. I don't know why Giovanni would change decks. Let's see it. Yurko's 402. 402 better not be playing Lugia. Also, Pedro 402 with the Lugia as well. What is going on? I cannot imagine that Yurko is not playing Lugia. It'd be a pretty big surprise if Yurko's not playing Lugia. Although one tie isn't guaranteed. If you go X2-1, you can make cut at X2 and 1. So having 1 tie is fine. Having more than 1 tie is... No, actually having 2 ties guarantees you cut. If you go X1-2, you're guaranteed cut. So actually 2 ties is fine. Tying with Lugia is still cringe, but actually X1-2 is guaranteed cut. When we did the Limitless Simulator earlier, X1-2 is guaranteed cut. Is there a way to check that X people are playing? No. So the players that are X02 actually have a line to make cut from here. They just have to go X and 1 for the rest of the tournament, and they should be guaranteed. Based on the simulator we ran earlier. I should just keep the simulator open, and we can, like, adjust it as we go. Hold up. Just 275. Current tie rate is 14. It's getting up there. Shout out to Intro and Yurko with the Lugia. Calculate. So X and 2 is only 4.5% of the players. So X2-1, no. X1-2 is guaranteed cut right now. X1-2 is guaranteed cut with the possibility of X2-1 also making cut. Actually no, in the current way the tournament plays out, cut is at X1-2. X1-2 makes cut. X2-1 won't make cut right now. But if the tie rate goes up, we could still end it. Even if it went down, it could end this situation, right? If we go down to, let's say we get down to 13. Let's say we get down to 12% tie rate. Yeah, then all of a sudden X1-2 could make cut. Or X2-1, excuse me. Why is it not X2 like regionals? X2 makes day 2, but for top cut, it's same record as top 8. Yeah, I'm talking about making top cut. I'm not talking about making day 2. Nobody cares about making day 2. Yeah, X2 makes day 2, but making day 2 is not relevant. Well, yeah, it's not relevant. Although it is weird. Wait a second, how many rounds do they have? 8, so they have 2 more rounds. 5-1... 5-1-2 won't make day 2, but could make top cut if they won the rest of their rounds, which is actually weird. So, like, if Yurko and Pedro both lose this round, They don't make day 2 anymore. But theoretically, if they did make day 2 and won the rest of the rounds, they would actually make top cut. Which is weird. Right? Am I tripping on my calculations here? Seven, 1, 2. No, yeah. 7-1-2 is guaranteed cut. Currently. Unless the tie rate gets really weird. But even then, no, I think no matter what, 7-1-2 is always making cut. Azul, you're cooking too hard, bro. Old system X03 to 12-2 would also have cut, but not day 2. Oh, true. That still feels weird, though, that you could do that. But, like, current system, X3 couldn't make cut. If you go 0-3, you wouldn't be able to make cut in the current system. That is weird, though. How many people? 275. Yeah, you are right, Grant. Well, yeah, that's old 12, 13 rounds. No, you are right. Yeah, I guess I had never thought about that. X3. Yeah, what the heck? I don't know. I guess I kind of feel like if you can win the tournament, you should be. I guess like ties just make things weird, though. Ties just make things weird. Wait, no, it doesn't, though. If you can win the tournament, should you still be allowed to play in the tournament? It feels like you should be able to. I feel like as long as you can still win the tournament. How have I never like thought of? I've never thought about that before. If you can win the tournament still, it feels like you should still be able to play in the tournament. We got Juan versus Juan here. It's probably because they don't want a million people in day 2. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah. We got plenty of space, but... Actually, I literally never made that realization before. I don't know how. But I would have advocated... In literally last year's Swiss system, I would have advocated for X3 making day 2, to be honest. I would advocate for X... Because you can still win the tournament. If you can still win the tournament, I feel like you should still be playing in the tournament. I don't know. I guess I've never really... Either if I had thought of it before, I've never thought that hard about it before, to be honest. All right. Wait, is there a prediction up right now? Oh, shoot. What was this last prediction for? I don't remember when this prediction was for. I think I have to cancel this prediction because I don't remember what round it was for. Was it for the last round? Was it for Pedro versus... Everyone voted for the player on the right, so I almost feel like it was for Pedro. I'm going to delete this last prediction because I don't remember. And then we're going to start a new prediction. I think it was Bolt. I went ahead and deleted it. Prediction up for this round, though. It's up. Since Bolt donked, you put it up late. Oh, maybe. And then Jeremy ended up winning the match anyways. Ooh, that would have been a big payoff for some people. We have another Bolt here. Juan opened a Duskull. My guess is going to be that... I actually don't know what Juan is playing. My guess is going to be Terapagos. We know for sure Martin is playing the Raging Bolt, obviously, at this point. You saw Palkia in hand? Oh, we did? Okay. And the Palkias are showing up here today. Palkias are really showing up today. I wonder if Juan also has the double vacuum or not. Shoes. There's that Raging Bolt. I'm sure this is a piece we're looking for. Ooh, he's giving up on it, though. Gonna dig a little bit deeper. Upon with the ability, draw one more card. There's a Pokegear. It looks like... Oh, there is a Raging Bolt in the hand. Okay. I do, but when I'm using it... All right. Pokestop off the rip here from Juan. Triple hits. Also found the heavy ball early, so if there is anything important prized, we're going to have immediate... It looks like there's a lot of things. There's Ursaluna, Palkia, and Mew. And I think Ursaluna or Palkia will be the grabs here. I mean, it's got to be... I was going to say it's got to be Palkia. Maybe it's not a Palkia in there. No, but I guess the Ursaluna does make sense. As long as you can get Palkia down, you get your attachment, manual attachment to Ursaluna. This is probably the better play, actually. Oh, we have 2 Palkia in hand. Maybe that wasn't a Palkia prized. Or some people do play the 3-2 Palkia line. I have seen that. But what? Attached to the Ursaluna. Well, people got to attach to Ursaluna turn 1 more. Maybe the hand is just dead, though. But even then, wouldn't you... Maybe you wouldn't. No, bench Ursaluna attached to Ursaluna here was so much better. Yeah, I don't like that play at all there from Juan. Turn 1 attached to Ursaluna is so good in this matchup. Because then if Juan gets the first 2 prize knockout, you can pop Dusknoir and then clap back with Ursaluna. But Juan might not bench enough Pokemon to be able to swing back with Palkia. Or you might not have enough Pokemon to be able to swing back with Palkia. Yeah, you'll probably get there, but... Goes with the Iono instead. Or no, we're always going with Iono. Doesn't bench Ursaluna. Goes with the Iono as well. Another Duskull in the hand. There's also a Trekking Shoes. Gonna check that first. Goodbye Pokestop. There goes Duskull. I see 1 Vacuum in the hand. The big question is there 2? No Radiant Greninja. Pass back over to Juan. Pass back over to Martin. Yeah, I'm going to call Juan on the left, Martin on the right. We got a Vessel. We can definitely attack this turn and knock out this Duskull, but we'd like to KO that Palkia on the bench that has the energy. Ideally, that's what we want to do, is KO Palkia with energy. We're pretty close. We're not too far away. Vessel on the Radiant Greninja. We see Martin, the way Martin's already tackling this is like trying to avoid putting Pokemon in play. Don't give Palkia an out to being able to use Palkia as a good attacker. Limit that possibility. Vessel away the Radiant Greninja. I don't love the idea of Vesseling away Radiant Greninja because you kind of want to keep it around. Maybe Vessel away Pokestop would have been a little bit better, to be honest, but we see Martin definitely has a better understanding of this matchup than the last Raging Bolt player we saw play this matchup. So we're definitely going to be in for a little bit higher quality of a game on the Raging Bolt side. It looks like that's a Sada, but debating not taking the Sada, that's a little weird. I feel like we're always taking Sada there. Because if Juan can actually not bench... No, we can bench 1 more Pokemon here as Juan. If we want to... As Martin, we can bench 1 more Pokemon. I got to remember to like... Yeah, we can bench 1 more Pokemon here as Martin. Double hit off the stop, and discarding a Grass Energy is not bad. Like, it's like a good one. Into another Trekking Shoes. There's an S-Ball. That can get second Raging Bolt. That's not bad to go second Raging Bolt here. Because with 3 bench Pokemon, Raging Bolt does not die to... There was a roll. It is a heads. Go after the Palkia with the Water Energy here. Oh, was it a Tails? I swear it was a heads. It was a 3? Okay, my bad. All right. Ooh, I don't like that switch card use there, though. I think I would have rather seen a hard retreat. Oh, we have boss. Never mind. It's chill. The switch card is fine if we got the boss 2 prize knockout. It's okay. It's okay. I like it. There we go. Knockout on the Palkia, get the first 2 prize knockout, which is the big deal here. Now, there is still Squawkabilly on the bench, despite limiting the bench here from Martin, which was really good to see. We did have to use Squawkabilly turn 1 from Martin, so that is still a liability here for Juan to be able to take advantage of, potentially. We could see, like, Counter Catcher KO Squawkabilly this turn. Now, immediately into the Pokestop. A mistake from Juan on that previous turn was to not bench Ursaluna and attach to Ursaluna. Definitely a big mistake there from Juan on that previous turn. And Ursaluna, we could have matched up Ursaluna into this Raging Bolt this turn by popping a Dusknoir plus attaching to Ursaluna. And then we wouldn't need to use one of our gust effects, which are like really important in this matchup, I feel like, to try and preserve our gust effects. Also, being able to use Ursaluna multiple times in a game is really good. But because Juan didn't attach to Ursaluna before playing the Iono on that last turn, the Ursaluna play isn't available because Martin did get that 2-prize knockout, which means if we had been able to pop a Dusknoir, which we do have access to on the bench already, and we got another energy to our Ursaluna, we could have Ursaluna this turn to KO the active. But now, for Juan to actually get a 2-prize knockout, we have to pop our Dusknoir onto the active, and that is what we're going with here, or get a counter catcher on the Squawk ability. So this still works, but now we don't have our Dusknoir pop for later to get around another Bravery Charm. So we're using our Dusknoir here to not get around Bravery Charm, which doesn't feel good. Ideally, we want to use our Dusknoirs to get around Bravery Charms, but to be honest, the Ursaluna would be just dead here. We'd be in the same spot. Oh, I guess you're right. I guess the Ursaluna would still just be dead, right? I guess it is like the same thing then. I guess the Ursaluna matters the most when we open like a Palkia. I guess that is fair. They would just KO the Ursaluna from Juan. Juan would just have KO'd Ursaluna. So we would be the same spot. Yeah, I guess, sure. Attach Urs is good when there's one Pulk, probably. Yeah, it's better when there's one Pulk, or we open a 2-prizer, or when we have triple Duskull down, because then they can go KO Duskull, and then we can go Duskull Luna. I guess it does matter less in this scenario. But Juan didn't know what he was going to draw into off of the Iono, so we still should have benched the Ursaluna with the energy, because if we had gotten, if Martin had KO'd a Duskull, then we could have gone pop Ursa. So we do get our Palkia knockout here. Using the Dusknoir that's the only Dusknoir we'll probably get to use here as Juan as well. We probably won't get to use another Dusknoir. Using it to not get through a Bravery Charm feels bad. But we did have to use it there so we could get the 2-prize knockout, which is fine. Night Stretcher found here from Martin. Honestly, the rest of the hand does not look great, but we're not out of draw power yet. What a chess clock format where each player has individual time fixed intentional and unintentional slow play and remove ties so that we can be on a true Swiss system. Ties make everything funky. No, chess clocks don't work in Pokemon because there's too much interaction from the other player on your turn that you have to wait for. Like if I play Iron Bundle, if I use Iron Bundle and my opponent's thinking about what to send up, whose clock is running? You just run into the same situation where it's like probably your clock is running because it's your Iron Bundle. But then it's like we still have to enforce pace of play on our opponent while they're eating up our clock. Oh, such a small amount of time, though. You know what? You're right. Lock it in. Chess clocks for everybody. I'm down. Let's get chess clocks involved. We can use them on the phone even. We could do like chess clocks on the phone. All right. Martin still short Asada. And this is actually what happens in this matchup is like when you play... well, the thing is their clock for sure. So we're smacking so many clocks then, though. I play Iono, I finish shuffling my hand first. Wait, if I play Iono, whose clock is running? Mine? But what if my opponent takes longer to shuffle their Iono hand? Do I slap my clock as soon as that happens? Probably not, right? You'd have to hit the clock while they are deciding from bundle or shuffling / cutting your deck. So yeah, when my opponent goes to shuffle my deck after I play Super Rod, am I slapping the clock? Once you're done, slap the clock. Iono is just a mess. So I play Super Rod, shuffle my deck, hand it to my opponent, slap my clock. My opponent takes my deck, cuts my deck, slaps their clock. I go, dude, that's so much slapping. It's just getting physical. I'm slapping the judge. All right, we have to go into another Ogerpon here from Martin. And now the board is getting wide. Now our board is getting wide. Lots of options for Juan. But if we get the knockout here, it probably doesn't matter. But we did whiff. Wait, no, that might be a Sada in the hand. Oh, no, we already did Sada. Am I trolling? Oh, we're cooking, actually. We got the knockout. We're chilling. Never mind. I take it back. Down to one prize card here for Juan. And this is where we could have gone super wide if we wanted to, like put another Raging Bolt down, put the Pheasantipity down, whatever. So the play now over to Juan is going to become, we want to punch the Raging Bolt, but not KO it, ideally, because we don't want to turn on Pheasantipity. And we also want to bump Pokestop. But then we also need to keep Vacuum to get rid of the Bravery Charm. You could also take a knockout here as Juan. You could go like Counter Catcher, KO Squawkabilly, and then Vacuum the Pokestop and knock it out, and then look for some like a Raging Bolt Prime Catcher
Or Palkia Prime Catcher KO Ogerpon on the next turn as well. That would also work. I'm curious to see what Juan goes for here. We are putting the Prime Catcher back into the deck here, it looks like. The Prime Catcher is in the hand, so you could bring up Squawkabilly or the Ogerpon. That makes me think Juan is going to play for Ursaluna Punch active. Ooh, that's a good question. How many Raging Bolt are gone? There's 3 Raging Bolt gone. Honestly, KOing the active here is pretty good then. Yeah, and just one hit KOing this active Raging Bolt is actually a pretty good play here from Juan. There's the Ursaluna. We are just short the Vacuum. Goes into the Dippity for 3. I see Trekking Shoes. There's the Palkia. Oh, wait, Palkia can KO the active here, right? We don't need Ursaluna. Well, we needed the Ursaluna until we found the Palkia V-Star, but finding Palkia V-Star is fine now. We have enough. There's enough on the bench. We should find the Vacuum at this point. Yeah, I honestly think just knocking out the active here is pretty good. Because there's no ancient Pokemon in play, and there's no Raging Bolts left. So you have to find, like, Night Stretcher into Sada or something. There's the Pokestop. No hits on the Vacuum. Punching the active here is still fine, though. And we are hitting it pretty hard. I guess we're never hitting it hard enough to get out of range of... Oh, we still have concealed cards. Hold up. There's more. We're never hitting the active hard enough to actually get out of range of Switch Cart, right? No? Yes? Maybe? No. The Switch Cart can always reset the... The Switch Cart draw here would be really bad for Juan. That's what Martin's looking for. At the very least, get the Switch Cart to give yourself one more turn. Judge slaps you instead of the DPL. All right, there's the punch. 240 damage. So even if Juan doesn't win this turn, as long as Juan can find Switch Cart, or if... Wait, if Martin can find Switch Cart, or if Juan can't find... What could Juan not find? If Juan can't find... Do the Pokestop first. Mill the Sada. There's a Pokegear in the hand as well. Here comes the Pokegear. No hits. There's an Iono. That could still be pretty effective here. If we could Iono into Switch Cart. Oh my gosh, we're only getting 1 card though. This is not looking good for Martin here. I played a locals with chess clocks once as an experiment and it was amazing. A lot of clock slapping. Hey, if it is better, I'm down for it. It just seems wrong. It just seems worse. Yeah, if it is better, I am down for it. It just seems worse. But I'm okay with being wrong. But I'm not the one who's trying to prove that chess clocks are better. So the chess clock believers like need to like make a video testing chess clocks and like showing what the gameplay would look like with chess clocks. All right, no Switch Cart. Starts with the Ultra Ball here from Juan. Does Juan have the Vacuum? It was in the deck. The Vacuum was in the deck earlier, I believe. We didn't burn it. Juan immediately is going into... I guess we do need Gust effects as well here. Because if we get Vacuum to vacuum the Braver Charm off the active, Martin can just push Greninja for a turn. So we do want to we do need more stuff this turn. Oh, so for the Mew draw. Okay, I was super confused there. Wait, why didn't it... No, that makes sense. That makes sense. We got the Prime Catcher. There's the Pokestop. I feel like we should have concealed cards first, because if we could have gotten items to like burn non-items. No Vacuum, but we did find Prime. So we're currently still just short a Vacuum here. You just KO the active, then you turn on Pheasantipity and Pokestop's still in play. You could pass. Passing is like an actual play here from Juan. Doesn't feel good. I feel like if you're going to take a knockout here, you should KO the Raging Bolt. If we're going to take... We should not be playing Prime Catcher here. We should just KO Raging Bolt and save Prime Catcher for next turn to win. Because we don't want to leave a Raging Bolt in play. Because that's the last ancient Pokemon. No. Whoa. Interesting. Pass. Okay. I guess Juan still probably has Counter Catcher left. So we can still go... And this takes away the Switch Cart play. So next turn, Juan can go Counter Catcher, Vacuum. A pretty good Pokestop, though. Retrieval and a Pokegear. I don't know how many Sada are left. Here comes a Retrieval first. Concealed cards and the Ogerpon draws are available. Isn't even considering the concealed... Well, no. Maybe we're not considering concealed cards? The Prime Catcher also might still be available here for Martin. Concealed cards draws more cards. Why would we... That doesn't make any sense, right? Also, we have Vessel in hand here and didn't play it from Martin. There might be no energy left in the deck, but I feel like we should play the Vessel before we use the pawns there. I'm not sure. Is it just pass? Didn't even play the Pokegear. Maybe there's no Usadas left. Pokestop immediately here from Quan. We need to find ourselves Counter Catcher and Vacuum to win this turn. Here comes the concealed cards. There's Vacuum. There's Irida. I assume the Counter Catcher is left if Quan is playing this way. There's the Counter Catcher. Brings up the Squawkabilly, and then we have the Vacuum. Remove the Bravery Charm. And Quan takes game 1. Makes the comeback after being down in the initial game. Or in the initial prize trade. Well, I'm going to run the ads in between games. The main issue is the resources to provide all the clocks, which would be a mess for sure. I don't think so. I don't think that's big of a deal. I actually, like, as someone who's against chess clocks, that's not a good argument against chess clocks. Yeah, as someone who is against chess clocks, a good argument against chess clocks is, like, the chess clocks. Like, well, one thing we could do is you could just put it on your phone. You could just make an app that could work on someone's phone. So all we theoretically need is the ability to be able to report pairings on your phone and then implement the chess clock on the phone as well. So we just need RK9 to, like, implement all of that into RK9, and then it could work off the phone, to be honest. And then also on top of that, if some people don't have phones or whatever, or don't have service, just have some chess clocks. But most people can use their stuff off the phone. Yeah, and I'm saying this as someone who's, like, actively against no reason to force run ads. We're literally getting them in the middle of every game anyways. Well, you're getting them in the middle of them because I'm not running. If I run them in between games, they won't pop up in the middle of the game. That's how they work. But I forget to run them in between games or before the game starts. So that's on me. Our locals in Toronto that use our phone for pairings and win reporting, yet majors don't. I know, it's kind of crazy. Also, that's like over in the TPCI regions, over in Asia, like all the tournaments in Asia report on their phones, report their matches on their phones. It's literally only the TPCI region that doesn't report. Every other card game, I think, reports on their phones as well. As far as I know, every other card game reports on their phones. Appreciate the gifted sub there, Victor, over to Trick Roar. Ooh, the Billy had to get used here. Did it, though? I feel like Martin could have not... We had a Sada in our hand and a Grass in the discard pile. We could have just, like, accelerated the Grass, tried to find a Lightning. I don't know if Billy had to get used there. Having played in Asia and Europe, a big problem with reporting on phone is the Wi-Fi connection at convention centers is utter trash in Europe. I know, but you still have like reporting stations where you can just go up and report to the judges, or you just call over a judge and the judge on their phone can do it or something. Like, someone will have service or access to Wi-Fi, right? Someone will have access to the convention center Wi-Fi or something. Like, it's not that big of a deal. There'll also be like a reporting station at the Hive, right? You just go up to the Hive and be like, hey, with your opponent, and be like, they won, I lost, they won, whatever. I feel like Martin maybe could have chilled with that hand and not billied. Ooh, Juan getting aggressive with the Froakie off the rip here. Greninja is getting involved. It is the bigger Pokemon. It does require one more energy to KO. And can have some pretty big plays with the second attack. Whatever the second attack is called. 120, 120. Pretty cool. Double Duskull down. Palkia down. Comes the Iono. Okay, this feels like a situation. Well, we either want second... yeah, Juan needs to get second Palkia or Ursaluna attach here. We need to get one of the two here. Either works. Well, with the threat of Greninja, the possibility of the threat of the Greninja... Well, the draw was pretty bad from Juan. Bad enough that we're actually going to Squawkabilly it all the way. This setup is really bad for Juan because now we only have Palkia hanging out. It's possible Juan shouldn't have gotten the second Duskull. Maybe should have gone one Duskull and chilled. Oh, we still had Pokestop to use? I didn't even realize that. Juan could have Pokestopped before committing to the Squawkabilly. Because now Juan's in a really bad spot if Martin gets Gust KO Greninja. I guess you can rare Candy Greninja EX or Gust KO Palkia. You can get the Candy Greninja EX Punch for 170, but it's not that powerful of a play. It's not even like threatening like a KO if we find Vacuum. So I'm going to purchase a coaching session with you just to attempt to convert you to a chess clock believer. Someone just needs to make a video. Dude, like if you're a chess clock believer, just make an IRL video with chess clocks and show people what the gameplay looks like. Like it's super simple. Pretty good. That's not bad. We're still missing quite a bit here, I feel like, for Martin though. I'm literally telling the chess clock believers how to like prove their point, and just no one has done it yet. All you have to do is make a video with chess clocks with like some top-down gameplay and just show people what it looks like. That's it. Show people what the gameplay looks like with chess clocks. Wild, you guys don't use clocks when practicing? I believe some people do. Martin's debating what to get off the nest ball here. Goes for the Ogerpon. Another vessel coming out. So 2 vessels have been used. Has 2 Trekking Shoes to work with. The Teal Dance. Pokestop's been burned. Why do you need a video? It's a pretty simple concept. Well, no, I understand how the chess clocks would work, but to me it sounds tedious and bad. The amount of back and forth you'd have to do with clock slapping. I think we can just give up this Ogerpon. I don't think we need this Ogerpon here because if you take it and you use it, you're drawing +1 card. If you discard it and draw a card, you're drawing +1 card. Now we have more liabilities in play though. So it's gonna be harder for Martin to limit the possibility of liabilities. I'm talking about like a tournament setting. Just like prove what the gameplay looks like and prove that the gameplay would flow fine is what I'm saying. All right. Still need to find a lightning energy here for Martin. We have the Prime Catcher in hand though, so we have the KO on the Palkia. Another Bravery Charm. There's the lightning. And there's the Prime. Does Juan ever concede and just go next here? It is still technically winnable because you could get Candy Greninja to start to put some pressure back on the other side. But you're definitely in a bad spot. Chess clocks could be a day 2 thing. I could see that being okay. I could see that being okay. Just have it only be a day 2 thing. All right, there's the knockout. Yeah, there's no way for... I guess with a Dusknoir use, you could get a KO here actually as Juan. You could go Candy Dusknoir, pop Dusknoir on the active, plus attack with Greninja, bench Palkia knockout. That'd be like the play to build up towards, I guess. You wanna accept Just Trust Me Bros a reason? Yeah. We just like make a video with it, like showing gameplay with chess clocks and see what it looks like, see what the flow of it looks like. Maybe do a little voiceover talking about it all. That's all I'm saying. Like, just even if you've tested it, just like prove that you think it's fine to use chess clocks by showing an example of gameplay. That's it. If I was a chess clock advocate, that's what I would do. I would test it to make sure I actually think it would be good and not feel tedious and like clunky to implement into the Pokemon TCG. And then if I thought it worked, I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna make a video with this and then showing this to everyone else in the Pokemon community, and then we go from there. But I'm not a believer of chess clocks, so I put that on I put that on everyone else. And I do feel like if someone went out of their way to kind of like put together a presentation and with gameplay of chess clocks being used with gameplay, and you try to get it in front of the right people, I believe TPCI might look at that and then might make a could make a change based on that, like someone putting together a presentation of chess clocks. We have to press the timer when announcing bundle. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Unless you want to let your opponent eat 10 seconds of your clock deciding what to send up. All right, the Dustor's been popped here for Quan. Pheasantipiti's getting involved. We're looking for that Candy Greninja still. That's the only reasonable attack this turn. There's an Ultra Ball. There's an Iono. All right, things are coming together a little bit here. Oh, we already have the Candy Greninja. Have the Water Fort as well. We're knocking out the active. And we're Ionoing Martin down to 3 with no Radiant Greninja, no Pheasantipiti in play. I actually wonder if maybe Martin should have extended the board this turn. Once we got the first 2 prize knockout and we're ahead, I wouldn't have hated to see like Radiant Greninja come down or Pheasantipiti. Once we have this many liabilities on our board already, like I see in Martin's hand here, I think I see a Nest Ball and Trekking Shoes. So we could have tried to draw into some more draw support to have on board for when we do potentially get Iono'd. What if my opponent shuffles my deck on my turn? Is it my clock or his? I mean, from what everyone said in chat, it sounds like it's their clock, so you got to slap the clock. So if I make a whole 20-minute presentation video on this in collab with my local shop, would you commit to watching it and giving feedback? Yeah, sure. All right, there's the knockout. Let's see how well Martin drew off this Iono. Got the retrieval, and we got a couple grass in there, but I think the hand is... Well, hold on. No. We do have this fighting set up on this Raging Bolt here. No, we're chilling. We have boss. At the very least, we can boss KO Pheasantipiti off the bench. We're hoping for more this turn. KO active would probably feel a little bit better. But boss KO doesn't feel terrible if we can load up a decent amount of energy in play. Got another retrieval. Retrieval again here. Get another grass. Draw another card. I mean, it really doesn't take long to match your opponent's deck a couple times. It could stay on their time. I agree, but the point of the chess clocks would be to remove the factor of your opponent being able to take too long or purposely take too long with actions. In that sense, it would be slow play, but across the board, just trying to speed up the game of the Pokemon TCG in general. You find a Nest Ball there. We could get Pheasantipiti involved or Greninja. I think we probably should try and get some more draw power involved here, especially if we're taking a knockout here on the Pheasantipiti on the bench. Because otherwise it makes the Quan's plays potentially easier and just going, all right, knock out Iono. You have no draw power on board. Yeah, but those actions are so people are bringing up are so small in the grand scheme of things. That's the way it seems now, Jesse. But those will become the actions that matter. It's less actions maybe now that you think would matter, but those actions will become the big actions that matter once once chess clocks like theoretically got implemented, right? Then all of a sudden those are the big actions. Like they seem small now, but they'll become the big actions once chess clocks are implemented. It's all about with what we're currently working with, right? If people abuse it, penalize them. But if they take 10 seconds to shuffle your deck, that's not abusing anything, right? You're allowed to do that. Maybe 10 seconds is... No, 10 seconds is like not unreasonable, right? 5 seconds? 7 seconds? Do chess clocks not just make a stall deck unplayable? I don't think so, no. But definitely winnable. I mean, even if you had chess clocks... Oh, actually, how would that work? I guess it would hurt stall decks a lot. Yeah, you're right. Because you have to win 2-0. If you don't win 2-0 and your clock runs out, you lose, right? Even if you're up 1-0 and your clock runs out, do you lose? I guess you would lose, right? If you're up 1-0 and your clock runs out, you lose. Huh. All right, we got the Bravery Charm on the Pheasantipiti here. Bravery Charm on the active. We did not get the possibility of KO in the active here with Sada. We do have the boss, though. We could, I mean, with Boss and Dippity, I assume here. Get rid of Double Grass plus Lightning or Fighting. How would your clocks work when you both are setting up for game 2 and 3? Can you pause a clock? Yeah, it would have to be like a clock pause, I assume. Whoa, Duskull. Everyone for a 2-prize knockout on the next turn. Okay, I guess this makes sense. Well, hold on. What can Juan do to take advantage of this, though? Juan can now attack with Radiant Greninja for turn, but is that a big deal? There's the knockout. This does allow Juan to attack with Radiant Greninja, but I don't know if that matters that much. This lets Juan use a Dusknoir now as well. There's an Ultra Ball. Yeah, how can Juan take advantage of this the most? Maybe there's no real great way to take advantage of this. Comes a draw 3 off the Dippity. Are committed to just attacking with Palkia here. There goes Ursaluna as well. Vacuums the Bravery Charm now, so we're just taking the knockout here. And then I assume we have an Iono here then. I would hope we have an Iono. I mean, if we don't have an Iono, we basically just... Oh, it's just literally knock out the active here. We're giving the Pheasantipity draw over to... I feel like this was a pretty bad play from... Was there not a better play from Juan here at all? That play felt pretty mid. That felt pretty bad. That felt like a pretty bad play. All right. It should be... I think it feels like it should be pretty easy for Juan to get the return, or Martin to get the return knockout here. Yeah, there's Night Stretcher. There's Sada. Yeah, that's game. That's game. We go to game 3 now. Stretcher for... Yeah, was that really the best play? Maybe it was. Maybe there wasn't anything better. I guess there was no Iono, so maybe this was just the best play from... Oh, there was 2 Iono prized. So that definitely hurt the odds. Yeah, there might not have been an Iono. There might have been no Iono access there for Juan there. If there was an Iono, there definitely was better plays to make, but I guess with the lack of Iono, then I guess maybe there wasn't anything else to do. Is your clock reset between games, and after you press the clock, does the time get added to your clock like chess? I don't know. I assume the clock doesn't get reset between games. I assume you'd have 25 minutes for all 3 games on your side. That would be the... Yeah, that would be the out. 25. Oh, I guess it's like theoretically, though, you'd remove +3, right? Or would you keep +3? You probably should remove +3, right? Because then you could be giving someone extra turns. No, there wouldn't be any +3. It would just be... So we should increase it then. It should be more than... 25 minutes each. It should be like 30 minutes each, right? 30 minutes each, no +3. Chess clocks is what we should have. Just move it up to like effectively 60 minutes per round. This +3 wouldn't make any sense. Would +3 make sense? No, +3 wouldn't make any sense because when would it trigger? Appreciate the 50 months there, Max Rock. All right, mulligan here from Martin. Juan chose second in the last game. Let's see what Juan chooses here in game 3. $14 minutes left. I think plenty of time. Plenty of time. As long as the players don't... as long as the players play at a reasonable pace, there should be plenty of time for sure. Another mulligan coming in. I mean, first or second at this point is probably going to be a pretty decent start for Juan. I see a Poffin in the hand. Has the Mew, some energy. I guess it is probably... maybe unless there's a Palkia in the active, you're maybe missing a Palkia, but... We should make harsher penalties for slow play before we implement chess clocks. Slow play, DQ, get him out. Well, I think with that statement though, you're probably confused. Are you confusing slow play with playing slowly, or are you actually just saying if you play slowly? All right, going first from Quant. We have a Nest Ball, an Ultra Ball, a Poffin, a Water. We have everything. We literally have everything. Here comes the Poffin. Probably just gonna grab double Duskull. Just enforce the current rules. Enforcing the current rules more strictly would probably be the first step, and then we eventually get to chess clocks. Gives up to MeWeX here, going to get some water energy. And then I believe has a Nest Ball in hand, but you might want to concealed cards before we play the Nest Ball. No, he immediately goes into the Nest Ball. We're just going. Grabs a Palkia. No slowing down. We could bench Ursaluna with an energy this turn, so if our Palkia gets chased, we can go into Ursaluna as a response. Into the concealed cards. I don't like that Nest Ball. Well, actually, it depends what else is in the hand. I do not like that Nest Ball used there from Quan, though. Yeah. Well, I guess in this situation, though, if we do get... I have to keep going back. Well, no, but if the active gets KO'd, then Ursaluna's, like, pretty good here. Yeah, the Ursaluna attached... Ursaluna plus attached to Ursaluna is still the better play here. Because if our active gets KO'd, we can go Pop Dust or attack with Ursaluna. Possibly. And if we bench Ursaluna with energy and Martin chases it, that's fine. If Martin doesn't chase it, then we can go Pop Dust or attack with Ursaluna. If the Palkia gets chased instead... I still feel like benching Ursaluna with the energy just gives us way more options on this next turn, depending on what Martin is actually able to do. I'm not a huge fan of playing that Nest Ball before using concealed cards here, because it looks like that was necessary to have around. We do have an Ultra Ball in the hand, though, I guess. Maybe it wasn't like that big of a deal. Oof. Bench and Iono from Martin. So really slow start. Although, as long as Martin doesn't bench too much stuff, which there's really no reason to bench too many things here. Actually, Martin's got a pretty good roaring thing hand. What is it? Roaring something. I wonder if Martin should actually bench the other Ogerpon and then attach the Brave Charms to the two bench Ogerpons here instead of attaching... Because we could put a Brave Charm on the active and the bench, but if we don't bench that many Pokemon here, which we're not going to before we go into the Roar... Is it called Burst Roar? Then the active is probably just going to get punched. So we could just let the active get punched and just have it not have a Bravery Charm. I don't even know if I like using the Ogerpon here. Cause now we drew a Sada, and now it's like, well... Yeah, because we could... Like, if we draw a good card, I almost feel like we should have just, like, not done that. Now, I think we definitely shouldn't bench the Ogerpon here. If we're gonna... We could have used Catcher there, though, right? Wouldn't Catchering up like a Palkia with no energy have been better? Maybe not. It's like the same thing. Immediately into the switch from Quan. I'm not sure I even like using the switch there, to be honest. I guess it's like fine. I mean, you can go punch active and then Dusknoir it next turn, I guess. I actually don't like the energy attachment there active. I feel like we should have used concealed cards. Because we're not guaranteed to see a water energy here, and it would have dug us 2 cards deeper into the deck. If we find the V-Star, we just recover the water energy. We do find the V-Star, though. I mean, this is, like, better, but we do see less cards guaranteed by sequencing it this way. So I'm not sure I like that choice from Quan there. So, yeah, we can just... This turn from Quan, we just go punch active. Next turn, Dusknoir cleans up the KO. Oh, will it, though? 160, 180. Which card? Ooh. Switch card actually gets us out of Dusknoir range here. Hitting Switch card here would be huge for Martin. I guess that makes sense then to go with the Brave Charm active here, because the Switch card actually gets us out of range. Dude, Martin needs to stop benching Ogerpons. Do we not have an energy in our discard pile? Oh, that's like another mistake there from Martin actually through the Burst Roar. Yeah, it's actually another mistake from Martin with the Burst Roar. Is we could have Burst Roared a Lightning Energy to our discard pile, so we could actually use Sada on the other side of the Burst Roar. But now, we're here with Martin, and Martin has a Pokegear in hand, but getting Sada doesn't matter, because there's no energy in our discard pile. Yeah, using the Grass, Ogerpon, Accelerate Energy. Actually, Accelerating the Energy is good to have extra energy in play, but it's better to have a Lightning Energy in our discard pile, probably. There's the Retreat. And then Burst Roar. Here we go again. Okay. Does Juan have an answer to this, though? There's one water in the discard pile. We do need another one, though. Immediately into the Iono. Could have played the Ultra Ball to try and get the second Palkia V-Star, though. We could always just attack with Palkia V here as well. That would be fine. We can choose first. Yeah, honestly, the more I think about it, Martin should have just probably tried to stress getting an energy in the discard pile. Just to have access. Just so if you just draw into Sada, you can use the Sada. Alright, there's the Dusknoir pop on the active. I don't even know if that's actually correct there, though. I feel like that's actually a mistake from... Well, unless we needed it. I don't know if we needed a Hero's Wand to actually be able to attack. I feel like if we could have just attacked KO'd active and saved our Dusknoir for later, that would have been better. We'll see. It's like fine. Is it just pass? Okay. Well, I guess we didn't have access to an attack. I feel like if we had access to attack, we would attack here. All right. This doesn't feel unwinnable for Martin now, but we do need to find ourselves a... I see a Raging Bolt in the hand. I don't see a Sada still. We have Pokestop. We have Radiant Greninja. Although we'd want to try and avoid putting Radiant Greninja in play. Into the Pokestop. There's trekking shoes. We're still missing Sada. At least I don't see one in the hand. Also, switch card there. Found ourselves another Raging Bolt. Got 6 minutes left. Should be plenty of time, I would imagine. Here comes the Radiant Greninja. Not something we want to put into play, but it's gotta happen. It's gotta happen. Billy Vessel is not Sada. Not sure if you guys knew that, but just so you know. We have one more Ogerpon draw coming in, though. Ow. Juan played 2 supporters on turn 2. Wait, really? He didn't? It was discarded by Ultra Ball? I don't think he did. I feel like Juan... Well, has only played Ionos. Has played 2 Ionos, right? He didn't? Yeah, I don't think he did. Never mind, I'm stupid. All right. I think Martin has still whiffed up to this point. We could get Serendipity, but we're trying to avoid liabilities being in play. Bench Raging Bolt. Well, hold up. Oh, retreat to Greninja, right? I thought we were gonna retreat to the. There's the pass. Okay, so Juan could win this turn. Juan could pop double Dusknoir. Juan could go pop double Dusknoir. No, we can't win this turn. We can't get Ursaluna active, actually. Never mind. We don't need to win this turn as well, but I'm also wrong, and we can't win this turn. Wait. Nope, we can't. Punching the active also is pretty mid. Punching the bench would be nice. It's a heavy ball. Serendipity. Wait, what? Wait, do we really want a target that bad that we would leave Serendipity on our prize cards? We could double Dusknoir here as Juan, and we could draw a prize card that way, I guess. We go pop Dusknoir, KO the Radiant Greninja. All right, Radiant Greninja dies. I guess we are drawing a I don't know. That still feels weird. There wasn't another dead card in the hand, so we could have got Pheasantipity. All right, Raging Bolt is pushed here. Here comes the V-Star. We could pop Dusknoir this turn, theoretically. Here comes Nest Ball. It is a fail. Nice Treasure for Dusknoir. Duskull. Okay. We could go Punch Active. There is still like a line to win here. He's just going for the Punch Active here. Okay. 200. Is Luna prized? I'm not sure. Honestly, Juan popping the Dusknoir is kind of weird. Couldn't Juan have just knocked out the active? And that leaves us in the exact same scenario. Am I trolling? Because then next turn, Juan could go for Dusknoir, right? All right, Pokestop here from Martin. There goes the Sada. We're never playing Asada. Ultra Ball is played on the field. Are you guys talking about the Irida? Luna is in the discard? Okay. Grass, Lightning. We're getting a KO this turn from... I mean, Martin wins in 2 attacks. If Martin can find... How much is on the active? 180? We got 60 HP left. We get 60... If Martin can find Bravery Charm Switch Card, Martin can get this active Raging Bolt out of range. Martin can get this active, can get the active Raging Bolt out of range of Dusknoir. And then, Juan doesn't have Juan could go vacuum Dusknoir, but then your vacuum's gone and you can't vacuum off an Ogerpon. The question is, can Martin find Switch Card Bravery Charm? Which is going to be a lot. There's already been like 3 Bravery Charms played or something like that. I still don't know why Juan got Squawkabilly off the heavy ball, because I swear Pheasantipity was prized. There are guaranteed Pheasantipity off the prize cards if you do get Dusknoir or KO the Raging Bolt, but... Got 45 seconds left. All right, here comes the KO, finally. Goodbye, Palkia. So on Juan's turn here, Juan needs to find Dusknoir and Ursaluna. And maybe a vacuum to get rid of one of these Bravery Charms off the Ogerpon. Starts with concealed cards. We're in turns. I see a Night Stretcher in the hand. Pokestop. There's Prime. There's Candy. There's another Night... I mean, that should just be game, right? I feel like that's just game. With the 2 Night Stretchers. There's the Luna. Night Stretcher. There's the Dusknoir. All right. Martin concedes. Juan gets the dub. That was it was still it wasn't that close. Like Juan not getting like Iono'd on that last turn means like Juan almost always wins. Yeah, it really wasn't that close of a match, to be honest. It wasn't that close. And yeah, with the first Night Stretcher there, Juan could have got the Dusknoir. Dusknoir KO'd the bench Raging Bolts, or the active Raging Bolts, and then got Pheasantipity off the prize cards guaranteed, because you get 2 prize cards, and you're going to get the heavy ball of Pheasantipity, and then draw 3 more there. So could have at least seen 3 more cards. Not quite. All right, chat. I'm gonna go get some food real fast. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some food. Wait, is it already 1:30? Dude, how is it already 1:30? What the heck? Wait, was that the last round or is there one more round? Wait, was that the last round? Wait. The records are 6-1 and 5-2. It says round. Oh, they changed the records as the okay. Oh yeah, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna get some food. I'll be right back. All right. The prime sub there, Orin VB. How's Gardevoir EX looking in the current meta? Like the ready one? It's fine. Yeah, Gardevoir EX is fine. Another fine deck. A lot of fine decks right now. Thoughts on Lost Box right now? It's fine. To talk about how awesome Badoo is yet? A little bit. It's a good card. Very good card for sure. Definitely a very good card. What am I eating? Apple pie. Lorelai went to the local farmer's market this morning and got me a piece of pie. I don't know why Jake likes Badoo so much. Art is super broken and toxic. I don't know. Is it? It gives you a way to slow down your opponent. Turn one going second, right? Is that like that bad? Maybe it makes going second too good. Would it make going second too good? I guess I don't know. A lot of the big setup decks that like want to go second though right now are. It is pretty good. The Badoo is pretty good. Like imagine playing Badoo gonna go crazy in GLC. Well yeah, like 10 damage, like 3 hit KO stuff in GLC. Put a Vitality Band on there. We're swinging. Yeah, but like imagine Badoo and Sarah Ledge going second. Or actually just imagine Badoo in like Palkia Dusknoir. Badoo and Palkia Dusknoir is kind of gross. Now, I mean, it is next set. It does come out next set. I just slapping that bad boy Badoo and Drago. Yeah, actually though, yeah. Like Badoo is not good in Charizard or Dragapult probably because they need to use like Rotom or Cleffa to actually play the game. But any of these like stage 1 or V-Star decks, V-Star decks with Badoo are going to be broken. Lugia with Badoo, maybe. The thing is, it's better and easier to utilize than Klefki. Like Klefki is like a really good Pokemon when you go second to send up into the active, but then you have to move it out of the active. It's just on your side of the field. But Badoo, it doesn't have free retreat. So even if you get it in the active, getting it out of the active is harder. But Badoo attacks for free, has free retreat, does 10 damage. Pretty good. Slowguard is the biggest beneficiary of Badoo. Is that better than... Yo! They're literally just giving us... They're literally just giving us the return of the baby wars of like Tyrogue and Cleffa, but it's Badoo and Elekid. Is it Elekid the one that does 30? Like if your opponent Badoos you, you Elekid them back because you can't do anything else anyways. Elekid is 30 snipe. Can it hit the active or no? Is it 30 anywhere or only 30 to a bench Pokemon? Because yeah, they Badoo, we Elekid, we're winning the prize trade. Or you could Badoo their Badoo and you'll win the Badoo war. True. Anywhere? Okay. Alright, hang on, let's catch up with the tournament. Where are we at? 15% tie rate? Okay, let's redo the Swiss calculator. Just curious what we're looking like going into day 2. With a 15% tie rate, X21 is guaranteed cut. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Majority of the time, X21 is not guaranteed cut. I take it back. But X12 is guaranteed cut, actually. Voodoo versus Monkey Dory, Exploding Baby versus Coughing Bomb. It helps stage 2 decks as much as it hurts them. I think it just hurts stage 2 decks. I don't know how much Badoo is helping stage 2 decks. Because you can't afford to use Badoo usually. You usually have to like go for Rotom or Klawf or something to set up. Just Tim Franklin holding strong for Australia, Canada. Kieran, oh, Kieran's out. Never mind. I was like, Kieran's making the comeback. No. Trottier is up there at 5-1-1. Has Simon been playing? I don't know if I've seen Simon's name at all pop up the last couple seasons. But I know, like pre-COVID, Simon was like a pretty consistent player. I don't know if Simon's played the last couple seasons though. Oh, I went too far back. So Jeremy's locked up, tied the last round. Otavio 1 up to 6-1. Justin 6-1. Galaz is 6-1. We just saw Juan go up to 6-1. The Palkia. They should put Tim Franklin on the stream. Winning in. If he's playing something spicy, but he usually plays some weird stuff. You only need Rotom / Klawf because you're gonna get destroyed if you miss turn 2 double candy, but Badoo makes it so you can miss turn 2 and they'll probably miss turn 3. Turn 3 is probably still be fine. The opponent isn't gonna have that much pressure. I don't know if that's technically true, to be honest, Jake. I feel like you usually Rotom or Klawf so you can actually just play the game. I feel like if you Badooed and they killed your Badoo, you'd be going draw pass sometimes. Or draw whiff. As long as they're killing your Badoo on their turn, they're probably just beating you still. If the Badoo buys you a turn, then theoretically, yes, it might do as much, but it might do as much as Klawf or Rotom did, but then you Fez. Genius. All right, I'm in. Yeah, but what if you Rotom or Klawf and then also Fez, which is generally what the decks do is, yeah. A Rotom or Klawf, turn 1 going second, and then on top of that, you'll take the knockout, and then they will also Fez. But then they board wipe you? Dude, nobody's board wiping you, bro. That's a myth. Nobody's board wiping Charizard. Charizard's not getting board wiped. Bench your Mons. Put a Manaphy in your deck. The tools are there. Pokemon players will simultaneously complain that they get board wiped by Kyurem turn 2, but not put the Manaphy in their deck. To play around the 2% canceling Cologne play that Drago can get off turn 2. There's no reason in playing the Manaphy. The Drago players play canceling Cologne. There's no point. Got it from deck. Get board wiped by Kyurem. See, I told you get board wiped by Kyurem. Pedro Tida get... Bro, Pedro, come on. Come on, Pedro. Pedro still makes day 2 with a win, though, here. Your Pokemon Twitter voice is spot on. All right, 'Cause Pedro needs to lock in. Yeah, Pedro needs to lock in right about now. Franklin on stream, guaranteed, confirmed. Oh, we want Franklin on stream. I just saw the bottom half of your message at first. Marco's on the winning end. Yurko tied as well. Yo, did Yurko play against Pedro? Wait. Oh my god, dude, what? Bro. Honestly, they deserve it, bro. They deserve each other on this one. They both tied twice. They hit each other, they tie again. Genius script writing. They might have been the only two players at X02, to be honest. So, how do you tie so much with Lugia? Also, how do you tie the Lugia mirror, bro? What is going on over there? Maybe Yurko's not playing Lugia. It's possible Yurko's not playing Lugia. I'm kind of just assuming. Although someone in chat said that Yurko was playing Lugia earlier as well. It is super funny that they hit each other and then tied. That is very funny. Maybe they ID'd? Would you ID? At this point, they might as well ID. Does that make sense? You have to win the next one and then win the next two tomorrow. Or you could win this one now, then win the next one, then go 1-1 tomorrow. I guess I don't hate it. They are two of the better players in the tournament overall. So if, like, theoretically, on average, your opponents are going to be weaker the rest of the tournament, then there is some merit based on that. That's what I've said in the past before as well. It's like there is a world where, like, if you're X and 2, it's like maybe okay to ID to day 2, like in last season. And the situation was if you played against like a really good player, even if you're a really good player, because on average, the players you play against aren't going to be really good players. And theoretically, for the rest of the tournament, you won't play against any more really, really good players. So if you hit a really, really good player on the winning in, is it fine? Maybe you do just ID, and then you're just like, I'm not going to hit any really, really good players until maybe top 8, possibly. Even the winning in day 2, I might not hit someone who's like as strong of a player as I'm playing against right now. So tying with them, I don't know. What's the expected outcome, though? It's like the question. Is that worth it? It's something I've thought about. It doesn't seem correct. It still seems correct to play it out, but... Player roulette greater than matchup roulette? Yeah, nobody ever complains about player roulette, bro. They only ever complain about matchup roulette. What's ID? Intentional draw. So it just means instead of naturally tying due to time, you just choose to tie. If I see Akko at the table, I'm scooping. That's reasonable, to be honest. I think I would scoop as well if I played against Akko. How many rounds is this? 8 rounds. So we got one more round to go. Oh, Giovanni's here on the winning in. Could Giovanni get back-to-back-to-back finals at majors in Latin America? Has to win this next round. But honestly, Giovanni versus Franklin on the winning in would be a pretty sick lineup. But Giovanni or Franklin's probably getting paired against a 502. Oh, that's Marco. That's Marco, right? Whoever Marco is playing against. Oh, it was right there. I literally... Marco against Miguel. I ID'd round 1 of the League Cup once. I think I've maybe done that as well. I don't remember, though. That's different, though. It's like the quality player differential at League Cups is like so much more vast. A different story. Fabrizio tardiness for what? Wait, does that even like matter anymore? Does showing up late even matter? Can it matter? I can't even. Oh, I guess it can matter for like top 16, top 32, right? Kind of does. It doesn't matter for like progressing in the tournament though, right? Because if you get day 2, you get day 2. If you get top 8, you get top 8. It only matters for like getting top 16 or top 32 or whatever. Which isn't really relevant at special events at all. I guess it is for like, it is relevant at special events for championship points, but that's not going to matter to Fabrizio at the end of the season. That won't actually be relevant. Fabrizio will have his invite at the end of the season. All right, winning in Marco versus Miguel. Marco generally plays interesting decks. More interesting decks than the average deck. So we'll see if he brought anything interesting this time, or if maybe it's I think recently Marco's just been playing Regidrago though. I think the last couple tournaments Marco just played Regidrago. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure. He at least was playing the Scuba Cyclone build of Drago. Which is terrible, but... Oh. I don't know what we got going on there. I'm not going to lie. I don't know what that was. That was a lot. There's a lot of stuff. I don't know what deck that is. Oh, let me get the prediction up. That's a Comfy, I think. The town store, some nest balls, a switch cart, back. Is it Miraidon? I mean, according to the hand, it looks like Miraidon. But I don't know. Miguel got fighting energy. So Miguel's on Bolt. Klawf. Sablezard. Do you play town store in Sablezard, though? Why would you play town store? Does that make sense? It is just Raging Ball for dude. Raging Ball has been like Raging Ball's not even that popular at this tournament. I don't think it's the most popular deck, but not by a lot. But it's been on stream like every single round, so it's definitely doing pretty well overall. That was a water energy top deck there from Marco, so it probably is some form of Lost Zone, right? I think on Marco's side, that has to mean it is some form of Lost Zone. It is a comfy start. Okay. There's lightning energy, so it is Lost Zone with the town store. Why do you want town store in Lost Zone? It gets rescue board and what else? Is there like is it the glasses build? Super effective glasses? Sealstone, glasses, Devo. Okay, sure. I see hands. I see Ursaluna. I do see a Pokestop in there as well still. Maybe that was a Monkey Dory. It looked like a Monkey Dory. We're eyeing up the Greninja here first off here. First off here with the S-Ball. Here first. If the rescue board's in the deck, we can use that aggressively here to find that. What Sealstone target is there? Probably plays Raikou. I haven't seen the 4 Sealstone yet, but if there is a 4 Sealstone in there, it's probably for Raikou. Going in with another Nest Ball. Okay, interesting. Nest Ball for Comfy kind of sucks. I'm actually surprised to see double Nest Ball get burned for Comfys here. I think I would have rather seen Marco use concealed cards, use the first Comfy, and see if that leads to another Comfy. Because Nest Balls to find your attackers later on is pretty good. You definitely don't want to burn this last Nest Ball on like a third Comfy, even if you want a third Comfy here, ideally. He's not getting aggressive with the town store, and probably doesn't even want to put the town store in play until you could potentially back. And there's double Poffin. Probably doesn't even want to put town store in play until... Oh, there's an Iron Valiant. All right. So probably plays a future booster capsule. If you have Iron Hands and Iron Valiant, you probably play a future booster capsule. as one of your tool cards. You're not trying to give the Town Store over to Miguel, especially if you know they're playing Raging Bolt. Now, whether or not Marco knows that, I'm not sure. That would definitely be a question. Get rid of the Psychic Energy to keep us. It looks like double Psychic was found there. There's a switch cart. Switch versus Pokestop. Could use Town Store. Go with the attachment. I was gonna say we could use Town Store to get the rescue board here. Boss versus Raikou there. Opts for the Raikou keep. And then pass over to Miguel. Alright, can Miguel get off a turn one attack here is the question now. Raging Bolt top deck has access to concealed cards as well as a vessel, so we can definitely use this Sada. Get the 2 energy on the Raging Bolt. Now moving the active Greninja becomes the problem here, of course. We need to find a switch card for that or the Prime Catcher. Those are that's what we're looking for now. Haven't seen Turtles hit the stream. There was Turtles on the stream earlier. Turtles not well positioned in the meta. It's fine. Yeah, Turtles is fine right now. Might be above fine. I just don't know actually how good the Bouffalants are in the deck, to be honest. That's my hang up on the deck right now. But if Bouffalant makes the deck like that much better, then the deck is probably like a good deck right now. Better than a fine deck. Zoning boss feels so bad here. Raikou's not that good of an attacker in the matchup. That's how I feel as well, to be honest. I think Marco's reasoning probably has to do with well, I have Town Store in my hand. Town Store becomes Force Seal Stone combos with the Raikou, which is like not unreasonable. But yeah, losing your boss against Raging Bolt does not feel great in this matchup, to be honest. Actually, the more I think about it, Marco's probably just never going to put the Town Store in play, or probably he's going to try and avoid putting the Town Store in play as much as possible. Because we don't want to... Miguel actually plays the Sandy Shocks, and we actually can attack with Sandy Shocks here. As we have a fighting energy. You don't want to give that you want to save your vacuums for Bravery Charms. You don't want to put Town Store in play and not vacuum it, so that way Miguel can't just go find Bravery Charms. So you probably don't ever put the Town Store in play here as Marco if you can avoid it. Or depending on how many vacuum Marco plays, you could put it in play and then vacuum it immediately, but still have some vacuums for Bravery Charms. Miguel doesn't have the right energies in the discard pile here. You could go Sada to Sandy Shocks. It's awkward. Oh, you could attach Fighting Active Retreat Sada. Yeah, attach Fighting Active Retreat Sada to the Sandy Shocks. Yeah. No. This is bad. Wait, this is fine. No, this is fine. This is actually fine. But this is like bad sequencing. You don't need to burn the retrieval here. Just attach Fighting Active Retreat, Sada to Sandy Shocks and Raging Bolt, and then recover grass if you have to with retrieval. But Miguel's like, oh, like it doesn't see the line right here. No. Yo, Miguel is throwing. Right? Am I trolling? I'm not trolling, right? Attach Fighting Active Retreat, Sada to the Sandy Shocks. Yeah, Miguel's throwing here. Doesn't see the line. Did get the switch card, so did get bailed out, but won't have the switch card for later because the healing could still come up to be relevant. So was bailed out despite literally having the play on board. Does get bailed out here. And does get the Sandy Shocks attack, which is honestly seems pretty decent. What is even the play here from Marco as like a response to this? You could go like Radiant Greninja, Punch Greninja, and Sandy Shocks, and then Stabilize on the next turn to get a 2 prize, and then go like Bolt, or Luna from there. So we could see that. That seems like fine from Marco here. Attack with Radiant Greninja, hit the Radiant Greninja plus the Sandy Shocks. Next turn, Stabilize KO both of them, and then go Luna on Raging Bolt and Ogerpon to win the game from there. We'll see what Marco is able to put together here, though. Gotta start with that. Vacuum or Pal Pad. Opts for the extra vacuum. Sandy Shocks needs 3 energy. If you retreat, you only have 2, right? No, you go Attach Retreat, Sada for 2, Ogerpon for 1. That's still 3. You can get 4 energy and play this turn with the attachment. Field cards. It has a lot of options here. I guess Iron Hands KO the active for 2 also works. If Marco can get to double gate, we could also go for that as well. Definitely trolling. Yeah, definitely trolling there on Miguel's side. Definitely trolling, definitely trolling. Is Shocks or Wing better in Bolt? I think the Wing is still better. But in this situation specifically, the Sandy Shocks is kind of chill. But yeah, I think it is better for sure. I definitely give Wings the advantage. She had the 52 months there, Forerunner. All right, there's the Force Seal, some for the Colress here from Marco. I feel like we're going in for this hands play here now for sure. Putting this 2-prizer in play does not feel good. Switch and Future Booster Capsules. There is the Future Booster Capsule. And there's 1 gate. We have 1 gate in the hand. Now, we could go for the Greninja play here as Marco as well. We could go for that Radiant Greninja play. Like I said, punch the Sandy Shocks, punch the Radiant Greninja, next turn Sableye. But now we have a 2-prizer in play. So I feel like you have to go with Iron Hands now. Or, yeah, you have to go with Iron Hands now as Marco. It has to be Iron Hands now. I don't know. And I don't know if Marco has the out to the Iron Hands play. I'm looking at this hand. I don't see it. At least not yet. I don't know if Marco plays Pheasantipity. We have Nestball that could get Pheasantipity, but the problem with that is... Yeah, I don't think Marco has a great line here. I do see the Prime Catcher in the hand. Maybe the Prime Catcher can lead to something. I guess we could prime up the Greninja and KO that with Iron Hands, maybe. Fez over benches. Yeah, exactly. If we put Fez down... But now we see Marco eyeing up the Sableye here. So Marco is going for the Radiant Greninja into Sableye play, it looks like. Or is maybe just going to Sableye this turn and KO the... For the Bravery Charm, what do we got? 3, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 now. We have Super Odd Gate. So that does mean we can Radiant Greninja this turn. But if Miguel ever just bosses Raikou, I'm pretty sure the prize trade is just lost at that point. Yeah. If Miguel just bosses... And Miguel doesn't have to boss Raikou this turn. Miguel could go KO Greninja this turn. Then Marco goes into the Sableye. And as long as on that following turn, Miguel has boss Raikou, I don't think Marco can win the prize trade anymore at that point. We'll see, though. Getting to 10 here just doesn't even seem that good, though. Maybe this could work, actually, to get to 10. No. I don't think it does. Yeah, so it is going to be the Greninja play. So Marco is going down that route I was talking about, but it's just not that good. It's like super mid. This play is just like super mid. Because now if Miguel just has Gus Raikou, but like I don't know if you really have a choice here as Marco. This might just be what we have to do. We might just not really have a choice here. I definitely give Marco Miguel, excuse me, the advantage moving forward here for sure. Like, yeah, this is... If the Raikou ever gets KO'd, it's just over, I feel like. All right, here we go. 90 to Greninja, 90 to the Sandy Shocks. I assume there's no other real play to do here unless I'm tripping. Okay, yeah, there's the 90-90 and pass. All right. Let's see what Miguel can do. Has plenty of cards. Miguel will definitely be attacking this turn, I assume. Yeah, we got Sada on hand, so we're definitely attacking this turn as Miguel. Question is, what else can we do? Also, depending on how many Bravery Charms and Switch cards we could have used this turn as Miguel, we could have got our board out of range of the Sableye 2-prize turn. Right now we're looking at 70 HP remaining, right? Because Sandy Shocks has 120. So 70, so one Bravery Charm gets us to 120. So Sableye still KOs. But if we had still had that Switch card that we burned on that last turn in our hand... Ooh, we could get double Bravery Charm this turn, though, because Town Store's in play. So Miguel could put a Bravery Charm on the Sandy Shocks and the Greninja. Now, Marco does have a Vacuum in hand, so would be able to respond to one Bravery Charm. But actually, yeah, if Miguel was able to preserve the Switch card, which Miguel had the ability to do, then Miguel actually would have been able to get the board out of range, and Marco would need double Vacuum. So Miguel could have had a Switch card in hand right now, and we could have gone Charm, Sandy Shocks, Charm, Radiant Greninja, Switch cart, Radiant Greninja into Raging Bolt knockout active. And then look for the Gust on a turn or two from now on that Raikou, and then we just kind of win the trade from there. Now the double Bravely Charm does technically get Miguel out of range for this turn, but we know Marco has a vacuum in the hand. Also, Marco's hand just kind of sucks. Marco has a 3-card hand, and there's not that much going on in it, so does need quite a bit coming up. We also see two Pokemon catchers in hand. I don't think Miguel needs to go for the Raikou KO this turn. Could wait, but I mean, you could just reach for it now, I guess. KO in the active does remove that draw power from Marco, though, so that feels a little bit better. There's 2 Pokestops and a Prime Catcher. You probably don't want to put Pokestop in play here, though, as Miguel here. You probably just want to hold it. What is Marco's active? It is a Radiant Greninja. If I was Miguel here, I would be content with just KO in the active here, to be honest. Because that is draw power. Like, the Radiant Greninja is draw power going into the next turn. No, you got to go for the 2-prize knock. If we're going to play a Gust effect, we should go for the 2-prize knockout here, though. I feel like we have to go for the 2-prize knockout here if we're going for a Gust effect. All right, we got the double Bravely Charm play still, though. We can load these up on the Radiant Greninja and on the Sandy Shocks to get out of range of a Sableye play. Oh, we do have 2 Pokemon Catcher in hand. Sableye doesn't get KO'd. Oh, does Sandy Shocks not KO Sableye? Oh, no. Wait, does it not? What does Sandy Shocks attack to? Hey, I'm looking to look this thing up. Does it actually not? Oh, Raging Bolt is 17% of the meta. Raging Bolt's still the most popular deck by a lot, actually. Raging Bolt 17, Lugia is 11%. Did Miguel commit the attack or no? All right, Miguel can still save this by retreating. It looks like Miguel found out just in time. I think Miguel hasn't attached yet for turn, so we could go attach active retreat to Raging Bolt knockout. We could get saved here. What Miguel should have done, if we're going to play a Gust effect, you just KO the Raikou. No, Miguel's using more Gust effects. It's going to be really bad, though, if Miguel burns all these Gust effects and doesn't KO the Raikou, though. Bring up the Raikou, retreat KO Raikou, please. No! Another Gust effect burned! Are we going to put the Bravely Charm on the active at least? Our board currently isn't out of range. Oh, wait, but if we don't... Wait, hold on. But if we don't KO Greninja, then our board could get Greninja'd again. This is such a bad sequence here from Miguel. Yeah, that's another reason to KO Greninja. If we go Bravely Charm, KO Greninja, we get out of Sableye range, but we don't actually get out of back-to-back Greninja range. So now Marco could just back-to-back Greninja our board. There's a knockout. But Marco can just go Vacuum Sableye, which is probably the play you want to go with. There, we have the Vacuum. We have the Sableye. We have the energy for the Sableye. What? We just give it the energy like that? That's our Sableye attack. Marco was just like, nah, I'll be... 3 Colress prize! All right, no Colress this turn. There's no Colress this turn from Marco. Didn't even use the Town Sword. Does Marco not play Rescue Board? Switch, Super Rod. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, Marco just misplayed there, but why did Marco immediately concealed cards away the Psychic? Because Vacuum plus Comfy got to Sableye, and then we got the switch off the... We do have a Night Treacher in hand. We do have a Night Treacher. Maybe that's why Marco did it. We do have a Night Treacher. And we did have that in hand to start the turn. So maybe Marco was like, it's worth it to concealed cards here to get the play. Okay, okay. So the math is there. Unless Sandy Shocks has more HP than I thought. But this does mean Marco, it would be now out of vacuums. Actually, that's not 100% true. Marco could play 3 vacuums. I actually don't know. Yeah, I don't actually know how many vacuums Marco plays. Shocks has 120. Okay, so Sableye does KO both these Pokemon here. There we go. Gave up a Super Rod. What? Why are we valuing Iron Hands so highly here? Why would we? What? Why does Marco love Iron Hands? Should be 4-8. 8 active, knock out the active. Go down, draw 2 prize cards. Wait, why not just KO the active? You get another prize card. We have 3 Colwish prize. Getting another prize card is pretty good. We go down to 4 prize cards remaining, and then we just go Ursaluna to win. Yes? No? Eight, 4. I'm like rethinking the math. It's got charm. It doesn't matter. If you put it all on the active, it dies. The active dies if you put it all on the active. I don't get this play. This is just a bad play for Marco. You definitely just take the 2 prize cards. And I don't know why Marco kept Iron Hands over Super Rod either. What do we want Iron Hands for here? What does Iron Hands ever give us? What does Iron Hands lead to? These are some really bad plays on Marco's side. It's not good. So yeah, it's a throw party. It's definitely some throwing back and forth. Definitely some bad plays here on both sides. I mean, so Miguel just needs to draw a prize card this turn. It would be nice if you could KO the Raikou, but if you don't, it's like not that big of a deal. Still hasn't used Pokestop yet. Has a Pokemon catcher in hand. Here comes a Nest Ball. Maybe get Pheasantipity some more draw power. Seems fine. You have a ton of liabilities in play. You're basically out of Bravery Charm, so you can't like limit your bench anymore. We don't know if Raging Ball plays the. We don't know if Raging Ball has the 4th Bravery. I mean, I guess we could just like assume they have 4 Bravery Charm. We can like play as if they have 4 Bravery Charm. They should. They have a Pokegear in hand. They can go get themselves a Sada. They haven't played a supporter yet. He's going 1, 2, 3. How? How is he going to 1, 2, 3 the board? Explain to me how it happens. There's a Nest Ball. I know what Iron Hands does. Tell me how 1, 2, 3 happens. Just tell me how it happens. Tell me how Marco 1, 2, 3s his board. Iron Hands can draw extra prize cards with its second attack. You aren't wrong. I know that. Iron Hands the Raging Bolt. So he's going to go Greninja, KO Sandy Shocks, 90 on the bench Raging Bolt into... Do we have enough gates to do that? Okay, there's the concede from Marco. This makes the most sense after Marco's plays, is Marco conceding. Yeah, Marco made some pretty big errors there, some pretty big mistakes. This makes the most sense. Definitely some mistakes, or definitely some big mistakes on Miguel's side as well, though. I think Marco realized, like, wait a second, how do I win this ever? There actually, okay, there was a line, actually. Marco could have gone, next turn could have gone Radiant Greninja, KO the Sandy Shocks, 90 on Raging Bolt, which puts it as 140. And then if Miguel gets Switch Card or 4th Bravery Charm, you lose. But if you don't, then you could go Iron Hands KO that. So you would need all 4 gates. So we'd need a gate to be left. We would need to use all 4 gates as well. But the other line of play is so much easier and so much smoother, which is just... Because both lines of play lose to Bravery Charm on a Raging Ball anyways. So you may as well go down the line of play that needs a way less, which is just back-to-back Ursalunas. All right, curious to see if Marco chooses first or second here. I assume you want to go second. I can't imagine why you'd ever want to go first. You also can like get the early cram hit, which can set up for big plays later on. Yeah, is opening a Raging Bolts. And let's see what Marco chose. And yes, Marco chose second. Okay, cool. And the hand here actually does suck for Miguel. It's actually just bad. I don't know if Miguel plays the Iono. There is a Pokegear in the hand. Actually, Miguel probably shouldn't bench the Pheasantipity. If you don't bench Pheasantipity, you could lose. We also just shouldn't play the Pokegear yet. We should play it after we draw for turn. There's a whiff. Yeah, that's a bad Pokegear play. This is actually, I think, a bad play from Miguel, because this actually gives Marco access to Prime Catcher. Like, maybe Marco, the way Marco draws to, like, continue playing the turn, Marco has to go, like, Prime with Cram and then punch Fez. Like, now you just give this line over to Miguel. Or, excuse me, over to Marco. Or Iron Bundle. Now, all of a sudden, Marco could go, like, Iron Bundle, Cram Punch instead. Just, if Marco gets 5 energy on an Ursaluna turn 1, just let Marco have the win. This is one of those plays that is a bad play, because, like, you actually give more over to Marco, I think, than not, by playing around just not losing as Miguel here. Like, also, you had Bravery Charm. You could have put a Bravery Charm on your active Raging Bolt to play around turn 1 Ursaluna. The only thing that benching Pheasantipity here does for Miguel is it plays around Marco getting turn 1 Ursaluna 1-hit KO. But if, like, Marco gets that, just let Marco win that game. Like, that's, like, fine. Like, the chance that it happens is, like, 0. Like, let Marco have that win and just go to game 3. We see Marco is not messing around. Ooh, that vacuum, though. The vacuum's pretty good. I don't think you want to lose the vacuum like that. Gives up a gate and a psychic. Oh, gate and a Sableye, excuse me. Keeps the vacuum in the energy. Yeah, Marco. And this is what I wanted to see, like, more of. This is what I was talking about earlier when we were, like, watching Pedro play. Is, like, is that, what is that? What is that on the bench? Is that another Comfy? Benching the 4th Comfy, I don't know about that. Because you don't know if Miguel plays Iono or not. At this point, I don't think. Tomb? Is it? Dude, that thing is so shiny, I cannot see it. Is it Spiritomb? Okay. Spiritomb's okay. I mean, if Miguel benches Luminion... Alright, just draw pass. No turn 1 Cram there from Marco. Back to back. Horus. You see, this is what I was talking about, like, earlier. No, do not put the... Don't. Why? Just get Cram and punch. Unless you're going to vacuum that Pokestop away. If you're going to vacuum it away, okay. But, like, we should definitely just try and... No, we had Cram punch. Oh, Marco's going for the Ursaluna play. Okay. Marco's not messing around. Marco's going to go for the Ursaluna play here. I was like, just Cram punching seems good to me. Marco's got different plans, though. Maybe not. Was eyeing it up. Maybe isn't going to go for it. Okay, hold on. Maybe isn't going to go for the Ursaluna play. We'll see. A Cram punch seemed reasonable to me. Maybe the Cram is prized. But giving your opponent the Pokestop access when you know they're dead drawing seems like a mistake for sure here. So I'm assuming... but of course, the Iron Valiant punch. How much does Iron Valiant do? And then at this point, yeah, okay. I thought we like put the Pokestop in play. We're gonna vacuum it away, and that's how we're gonna get to 7. We just got to 7 without it, which is of course fine. We might still vacuum it to take it away from Miguel, but if you're taking a knockout here, I would almost like rather see this vacuum get saved for... Well, we have another vacuum in hand. I guess burning a vacuum here seems fine. The ability ping, and then it does 220. Okay, so it KOs the Raging Bolt here. All right, all right. Wait, is it not? 200 plus 20? Oh, it doesn't KO. So Marco's gonna get the punch and then go for the reset. Okay, all right. I guess I don't hate. I guess I still don't hate this. It feels a little scary. I feel like Cram Punch would have also been fine. Still a dead draw here for Miguel. Miguel should probably still attach the Bravery Charm active so the active doesn't just get KO'd by the ping from the Iron Valiant. I don't think you want to get KO'd by ping here. See if Miguel plays around the ping. There is the play around the ping, but Marco does have vacuum in hand. And also, Marco does not have... I guess maybe... Wait, can you attack on the next turn? It's 220 with Capsule. True, it is the 220 with Capsule. Did top deck a switch card here. It says you can't attack next turn, right? I believe that's what it says. The Iron Valiant. We might have to burn another gate here. Is going to have to burn another gate here to actually retreat this Comfy. Not using Burst Roar is crazy. I didn't even realize that. You are right, though. Yeah, not using Burst Roar there is crazy. Yes. I didn't even realize that. Vacuum. Goodbye, Bravery Charm. Treat. There's the ability. Knockout, get 2 prize cards. And then we'll get to punch whatever gets sent up here. Return. And then here comes the 200 punch. Oh, had the tool. 220 knockout, going down to 2 prize cards. Okay, it's looking pretty good for Marco at this point. If I was Miguel, would I concede? We got 20 minutes left. I think I would pack it up. I would just pack it up and just go next. Just save all the time possible going into the next game. Just save all it. Give yourself extra time to work with, so you don't have to feel rushed in game 3. So you can think through your lines with a reasonable amount of time. Think through your lines. Take your time. Don't feel rushed. I think I would just pack it up here. Shuffle up for game 3. Take a deep breath, as you've now had to go through the experience of Turbo Marco in this game 2 here. I think it was correct to bench Fez. Iron Valiant KO on the Bolt was possible. Yeah, the Iron Valiant is not something I really thought about. I still don't know if I would have benched the Fez, to be honest. If Marco got turn 1 Iron Valiant KO, I think we're packing it anyways. Like, I still probably wouldn't have benched the Fez and Dippity, to be honest. I still don't think we benched the Fez there. Just to, like, take away the possibility of Iron Bundle or Prime Catcher. If Marco gets turn 1 Iron Valiant 3 energy and tool card, sure, why not? You got it. So we got a nice stretcher here for Miguel. Recover that Ogre Pawn. Still doesn't have enough energy. Iron Valiant has 220, right? So we need to get another Ogre Pawn. Oof. Can we even get the knockout here? We need another pawn, plus attach, and a pawn, and then switch card. So it has to be through... We can't hard retreat the active because we only got 1 off the SADA. It's very reasonable for... I see 2 switch cards left in the deck. Miguel definitely could whiff here. Nest Ball, okay. Next Ogre Pawn is on the way. We have the manual attachment for turn, but this is our last draw. We're drawing 1 card here, and if it doesn't lead to more draw or the switch card, Miguel is whiffing the attack, and the Iron Valiant lives for another turn. Oh, I guess that makes more sense. Yeah, go with the Radiant Greninja. Well, does that make more sense? Because now not only do we need a switch card, we also need an Ogre Pawn. I'm not sure that actually does make sense to get that instead of an Ogre Pawn, unless the other 2 Ogre Pawn are prized. I'm pretty sure it makes more sense to just get the Ogre Pawn, right? Now we're drawing 2 cards. I guess we're hoping this draws us into more draw power, like a Pokestop, maybe. We got switch card, but the thing's at 220. We're not taking the knockout. We do have catcher. We could catcher KO the Greninja, I guess. That seems pretty bad. I'd probably switch card into Radiant Greninja and pass if I was Miguel here. I think I'd switch card into Radiant Greninja and pass. And we see on Marco's side, Marco has boss switch. At this point, Marco could just show Miguel boss switch, to be honest. If I was Marco, I'd probably just show my opponent boss switch after Sada got played. Just be like, well, I have... Well, I guess that's not true because Bravery Charms could be a factor still. Yeah. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. So the cards and go next. I mean, I guess you need triple Bravery Charm here from Miguel. You would need 1 on the Raging Bolt, 1 on the Festivity, 1 on the Ogre Pawn. So maybe you could just show Miguel switch boss here, to be honest. The chance of triple Bravery Charm is so low. Trying to conserve time. 19 minutes is still a lot of time for this matchup, for like 1 game in this match. But still, at some point, it becomes like... You don't want to have to turbo Marco game 3 if you don't have to. Because then you might make a mistake, right? So Marco's not trying to play as fast as he did in this game, in the next game, if you can avoid it. And Miguel does not seem like he's pressed for time. He seems like he's not pressed for time at all. He's not worrying about time the way Marco is. So I'm not saying Miguel is slow playing, but Marco showing that he's got the win. Miguel agrees and concedes. All right, 18 minutes going into game 3. Yeah, at a certain point, Marco was like, the chance every time you play a card, the chance that you have 3 Bravery Charm in that hand gets lower and lower. So at some point, I'm just gonna pull the trigger and show you my switch boss that you have no win condition here. And there were 0 Bravery Charms in Miguel's hand. So, all right, here we go. Game 3. Definitely a favorable matchup for Marco. Also, having like the Iron Valiant is honestly like a pretty solid extra attacker to kind of have before Ursaluna. It gives you something to that you can be more aggressive with for like less resources, which is kind of nice. 17 minutes should be fine here though. Let's see if let's see what Miguel chooses. That's what I meant to say. First or second for Miguel. I think you got to go second here. And you wouldn't be fully rewarded for it, but I think you still just got to go second. Let's see what Miguel opts for. The hand from Miguel is pretty mid. It does have Luminion, but I don't think it has a... Yep, Miguel chooses second. Okay. If there's an Iono in the deck, though, if Miguel plays Iono, we could get Iono and then still attack with the Sandy Shocks here. Lopez can call a judge for that action from Marco. What action from Marco? Showing the hand? No. Oh, we could see Marco get the Spiritomb, though. I mean, it looks like Marco's going to first initially line up double Comfey, but Marco could grab Spiritomb and just throw it down and be like, well... And I think, does Marco know about the Luminion for sure at this point? I actually don't know. But Marco aggressively played Spiritomb in the last game, so... I imagine either knows or... like, not doesn't know, but like has thought about it. As long as it's not prize, we might see Marco aggressively go for the Spiritomb, which completely locks up Miguel's hand. Comfey and something. I couldn't tell what the other card was. Attach Retreat, Comfey number 2. That's Radiant Greninja and Palpad. Gotta get rid of the Palpad there. Radiant Greninja is too important. Radiant Greninja for 2. Water. There's a switch card. Comfey number 3. Colress and switch card's gotta be the Colress. And it's gonna be a pass from there. Pretty good hand for the next turn from Marco. Top deck Ultra Ball from Miguel is also really, really good, though. You can Ultra Ball by double Lightning Energy. Go get yourself a Raging Bolt and then Luminion 4. Luminion play is pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. It is worth 3 prize cards like an Iron Hands. I don't know if you go Tomb here just raw. Hard to know. Well, Marco did it last game, though. That's the thing that we're kind of going off of here. So Marco put Spiritomb in play last game just raw. Just like threw it out there. So you said Iron Hands doesn't get you 3 prizes, though? We should probably get rid of double Lightning Energy here. I don't know why Miguel is discarding only 1 Lightning there. That makes no sense. We can attack with the active here if we just get a Fighting. If we put the Lightning in the discard pile, you can Sada to the Raging Bolt and the Sandy Shocks. I don't know what Miguel is cooking with this. This is definitely just bad, though. Miguel playing too slow. That's why we had to see Turbo Marco last game. Marco has slowed down a little bit as we've seen going into this game because Marco's like, all right, I think I have plenty of time. Let me take my time a little bit more, think through things. Ultra Ball for Squawk? No, just Ultra Ball for Raging Bolt. Or maybe it is going to be an Ultra Ball for Squawk. I don't think so. I think Ultra Ball for Raging Bolt, Luminion for Sada is fine here, though. But you should have discarded both Lightning Energy. Not discarding both Lightning Energy is really bad here from Miguel. We'll see if the punish comes through. Goes for the Squawkabilly in the end? Why, though? We need to find so much off the Squawkabilly. We need to find... Why is the Squawkabilly is just not better than just going for the Sada play? Because off the Squawkabilly, we need to find Sada and Raging Bolt. But if we just play the Sada, all we need to find is Fighting Energy. And we could still Squawkabilly. I mean, it'd be really bad to have Luminion and Squawkabilly in play. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but we can still... You could do that afterwards. This feels bad. This feels bad. Dude, I'm going to lose it if Miguel puts Luminion in play here. There's no way. What would you ever Luminion for? Surely they can afford a better camera? This is just like someone volunteering to run the stream in the community. It's like not... This is not like anything official being put on by the tournament organizer. Although, honestly, I kind of want to get in contact... What is the next special event in Latin America? I kind of want to try and get in contact with the tournament organizers. And, like, I would fly down there, like, on my own budget and buy a setup and then stream it. Colombia? Bogota? I gotta figure out who the TOs are. Yeah, honestly, I would fly down there on my own budget and I would stream this thing. Maybe Chip would want to get involved. I'd just buy a setup and do it. Should Miguel be DQ'd for slow playing? No. Actually, you know what? We should go further. Prison. Miguel should go to prison. You don't just escalate to DQ. First it's a warning, then it's a double prize penalty, then it's a match loss, then a game loss, then a DQ. Or if you think it's truly horrendous, you could go to a DQ sooner than that, but... Slow play, believe it or not, jail. Believe it or not, if you slow play in a Pokemon TCG tournament, you go to jail. You should be warned. Is Miguel really playing that slow, though? I don't know if Miguel is actually playing that slow. Like, is Miguel playing... All right, Miguel's playing decently slow. But is it, like... Is it too slow? I actually don't know. And now we see this draw from Miguel is just super mid. Oh, wait, we have a Sada. We can Sada to the active, so we're not done yet from here from Miguel. The draw is super mid, though. Slow play, too slow, but don't think it's malicious. Yeah, this could be too slow, to be honest. It's definitely not. I don't think it's malicious either. I don't think Miguel is slow playing. However, I think, yeah, you might be right. Miguel might be playing too slowly here for sure. It's taking way too long to play the game. Dude, get some cards out there. Do something. Anything. We're going to see Turbo Marco is going to be activated again going into this next turn for sure. After seeing that turn from Miguel, Turbo Marco's got to be activated. The switch has been flipped on. Would you commentate for Pokemon if arbiter position? Yeah, probably. All right, rev up your engines, folks. Here we go. Probably get a Spiritomb and 4 Sealstone there, I think, at this point. 4 Sealstone seems pretty mid to keep. Ooh, gets rid of the Pokemon. Keeps the 4 Sealstone. Marco loves that 4 Sealstone. What the heck? I don't know what's prized. Gives us the heavy ball, though. Sealed cards. So what is even the play here from Marco? Cram Punch active seems fine, if we can find Cram Punch active. There's the Iron Valiant. Ooh, it's a debate. Are we going for the Iron Valiant play or not? What does Marco think? Gives up the Iron Valiant, keeps the Nest Ball. I assume that means we're settling for just like a Cram Punch here or something. Which to me seems reasonable. Just punching with Cram here seems fine. Just put some damage in play. Marco's thinking bigger things, though. Going for the Iron Hands. We could Prime Catcher KO Squawk for 3. Wait, have we played a supporter yet here as Marco? Does Marco have Boss? Boss KO Squawk ability with Iron Hands for 3? That's pretty good. If we get to keep our Prime Catcher? Equal Wrist? Oh. Oh, we have Hands KO the active for 2. Okay, sure. I get it now. I get it now. We're going to vacuum the Bravery Charm. That's still reasonable, I guess. It does leave the Raikou in play, which I don't like. Raikou being in play is pretty bad. Because then it doesn't allow us to slow the game down. One thing cool about this matchup for Lost Box is if you get the first 2 prize knockout, then you can have a turn in the middle of the game where you don't take a 2 prize knockout. But now Marco kind of has to play at full speed and like has to match every return knockout. No, you can still catch one more turn at the end of the game, actually. No. Yeah. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. Miguel goes knockout for 2. No, I guess you could. Marco could, like this turn, Marco could go Sableye or Squawkabilly for 12. And then Miguel could go KO your Raikou. And then Marco could go KO your Squawkabilly with another Sableye for 12. And then Ursaluna. So Marco can still catch a turn off of having to go Luna Luna. But Marco can also just go Luna Luna and win from here as well. All right, back over to Miguel. Punch with Raikou, then Cram. Yeah, or something like that could work still as well. Punch with Raikou, then Cram. Punch with Raikou, then Sableye. Something like that works. Or Sableye's Lost Zone, I guess. I guess Sableye's not an option anymore. All right, Pokestop from Miguel. Couple items. Definitely can KO the active here, I would assume. comes... Does have one Bravery Charm in hand, which is like going to be the big cards moving forward, potentially. Also, hitting the charm is jail time. Pack it up. They're done. He's checking discard way too much. Miguel probably needs to get a warning. I'm not gonna lie. Miguel probably needs to receive a warning at this point. Marco needs some like some refueling or something to be able to continue to go turbo into this next turn. Covering the Sandy Shocks. I guess that is pretty good here. It doesn't KO the Iron Hands, but on the follow-up, it could be a pretty good attacker. Oh my god, I'll put the fries in the bag. What is it? Where does the fries in the bag meme come from? Where does that meme come from? What is the origin of the meme? All right, we need to put the Bravery Charm on the active, otherwise the Ursaluna can get the KO. We have to Bravery Charm the active here as Miguel. Otherwise, we're gonna lose. We're definitely gonna lose to Luna. All right, there we go. We're not trying to get Luna'd. Now, Marco does have a vacuum left, at least one vacuum left. There's a Pal Pad, recover a at least a Sada. Gotta get rid of what, 5? 4, my bad. Math. 2, 3, 4. All right, there's the knockout. Marco. All right, Marco's ready to go. We're cooking. Marco does play the Manaphy. Does Marco not play Rescue Board? How are you going to play Town Store but not Rescue Board? Ooh, the triple hit off the Pokestop to get things going. What is Marco's plan this turn? Going to start with some Comfies and some concealed cards. A lot of switch cards in the hand here. Comfy number 2. Rod and Nest Ball. Comfy number 3. Ursaluna's in the hand. Vacuum and Gates. Ooh, that might be a tough choice here. Those are the 2 cards you want. You want both. You want Vacuum and Gate. That leads to the KO on the active. Now what do you do here as Marco? You could go for the Raikou into Cram Punch still. That could still be the play here. You could go Punch with Raikou or yeah, you can't use Sableye. You can't use Sableye. And if you attack with Raikou here, it kind of forces or with the Radiant Greninja. So we're gonna hit the active. Okay, I don't hate this. You can punch the active. You can punch the active and punch the Squawkabilly. Okay, okay. And it breaks the Bravery Charm and then sets the Squawkabilly to die. Now the question is, how much healing can Miguel get to that, the Squawkabilly this turn? Because if Miguel can heal the Squawkabilly and KO the Raging Bolt, that's going to be tough. If Miguel can get, like, Bravery Charm Switch Cart. Ooh, and Marco did just give over the... Hold up. Did Marco throw with that Town Store? Marco maybe threw with that Town Store, because if you put a Bravery Charm on the Squawkabilly, it's out of Cram range. Oh, no. Well, Marco can still win with just back-to-back Ursalunas, though, depending on what Miguel KOs. If Miguel doesn't get Gust KO Raikou here, If Miguel gets Ghost KO Raikou here, this seems tough actually for Marco. But if Miguel can't Ghost KO Raikou, well, it has the Prime. We have the Prime in hand. Not off Sableye though. Sableye's in the Lost Zone. We lost zone. Wait, did we lost on Sableye this game, or was that last game? I actually don't remember. Last game? Okay. We might still have Sableye. So it comes down to, can Miguel find Bravery Charm switch card? But I feel like giving the guarantee of one of those over is incorrect, right? I feel like Marco giving Miguel the guarantee of Bravery Charm, but reducing the odds of switch card being found is an incorrect play there from Marco. We're going to the concealed cards. Honestly, it almost feels like you want 3 vacuum for this matchup now. And Marco could be playing 3 vacuum, but probably only plays the 2. I think Maraudon will be popular when Surging Sparks is legal. I don't know. The deck definitely got better, but... I don't think play speed matters now because Marco can win in turns. It still matters a little bit because, like, if Marco has to, like, go for, like, a stall play of, like, Roxanne pass, then that could be a difference between winning or losing, right? So it still makes a difference. All right, the Sada's coming in. Like I said, the play here for Miguel is Bravery Charm the Squawkabilly. And they got the switch card. That's it. That gets the Squawkabilly out of range. So if Miguel just Bravery Charms the Squawkabilly, Prime Catchers the Raikou, Bravery Charm the Squawkabilly, Prime Catcher the Raikou, and then switch card the Squawkabilly back into the Raging Bolts, then you just win as Miguel here. Does Miguel just see the play? Miguel just has to see the play now. Miguel should be warned last game. Now it's too late. Well, if they get a warning, they could get a time extension. No, this isn't going for the play. This is a huge throw from Miguel and got the head, so isn't even going to consider the Prime Catcher. Oh my gosh, this is a massive throw from Miguel. Miguel had the Bravery Charm switch cart. Miguel literally had the play to protect the Squawkabilly. Not even putting it on the Billy. Graham can't kill Billy if you put it on the Billy, but Sableye can. You focus on playing slow. Dude, Miguel is definitely not purposely... It's definitely not malicious. Miguel is playing super slow and needs to play faster, but it's definitely not malicious. It's definitely not malicious. All right, back over to Turbo Marco. We got the Sableye. Sableye's into play. We got the Psychic Energy in the deck. Could go for that now, or you could just goes into the gate immediately. Oh, we have a switch card in hand. That makes sense. Okay, and then we can hit him with the Roxanne. All right, back over to the other side. We got Turbo Marco on the other side. Here we go. Homie number 1 being used. You need to keep the Ursaluna, and that's about it. We don't want to put any other 2 prizes in play, though. Oh, it's a tough... Another tough choice for Marco. Oh. Oh, no. What is the choice? Wait, what is the choice? Prime versus what? Super... What? That's not a choice. That's a take the Prime. Marco trolling. All right, Sableye's in the active. Here comes the Rox... maybe... we have game in hand. Here comes the Roxanne. All right. Marco was like, Super Auto Prime Catcher. Prime Catcher! We do have boss left, so it wasn't like a... No, Prime Catcher. What are we talking about? All right, Miguel has given Marco the opportunity. Here comes the 6th draw. The whole squad's back. Let's get it. Off and fail on the POF. And then boom, KO the Squawkabilly. Leave the bench space open just in case. Get Super Rod lighting off the prize cards. All right, over to Miguel. Miguel had the play, man. Miguel had the play. All right, turn 1 or turn 2, actually. Turn 2. Wait, it was turn 0 on Miguel's turn? Holy. All right, the question is, does Miguel play Iono? Because that's the only thing that can save Miguel at this point is an Iono play. Because Marco literally has game in hand. That's a Sada. Even if Miguel had the play, Marco could have just made it a tie, right? Yes. I don't think Marco would have played for a tie, though. I think Marco would have gone knockout with Ursaluna. I think Marco would have gone like knockout with Ursaluna plus Roxanne and played for the win still. Which you probably do lose there, but would have played for the win. I don't think Marco... they may have an agreement, too. They could have a gentleman's agreement. That is true. That is true. But for how many ties I've seen in these tournaments, I don't think anyone's making gentleman's agreements, to be honest. I think gentlemen's agreements are a myth. Dude, gentlemen's agreements are a myth created by people who hate ties in the Pokemon TCG. They're like, oh my gosh, so many people have to create these gentlemen's agreements. What if we just got rid of ties? Then we wouldn't need all these gentlemen's agreements. The play in the game is so awful right now. You go into round 1 and you're making these gentlemen's agreements. But if we don't have ties, you don't need gentlemen's agreements. I think gentlemen's agreements are a myth. Grant, how many gentlemen's agreements have you made besides like winning in scenarios? Because you've been to quite a few events at this point, or a couple. We've been to 3 or 4. How many gentlemen's agreements have you actually made, Grant? Yeah, gentlemen's agreements is literally just something invented by people who want to get rid of ties in the Pokemon TCG. They just aren't real. No one's actually making gentlemen's agreements out here. This season, I don't know, a couple. But like early, like round like 3, day 1, or no? Caleb the only one. How would an agreement like this work? If like, I mean, they could do it based on prize cards or based on board state. It just depends on what the players agree to. I don't do them early. Oh, interesting. I would run like the way I'm going to tackle gentlemen's agreements in the current tournament structure is I'm going to run a tournament simulator on Limitless, and then that'll tell me if a tie is worth anything. But it really depends on the you just make an action. It really depends on what Limitless says. Whatever Limitless tells me, I will either choose to value a tie higher or lower. Dude, what is Miguel cooking is the question. Ursaluna knockout. We see Marco go to day 2 with the loss. Alright, it's cool to see Marco in the day 2 for sure. Definitely a very good player and playing a cool deck, right? Playing a cool deck. So I hope we see Marco in top 8 as well. That's gonna do it though for the final round here. Alright, chat, I'm gonna man, dude, it's already 3. I need to go to the gym, go eat food. I don't need to take a nap because I woke up at 8. Let's take a look at this final standings. 15% tie rate. Let's run a quick simulator. We did 15 last time though. So 2 ties makes cut, guaranteed, and it's possible 2 ties guaranteed cut, and it's possible X21 also makes cut. Right here, and we can take a look at what position are our players. No undefeateds. No, there's no undefeated players going into day 2. There's 0 undefeated players going into day 2. Jeremy, number 1 seed, 701, playing Palkia Dusknoir. Tim Franklin, no clue. Wonder if that was an ID on that last round. Oh no, must not have been because the other player wouldn't have made day 2, or didn't make day 2. Rizio made it despite being tardy. Pedro 503. Yeah, Pedro with the 503. Wait, where is did Yurko not make it at the 50? Oh no, Yurko did make it as well. 503, man. 503. 701 is undefeated though? No, it's not. No, it's not. Undefeated means you haven't lost. You have only won matches. Anything other than a win means you're not undefeated. 503 is undefeated? No, it's not. We just gotta stop. It's just gotta stop. We have to end it. Tie equals defeat. Exactly. A tie is a defeat. So we only have 17 players in day 2. So anyone who goes 2-0 will make top 8. There's no other. Oh, there's some outstanding matches actually. We could actually have another one. Oh, we have a couple actually. There's a couple outstanding matches. Isn't a tie equals a tie? Yeah, but it's not a win. Tie's not a win. The reason saying undefeated, because like being undefeated, people like glorify it like in the Pokemon TCG, but it's not impressive to have a bunch of ties. It's just not. Like if someone's like X player is undefeated going to day 2 and they're 503 and then someone is 7-1, like 7-1 is better than undefeated. Why is undefeated like something that like is like an added to the record or whatever? It isn't because it doesn't actually tell you anything. Saying someone is undefeated doesn't actually tell you anything. It just means when people say it just means they don't have a loss. But they could be like 605 and it's like that's not impressive at all. 605 is not impressive at all. Does that mean that day 2 would be up to 32 because the amount is so low? Oh, that's true. Yeah, doesn't it cut to top 32? I forgot about that. It's X2 or top 32, right? Press a page. Sasso's in day 2. Oh, there we go. 611. Sasso going with back-to-back-to-back finals. You got 10, so you're undefeated. Exactly. Yeah, I think it does cut to top 32, right? I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it does. I don't know if that still counts for SPs. SPs is the exact same thing as regionals, except for prizes. That's it. Everything is the exact same. A record of 5 wins, 0 losses, and 3 ties is considered undefeated. An undefeated record simply means that a team that has not lost any games, but you have lost games, which they probably have. Ties are L's, ties are losses, which ties aren't wins. They aren't losses either, so they don't break an undefeated streak. No, they do. It does. It just does in the Pokemon TCG. I'm just right. I'm just right on this. It just does. You don't have to agree with me, but I'm right. All right, let me find someone to raid before I get out of here. I probably will be streaming again here after I get back from the gym. What the heck? What happened to my... There we go. I probably will be streaming again here after I get back from the gym, but I'm gonna go to the gym first. I'm gonna go to the gym, get some food, and then, yeah. Let me go ahead and raid someone before I get out of here. I think that both can be true. Pokemon players shouldn't regard ties as highly, and it's undefeated. It's undefeated. Okay, I agree that it's technically undefeated. But we shouldn't be... it's just cringe to... what's it called it in the Pokemon TCG? To like... whatever the word I'm looking for is. You guys know what I'm saying. And if you disagree with me, that's fine. It's still cringe. It's okay to disagree with me. I mean, if you want to be wrong, it's okay to disagree with me. But like that's like a personal thing. It's okay to be wrong, you know? Maybe you'll come around eventually, maybe you won't. I'm gonna go ahead and raid. If you guys take me seriously with this kind of stuff ever, glorify? Yeah, it's cringe to glorify being undefeated in the Pokemon TCG unless you have no ties or it's only wins. The only thing that is impressive is only wins. It's not impressive to be like 702. 8-1 is more impressive than 702. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's just not impressive. So like I don't know. I just don't like things being used. Listen, I'm pretty passionate about the Pokemon TCG and the Pokemon community in general. I just don't like things being used incorrectly. And like then all of a sudden like the next generation of players thinks in a certain way that you shouldn't think. That's why when people like ask me questions about like why is a deck bad or yada yada, I try and explain it as much as I possibly can. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Pretty sure you can have less than 32 players day 2 now in the new tournament structure as you also have less Swiss rounds day 2. I'm not sure what the thing is. Did you pay out the points? Oh, no, I didn't. Hey, let me pay out the points real fast. I'm gonna have to cancel this raid. Hold up. Good call. Appreciate it. All right, let's try this raid again. I'm pushing for if you come back today. All right. I'll catch y'all later. Hopefully. Surging Sparks action. We'll see. I'm going to go ahead and raid Doom. Have a good one. I'll be back hopefully later. We'll see, though. Maybe it won't happen. Maybe it will. We'll see.